限られたこの時を月夜に混ざり合うと息を二人だけが知る日々雨上がりたどってこればかりを持って頭の中に響く声見えすいた嘘で似たようなセリフ並べてばかりねからくりなんて甘いだってきっと行く末は同じ素直になんて求めてない消えた綺麗にも見えすいた嘘もいつか愛せるって思ってたのにねからくりなんて甘いだってきっと行く末は同じ素直になって求め合えたらって嘘のままで綺麗にも君からも
I walk in, spotlights on me. Diamonds in my smile, wild and free. No stress, just champagne dreams. I'm the headlight and you're the meme. But when you step into my line of sight, the crowd feels louder and I feel so right. You got a pull on me, a fantasy. Now you're the only thing moving me, yeah. Got you in my gravity, pulling me close, just like a part of me. Can't fight the high when I'm with you. You're my fire, baby, lighting up the moon. I got you in my gravity, pulling me close, just like a part of me. Can't fight the high when I'm with you. You're my fire, baby, lighting up the moon. Gold on my wrist, glow in my walk. Queen of the city, I don't need to talk. Flip my hair, watch the haters freeze. I'm making waves and it's easy. When you step into my line of sight, the crowd feels lighter, I feel so right. Yeah, you got a pull of me, a fantasy. Now you're the only thing moving me, yeah. Got you in my gravity, pulling me close, just like a part of me. Can't fight the high when I'm with you. You're my fire, baby, lighting up the moon. Got you in my gravity, pulling me close, just like a part of me. Can't fight the high when I'm with you. You're my fire, baby, lighting up the moon. Got you in my, got you in my, pulling me close, gravity. Got you in my, got you in my, pulling me close, gravity. Got you in my, got you in my, got you in my gravity. Got you in my, got you in my, got you inにじませた瞳をそっと拭い憎らしい気持ちにそっとさよならこのままではいても立ってもいられない受け止めてありのまま今夜 Say a prayer for me Say a prayer for me どうか Say a prayer for me And all my troubles 消えてしまうまで愛想はないごまかすばかりのあの頃の私はもういない伝わるでしょうこれほどに覚悟決めてる触れさせてそのすべて今夜 Say a prayer for me Say a prayer for me
in love no more. It's just too much, it's just too much. No, I don't wanna hear a word no more. I'm done, but I just can't let go of you. No, I just can't do it. I can't let go of you. No, it's too much, it's too much. It's just too much. I don't wanna hear a word no more. Baby, no, just can't let go of you. I don't wanna fall in love no more. It's just too much. It's just too much. No, I don't wanna hear a word no more. I'm done, but I just can't let go of you. Tell me this cannot be real. Suck up on straight to my feels. Broken trust that'll never heal. No, no. A love that just won't fade away. Promises that you would stay even at the end of days. My baby, no, no. Nobody hurt me like you do. No. Don't give me empty words if they ain't true. I don't wanna fall in love no more. It's just too much. It's just too much. No, I don't wanna hear a word no more. I'm done, but I just can't let go of you. I don't want none. 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 Fall in love no more. I don't want none. 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 Fall in love no more. Bite the bullet, face the facts that I lost everything that I had when we split into different paths. It hurt so much I could only laugh. You can remove me.
Welcome to the APL Regional Finals for Day 2 here in Fortress, Sydney. Day 1, very interesting for those who weren't able to tune in. There were close affairs, there were upsets. However, ultimately, CAG got sent home packing as they found themselves in the lower bracket after, I would say, an up and down year, all things considered. But I'm dying here. I'm going to bring these boys in so I can cough real quick.
Get a bit emotional about CAG. Yeah, it was pretty disappointing to see CAG go. I think myself and a few of us included thought that they were probably the favourites going into this. They had a really good run at the Munich Major, taking some maps off some pretty strong opponents, but unfortunately knocked out on the first day. And I mean, we've still got some really strong teams in the comp.
100%. I think yesterday was kind of a unexpected result. We had EP a bit slow start, as we said, CAG going home early. Even the FearX game in Elevate, we expected kind of Elevate to be on top. FearX more of the underdogs. It was a close game, but in the end, Elevate came out on top.
Well done, boys. Thank you very much for covering me there. Yeah, apologies. I just get so choked up about APL Siege.
Bit nervous, mate.
Look, it's sometimes when it's your first time, mate, you're going to take things a little slow and just ease into things. I feel absolutely dead right now. That definitely caught me off. But it is time for us to really dive into what we saw yesterday. I know you've already prefaced it a little bit there, but I think the disappointing thing for me is that CAG, after such a strong performance at the major qualifiers, they whimper out here. And all things considered, yes, it was a whimper. Chiefs definitely played well. There's no two ways about it. They found their way back into a game, and we had all written them off. Coming into this, I don't think any of the talent were actually looking at Chiefs as a team that could potentially go to the ends.
Pengu did predict Chiefs to win against CAG, yeah.
Okay, well. Yeah, but Pengu doesn't count.
He's got more knowledge.
Pengu's just some bloke that came from overseas. We couldn't find anyone else, so we had to get him in last second. He's actually not getting paid. It's charity. It's charity work. But as you've seen, I think the upper bracket matches were quite interesting, all things considered. That Elevate B&K FearX game was so much closer than I ever could have anticipated until the final map, where it just spiraled out of control, Vinny. A 7-1 loss just... That was gut-wrenching. Even if you're not a Korea fan, if you're APAC North, if you're just a Siege fan, it was so heartbreaking to see a game so close finish in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, and I think it probably was the tale of a better team that probably wasn't playing up to scratch at the time. I think Elevate were definitely in control. Even though those maps were close, B&K FearX were relying pretty heavily on individual performance. That first map, Coded ended up with 20 kills. Second map, Good Boy ended up with 18 or 19 kills. So yeah, they really heavily rely on their star players to really push them through these maps. In that final map on Nighthaven, Elevate just had the read and they had it really easy.
Yep, I'm doing really well. These coughs are absolutely just sending me right now. Let's just very quickly have a look at the games moving forward, because we've done with the better half of the bulk of the matches. 3 games were played yesterday. However, from here on out, 2 games today, 2 games tomorrow, with the grand final being on Sunday. That's an exciting one. But there's a lot of stakes here for today's matches. EP find themselves in a lower bracket, which I think most would not have expected until we saw the actual draw. When you go against Weibo, personally, this is going to sound really, I guess, just off the cuff, but it's a bit of a coin toss between those two. I feel like any team on their given day, they will come out the victor. But B&K FearX pushing to map 3 against Elevate, that was super crucial, because for those that don't know how the format works, there is a best loser and worst loser, still my favorite thing I've ever heard of. And it goes from map difference first, then down to round difference, and then down to head-to-head, and then a coin toss at the very end. Essentially, because B&K went to 3 maps against Elevate, they were the best loser of the 2, which set them up quite nicely, and it puts a lot of pressure on Chiefs in this opening game. So let's start talking about that, because I think that contextualizing Chiefs in this current form, in this run, in this tournament, is so important. Because yes, it caps off the year for most of these teams, but for Chiefs, it feels like there's a bit more pressure around it, because they have to win. They don't have a choice, Oda. EP are already through. Chiefs have to find maps here.
Yeah, I'll just jump into that one. I think Chiefs has kind of dealt with the pressure a lot this year, fighting behind. Like, we've had I'd say our stage 1 and stage 2, we fell behind in the group stage, so we're always fighting the comeback in the playoffs. But yeah, as these guys work with, Kinchi, and they know how to deal with this pressure. They've always been underdogs, going to national events. Here you are versing EP, who is from Australia. But they've always battled out pretty good against EP. I believe they're 2-2 in matchups for the year. But this is a game they look forward to.
It's a game we all look forward to. Like this is the region's rivalry that has been built over the last if you look at back 3 years ago and you look at the storyline that was built in 2023, 2024, and now here, it feels fitting, Vinny, that this is a match that has a lot of weight for it for the Chiefs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just to mention yesterday, a lot of us are talking about how disappointed we are that CAG went home, but Chiefs played an unbelievable series. They lost that first map, and I think it was 7-1 on the first map, and they were able to fight back and win the next two pretty comfortably in the end. So I think with their backs against the wall, they've shown the ability to fight, and I mean, this is the perfect scenario for them. They now have 2 matches they need to play and win to make it to SI, and I think that's exactly where they want to be now. Yeah,
their opponent's EP standing in the way, and this is a roster that realistically, in my opinion, are starting to really place themselves in the conversation for the best team in APAC. I think there's 3 teams viably that you could talk about. There's CAG, there's Weibo, and there's EP. I think with the CAG loss yesterday, it really leaves a bit of an asterisk next to them. Granted, yes, they were starting in the lower bracket, so it makes it a little difficult. But between Weibo and EP, these are the teams that when we go internationally, we're seeing them represent us quite well. CAG, after such a great performance at Reload, kind of fell off a little bit. So there's weight on this team's shoulders, not in respects to whether they make it to SI, because they're already locked in. So this tournament's okay for them. But I think it's more about legacy now, Oda. I think now for this team, they set their sights so much higher than just qualifying for an event.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like, having Fish on the team and being these other, I feel like Player especially, like he'd look at this and be like, are we the next Team Bliss from the region? You know what I mean? So I feel like, when you have a leader like Fisho and the results you've been pulling in, you want to reach for the stars now for next year.
Jeez, he's handsome, isn't he? He is handsome, stroking the hair on his chinny chin.
There was one strats.
He is. That's all he's thinking. There was something that we spoke to Fisho about last night, right after their Elevate game. We're walking back to the hotel, and Fisho was kind of like here nor there. He was just surprised that Elevate Elevate did take them by surprise, I guess, in many respects.
Weibo?
Sorry, Weibo. Thank you. I saw Psycho walk past as we were talking to him. That's my bad. But one thing that he was saying is he just didn't expect such an explosive attack from Weibo. Like, they were really on the front foot. We talked about it a lot last night, Vinny.
Yeah.
Things moved quite rapidly. But when you're going up against a team like the Chiefs, do you think that they're going to have the same kind of problems?
Yeah, absolutely. If they came out as they did yesterday and were as slow as they were, they came out really sluggish and were not ready for what Weibo had in store. We spoke to Speakeasy after the game. He said before their matches, they do free-for-alls with voice comms, and they're constantly like getting G'd up for the match. And it looked the exact opposite for Enterprise. So if they come out today and they're sluggish, I think Chiefs will roll over them as well.
That's a scary prospect, considering what we're talking about, legacy, heights of this team, ceiling that they're trying to reach. They definitely need to make a statement here. But speaking of statements, how about we have a look at how these two teams have gone head-to-head? Because it's actually an interesting statement at that. It is quite even across the board. Oda, I don't know, maybe this is going to sound quite harsh, but I'm quite surprised that it is as close as it is. I feel as though what you were saying earlier, Chiefs were always fighting back from a deficit, but this is the thing with the Chiefs. Sometimes they don't perform against the teams they should be, the teams lower than them, and the teams that are at their level or above their level, they rise to the occasion.
Yeah, 100%. I think this year, Stage 1 and 2, we actually did struggle against, lower 4 teams.
Yep.
But when we always came against EP, we had close matches. Stage 1, I believe it was a 7-5 on Bank, and that's when we were underperforming. Stage 2, we actually beat them 7-1 on Clubhouse, so pretty good win over a team like that, especially when you're having a slow start to the season. And then you look over to the playoffs to Stage 2, and we actually got rinsed by EP in the upper bracket.
Really?
Speaking to the boys, it looked like they did a bit of counter work, so I'd be interested today if they're doing that as well.
Sure.
Whether they're taking it as serious or not. From what I've heard from Tuhan is the boys have locked in.
Yep.
So I would like to see how they've prepped for this match.
I think that that's really important context, hearing from the players themselves and understanding where their mentality is at. Again, for teams like Weibo, for teams like EP at the regional finals, we really weren't sure what to expect, but I think both of them have now shown they're here to play. They're not stuffing around. Although EP did lose yesterday and probably got off to a slow start, it's day 2. The jitters are gone. We're back offline. This is where things get scary. Speaking of scary, 2 players that generally are talked about as maybe the scariest players in our region. Bappin and Brendo. Both of those two players have consistently, Vinny, through all of time been talked about, well, not all of time. Brendo, all of time, has been talked about as one of the best players. And Bappin, over the last 12 months, has made an unbelievable name for himself in OS. But this is what happened yesterday.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, we are comparing two players that played in relatively different series. EP basically got rolled over by Weibo, so we're looking at a Bappin scoreline where his team wasn't performing super well and he probably didn't have as many opportunities to find kills. And I mean, in saying that, that could be one of the reasons that they struggled so much was one of their star players wasn't fragging out as he usually does. Whereas with Brendo, I mean, we've seen him frag out in the past. His roles have changed a little bit. I think over the course of the year, he sometimes falls back into more of a flex support role. And as we heard from the other players, he really took on a leadership role yesterday when they needed him most. So, yeah, sometimes that can affect your KD and how much he's going on entry. Obviously, 2-2 is quite low for someone that we expect to be on the entry quite often, but we saw Jigsaw pick up the pieces yesterday and frag out. So, yeah, I mean, we expect Brendo to be higher in the KD, but again, I expect today for him to take on more of that leadership role and get the boys in check.
I'm going to piggyback off that point here because we have someone who went from being the single best player that OS has ever seen
Thank you so much.
to one of the worst players. No. But you very similar.
Low key.
Well, hey, you did have some shockers, but what I will say is Brendo's kind of followed a little bit in your footsteps from the early days of Bliss, where you were going like 140 EPS, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And then the following stages, you took more leadership roles on, and the team's dynamic changed dramatically. Do you think that Brendo could potentially be following in a similar path?
Yeah, I could say so. I feel like when Brendo first started, he was that fragger. He was the guy you sent in the building and killed 10 people, you know what I mean? Where now he's kind of realized that he has to take a step back, maybe fill in some roles, or maybe, pick up in the leadership areas.
Yeah, and I think the context that you've given, Vinny, about two completely different series is so important here, because a series where you're constantly being shut down at the early portions of round, that's where Bappin is really finding space in the team. That's where he is most impactful, is mid to early portions of those rounds. He is a gunner. He is an absolute spearhead for the team. So today, both of these players, keep an eye on them. See how Brendo performs. See what kind of roles he fills, and then look to Bappin. Look to see what he can do in the server. Speaking of in the server, we do have our map vetoes, so we can very quickly touch on those. I'm not sure how far away we are from game, but I know where we've given a bit of fill here, so we've got a bit of time. But I think that this one, when we saw this, I got super excited. Bank and Border as our opening two maps. Just really quickly, what are your thoughts on how this has played out so far?
The map veto is very predictable here. You can look at the first 4 bans. Everyone knew this was coming.
Yep.
Chiefs, EP have banned these maps all year. The Bank pick is pretty surprising, but not really, because EP have dominated Chiefs on Bank twice this year.
Yep.
But it also is a very comfortable map for Chiefs. How did it feel? Not good at all.
Yeah. Is it a bit of false security then for Chiefs?
I'd say it's a comfort pick for them, and I feel like they won't be looking at the results too much.
Sure.
It's more about, can they rock up on the day?
Yeah, Chalet to close things out. This will undoubtedly be an explosive series. The context is very, very simple. Chiefs, these are must-win games. Today, their entire SI journey from the start of this year until now, it all comes down to today. 2 best-of-3s that they have to win back-to-back. But very quickly, Vinny, before we get underway with this one, let's kickstart the conversation on Bank a little. What are your expectations?
I mean, it's OCE Bank. Both these teams will know how to play it very well. It was one of my favorite maps when I was playing as well. It plays out really nice, and I find that usually the better team just ends up winning that map. The last time Enterprise played this map was a month ago, and they beat Furia at the Munich Major 7-5. Tuhan got 20 kills in that map, so another player to look out for on this. And they boast a 6-1 record on the map. So, they're very comfortable. It makes sense they would pick this into Chiefs. Obviously, they've beaten on them a few times. I mean, Bank typically plays out quite similar each time. As a defensive side, you want to sort of interrupt the attack as early as possible. Sure. Most likely going for sort of soft roams around that open area for bottom defenses, and then really contesting the entry for that top attack. But yeah, I guess with the changes with the jump outs as well, it's become a bit harder to really contest that top floor. So I might expect an open area hold second.
Okay, interesting. Very quick predictions?
I reckon 7-5. Couldn't tell you which team. I think it's going to be close.
Okay, close one. Vinny, do you have a team?
I'm on the Chiefs copium train right now. I want to see them at invite, so
I
I'm going to go Chiefs.
think that's all my storyline is as well. For the viewers at home, it is simple for the Chiefs. This is must-win territory. The entire year has rolled into one single day for them. They must beat EP, and then they must beat Fear X. It's time for us to get underway with the Day 2, the APL Regional Finals, and to run you through this series. It's the O's Classic. Gus and Xenox.
Thank you, boys. It's a big game coming up. Chiefs must win if they want to keep their SI hopes alive. They have to get through Enterprise to book their date with Fear X, which would be immediately after this, guys. So it's a long day if they are to qualify for 6 Invitational. And it's unfortunate in some ways that it has to kickstart with an O's Classic, EP versus Chiefs. EP, well, they got the money on the line. It's not as if they've got nothing in this match. They want to progress as far as possible. They also want to, establish themselves as one of the top teams in APAC. So it's not as if they're going to come into this and just roll over for Chiefs, but Chiefs have got more pressure on them. It's must-win territory.
Yeah, very eager to jump into this one. We saw the head-to-head in the pre-show, very close between both rosters in the 2025 season. This essentially a tiebreaker when it comes at a key moment at the back end of the year. As you mentioned, for EP, still fighting for the lion's share of the prize pool. If they are to win regional finals, it's 52k USD, which is quite nice for the bank account. For Chiefs, though, as mentioned, back-to-back wins required to make it to Paris. Could be a world in which we see 2 O's teams at 6 Invitational, which would be historic.
Yeah, it would be really good to see, as the local bias within us would like to suggest, but it's not going to be easy for Chiefs. Even if they can somehow get through Enterprise. VRX actually looked really solid yesterday. The 8-7, 8-7, and then ultimately 7-1 loss did show that they have improved throughout their little break, their little spell, but Chiefs have to keep it one series at a time. They will be defending first up on Bank. It is the map pick of Enterprise. For all intents and purposes, I think EP really have the respect of being the favorites coming into this match and the favorites to win out overall. But there's always that fire in the belly when you're a team looking to qualify for something, and in this instance for Chiefs, does that give them maybe a little bit more to play for, to find that extra 5-10% to maybe overcome Enterprise, which it's not a big gap. We saw the metrics before, 2-2 record over the year. It's not as if, EP are that much better, but I think they do come in as favorites.
Yeah, I mean, 2 highly skilled teams, very intimate knowledge of one another. It comes down to who shows up on the day. Arguably, maybe a little bit more motivation for Chiefs, but EP, and Oda mentioned it as well, speaking to Tuhan, they've still got that spark underneath them to do well at this event. I think they want to walk away as the best team in APAC and maybe book themselves a rematch with Weibo as well to try and seek revenge. As for this opening map, though, Bands have rolled through Mirror Clash on defense and for the side of the attack, Grim and Ying.
We have Sage on our screen over in the bottom right-hand corner. He had a really good day yesterday, of course, in the win for Chiefs. He ended up dropping 25 kills, matching Jigsaw, which, as we know for Chiefs, Jigsaw's the main fragger, but for Sage, he was able to be up there with him. Opening kill goes the way of Quiz, actually. Nitrocell will find player. That shuts down the Mavericks. Still got the Hibana along with Tin Can openers. So in terms of hard breach, Enterprise will still be fine, but they will be down a player who is playing.
Yeah, that Nitro up through airlock. So good contest from Chiefs on that approach above. It's Quiz now immediately, though, under pressure from Fisher Guy.
He gets knocked down, and that's going to be a good kill, but Jigsaw the trade. I mean, that's a good trade considering you deal with the Monty. Quiz had already used his Nitrocell, and his camera's, of course, already in play. So Quiz's job is done. He can sit and watch the cameras. And a 4 versus 3 now, lots of time remaining in the round, but for Enterprise, you're going to have to now do it without Fisher Guy on that Monty to help facilitate the entry later in the round.
Yeah, Chiefs on defense consolidate, they rotate back down below, 4 players basement. Plenty of time for EP to work with, but being a player down makes the trade game tough. Limited util as well for playmaking opportunities, just Tuhan with the flash in hand. Still some drone economy available, so they can look to formulate a plan. And with the Hibana still up, it opens avenues for potentially a back hit if it is possible. Keeping in mind, of course, Kaid, though in play, could disrupt plans for that hard bridge.
Focus right now for Enterprise, seemingly over towards the default side hit through server. We'll open up this hatch. No contest from Chiefs. They don't need to contest at this point. You've still got double Nitro, Gas Babes. And obviously for Enterprise, a lack of utility, eventually then pushing into the site. They'll go through the checklist. They won't give up on the round, but it's going to be very difficult. 40 seconds remain. First gas babe was thrown out by Sage, but still 2 more in pocket. They do lose Jigsaw, though. Relays gets a kill. Jigsaw caught out, and this now puts the round back alive.
Yeah, Jigsaw caught out in an aggro position. 30 seconds on the clock. Unlikely that EP will be able to successfully plant default with that util still standing. Chiefs should be in a position to deny, forcing this attack deep.
Brenda's over towards Vault with the Nitro. Tuhan goes down to Sage. He gets on the board. Over towards bot main. And it's going to be Wettables that wins the fragging battle against Relays. Leaves Baffin in the 1v3. Red time. And no time. Sage, headshot. Chiefs opening round. It is, of course, basement. Defense on bank. The expectations will always be there for the defending team. But a solid round nevertheless. They kind of took it up to Enterprise. You know, getting first floor contest, dealing with the Monty. Like it wasn't the old-fashioned 5 basement stack, you know, and just go for denial. They took the contest to Enterprise.
Yeah, it was nice and proactive. I mean, kickstarted by the Nitro early onto player. Gave them the advantage that enabled Jigsaw to aggress for the trade onto the Monty, and then able to consolidate side. And with 30 seconds on the clock, a decent belt of utility still available to defense. EP were never in a position at this point in time of the round to go for a default plant. Then force deep. Sage catches that out with a nice shot. And with that diffuser on the ground and little time to play around, very tricky for EP to bring that round back. And a confidence builder for Chiefs.
Yeah, and I think as you just kind of mentioned in terms of confidence building, that's probably what you're going to need in a matchup like this, that inner confidence to be able to say it's going to be a long day, but the reward on the other end of it is the 6 Invitational. So if you can have that belief and confidence that you can kind of get through what's going to be a grueling day, you know, step by step, round by round, series by series, and that you can get the job done, that just is going to give you that extra 10% to push through. Enterprise will know on the other side of things, if they can break that confidence early, it may end up then being a steamroll. Again, less pressure on Enterprise, having already qualified for 6 Invitational, but with the money on the line, he would certainly like to do one over their Oceanic brothers. Shock drone from Tuhan. Looks like he should get some good value.
Starting shock drone.
Yeah, the Roteras as well from Bappin playing the Flores. Really good value right now from Tuhan. Has now disrupted this site in terms of defensive utility. Kanto being fortified.
EP getting active already on the Monty Fisho lobby, and he begins to probe. Jigsaw, meanwhile, spots util. We'll try and time around here onto that ranged hard breach of player.
I mean, Jigsaw's going to think about what is the right time to go for a potential run out. Can they cause a distraction that maybe player's not going to then be ready for that garage run out? Relays gets the opening kill onto Wettables. Jigsaw will think better of it. Maybe now sensing the fact that the actual site is a little bit more vulnerable, he needs to get back, help out. Makes his way up bot main. Nitrocell gets Fisho to half health, pushing up Spiral. And he has made his way there, gets a bit of information.
Brendo caught. He will not be able to escape this position if caught correctly by EP. Needs to try and stall out as much time as possible. Jigsaw now repositions.
Well, Jigsaw, I think, is just trying to get involved somehow, some way. Right now, just holding top main.
Well, they actually let Brendo escape, so a minute on the clock.
Well, it's a double stack kind of main stairs. Jigsaw, though, slips in towards long desk. This is set, though, still a minute. Plenty of time here on the 5-on-4 advantage for Enterprise. Yeah, and this is the beauty of having someone like Fisher Guy, the best IG on the region, on the Monty. He can push up, scout, get intel, but Relays falls into the trap set by Jigsaw. Evens up the numbers. Fisher Guy into airlock. Needs to deal with this barbed wire. Player falls to the hands of Brendo. And with Jigsaw's death, though, they may sense that long desk is vulnerable. It is not. Brendo is still around the area. Sage goes down. Pistol from Fish is strong. Down to Brendo and Quiz to salvage this round for Chiefs, but Tuhan, he gets activated. Leaves Quiz now by himself. Needs to win all 3 fights. That's 1-2 to go.
But with the Monty still up, 1v2 a challenge. Needs to try and disrupt plant.
Tuhan's going to be the first challenge along his way. Has the red ping. Intel, can he find the feet of Fisher Guy? No. He does get the down. makes it a 1v1 post plant and does know the location of Tuhan. Quiz to make this his moment. Red ping does not help him. It's Tuhan on the other side of that window, and he is a Terminator. A response from Enterprise in the second round. We are tied.
Yeah, nice basement, lobby side hit there from EP, utilizing the Monty nicely. Fish able to go deep, found that key kill onto Sage, and then able to get the plant down as well. Quiz so close to denying, and if that had been the case with the information available, likely to win out the round. But good fight from EP.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
1-1 scoreline, open area to follow. As we look back at that previous round, Jigsaw and Brendo got caught over towards long desk, a difficult position to escape from. Then at the disadvantage, Quiz tried his best, 1v3, valiant effort. So close right there to being able to deny plant. Unfortunately though, with it secured and Tuhan with DMR in hand. It was a challenge for Quiz even with info.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Into the third round we go then. And as for this defensive hold from Chiefs, they'll bring the castle for additional util layering over towards this top 4 to try and disrupt the inevitable vert from EP. That's at least the typical game plan. But it seems like they're really trying to center a lot of these attacks currently around the Monty. So it'll be intriguing post round 3 if that is taken off the board.
So far, I mean, it's only 2 rounds, but an even spread performance here from Enterprise at times. I think maybe one of the shortfallings for the roster is you've got so many talented players. They can't all frag out sort of in one go, and it's always, you know, maybe 2 or 3 pop off one game, then it's the next 2 or 3 in the next game. They can find that consistency where all 5 are playing at a similar level. Their ability to skyrocket as a team is probably up there with the likes of Weibo, which they're already not that far behind. Just like the fact that they just play with so much patience, hit the right timings. This time it'll be player on the Monty rather than Fish. All player really needs to do here is play it in a similar fashion to Fisher guy in the previous round. You're kind of just pushing slowly, getting intel. And it's Brendo though that finds the opening kill onto Tuhan. And the Glaz goes down super early into the round. So no value to be found from Tui this round. Logic Bomb activated by Relays. Wedable's thinking about a push from front desk. And now, speaking of pushes, here comes Player. Straight through the Denari tripwire. There's the drop down from Quiz. Gets himself into open area. Sage will fall. Relays wins the battle over towards main stairs against Wedables. But caught in the corner was Player. Left himself vulnerable to the side. Advantage for Chiefs now heading in towards the final minute. Little crouch battle here between Relays and Jigsaw. Relays carrying his form from yesterday into today. He was their top fragger in their loss. Has 4 kills early on and creates the 2v2.
Brendo now on an island over towards Printer. Difficult to escape this particular position. Gets caught out. Quiz now 1v2.
A solid angle found by Bappin. Yellow ping intel for Quiz. But now knows that he needs to create the 2 1v1s. Pushes through Beepers following this yellow ping, but he comes off on the wrong side of it. Now slipping into sight will be Bappin. Here he comes, but knocked down by Quiz. And knows that Relays will be coming in from admin. With 30 seconds, can play the time. Crouch ping again. Relays did that for the second time in the round. We saw it earlier against Jigsaw. Does it again to win the round. EP go 2-1 up. Relays is on a heater so far here at Regional Finals. Yeah, 21 kills yesterday. He was the top fragger for Enterprise. And even Bappin says twice.
Yeah, another good clutch attempt, but just falling short of the mark. EP secure the round. Additional bans then for the remainder of the half. Valk and Monty. Monty has been a mainstay, and EP have centered a lot of their attacks around the Monty, getting early map control, gaining information, applying pressure and forcing the defense back rather early. We saw that fight over towards Beepers last round out. And while the trade game is still pretty good from Chiefs, they elect to take that operator off the board. Here is a look at that fight. And Relays again also getting in on the action at this point in the round as well. Found a good kill main. Repositioned, caught Jigsaw out. Brendo got caught. And Quiz eventually able to find the delayed trade, but then Relays Again, with some really good mechanical skill and timing, positioning, etc. And that's that 1v1.
Yeah, really showing what he's got. 5 kills to start in the opening 3 rounds. He's been a difference maker. A lot of these rounds have actually been somewhat close. So there's not, again, a lot separating these two teams. It comes down then to those fine margins, those small little battles, clutch moments.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, this is a straight heads up 1v1 for the second round running, and Enterprise have won them both.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Enterprise are 2-1 up in the 2 rounds they've won. They won the 1v1s at the end. That's the only difference so far. So if you're Chiefs, it's not just a matter of what we've got to win our 1v1s. It's how do we avoid being in that position? How do we have a little bit more of an advantage earlier in these rounds that we can capitalize upon?
Changing mags.
Fisher Guide, by the way, slips onto the Blitz. We got the banned Valkyrie Montang. So the Monty off the board, but the Blitz now activated. Valkyrie to take away the information that Chiefs have been utilizing.
Intriguing triple stack here from AP. Maybe looking for a fast hit elevator, but it was currently holding that position.
That one really too close. I mean, Wetterballs kept himself rather tucked in towards elevator. Plays the drop nicely. Jigsaw thought about getting some poke damage in. It's a quick little clear attempt from EP to just get Chiefs back down to basement rather quickly.
Ooh, Fisher
and
drops.
it has worked. 5 down below, but make it 6 if you include Fisher. Guy, as you said, has dropped, has kit, and low on health on that Blitz. And with him in this position now, I do wonder if Enterprise will look to support him and just make this a really quick round.
Player falls though.
There's the drop from Tui.
There's no Nitro close by currently to find Fish.
Player goes down. Fisher hits the headshot. It's a Jigsaw from there with the pistol on the Blitz. It's a 3v3. So far, this fast pace working out for Enterprise. They've really opened up this defense. Again, there's the logic bomb from Bappin activated towards CCTV. He gets to just walk on through because their defense is over towards Vault. So Bappin just walks through the site. Sage gets tagged up. He's low. Those gas babes aren't doing much at this point. Brendo dead towards Garage, and Enterprise now firmly on top in this round. Shadow spotted. Headshot. No, but it doesn't matter. Enterprise all over Chiefs. They've picked it up. 3 in a row. A fast-paced attack from Enterprise works out. Chiefs just can't deal with it. They're down 3-1. And they're starting to get into Wettable's head. Timeout from Chiefs.
That was a really nice tempo switch in that prior round. It's often you will see elevator contested, but typically not in that fashion. Direct there through Lone. That was really nice to see, forcing the drop early. And despite Fisho dropping and then being on a bit of an island himself, eventually got support. He was able to send himself forward and pluck a kill. And then again, Relays getting in on the action late round. His sharpness on the Zofia, paying dividends, keep it gold, and then able to steamroll that advantage.
And Mingo looks pretty happy with things so far for Enterprise. Trying to look over my shoulder if I can see what Big Nate Dogg's talking about, but he's in the shadows at the moment, so I can't really actually get a good glimpse of him. Timeout will expire, though, rather shortly. So after Chiefs won the opening round, 3 straight from Enterprise, 2 of those were 1v1s. That round was dominant, and that's where it's then probably the concern, hence the timeout. EP have kind of really found their form nice and early here on Bank. It is their map pick. Start for an open area to come for the 5th round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Relays
bombs.
7-2, but he's getting good support. I mean, Fisher got yesterday, you think back to it, at one point was top fragging. Fisher likes to do that in the big games. I feel like he's the sort of player that throughout group stage, he will just let everyone else do everything. But when the games really matter, he steps up in the fragging department. Tui with 4, Bappin going 2-2-2, and player playing with a bit more of a supportive role in mind. Yes, he has to find a kill, but he's almost kind of swapped with Fisher guy's role.
Yeah. Looking back as well at the head-to-head between these two, they've faced off on Bank on a couple of occasions this year. Most recently 7-4 EP, and then if you backtrack to about July, 7-5 EP. So the precedent is set that Enterprise will be strong on this map. I think they're showing that so far. The only round win for Chiefs coming on that basement site in a very traditional-esque round. Outside of that, EP commanding position at the moment.
2 rounds to go in the half. Chiefs at least need probably 1 more. Early shock drone death, not ideal for Bappin. Does have one more available. Tuhan now also opting to go the blitz. It's showing the versatility of this roster there for Enterprise, that they're all able to play many different roles. We saw Player on the Monty, Fish on the Monty, then onto the blitz, Tuhan onto the blitz. Tuhan actually pushing over towards Janitor, but he gets caught. Shotgun from Sage, gets the opening kill of the round. Bappin then gets one onto Jigsaw. 2 and 5, by the way, for Jigsaw. Struggling. On the flip side, though, Relay's now 8 and 2 as he finds that kill onto Wettables. We are tied at a 3v3 margin. Brendo tagged up, those safe over towards Staff. Chiefs now have to just play sight. Double stack open. Brendo will play towards the B-bomb Jassy. And right now it feels like just hope and pray right now for Chiefs. They've already been hemmed in.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, typically the goal on this site is for the attack to force defense deep in towards open. Limited playable positions if played correctly by the attack. Midpoint of the round, so much time. Still a Selma for court if required as well. 2 frag grenades and 2 scans for relays. If formulated correctly here, EP with slight advantage.
This is again, though, where Enterprise, they just take their time. They don't need to rush the scenario. They know they can dictate tempo. It may be a 3v3, but being on the attack, they know that Chiefs are going to be pretty much stuck over towards site. Still one Lion scan. 60 seconds. There's a lot of time here to play with if you are Enterprise. They're not rushing this.
They're trying to force Brendo out of position into that line of sight.
Brendo's
of
not
relays.
going to move. He can't.
May not have a choice in a moment with quad opening.
Oh, he does go for a move. Hits the pillar. Player on the other side of it. Player stands still, though, despite the shots from Brendo. Maybe not anticipating him to continue pushing out and find a deeper angle. Advantage for Chiefs. Push in. Relays, though, falls in admin. On a bit of a heat up and went for the heat check play. Bapper now in the 1v3, and Chiefs have been able to turn the tide here in this 5th round. This one just push on through from bot square. He gets tagged up. Knows there's one. Archives. That's Quiz looking for his 7th kill. Bapper down to low health, and Quiz does confirm. He gets the kill. His 7th. Chiefs get their 2nd round. 1 to go in the half.
Yeah, that's a really impressive display there from Brendo specifically. Very easy in that position to panic and try to reposition elsewhere. Likely would have died if he falls back. But instead took initiative, pushed forward, took a calculated risk, caught a good timing, and by netting that kill, the rest of the attack didn't quite have the ability to cascade as they would have liked.
Well, again, as has been the case this half, a rather back and forth opening part of the round where it got very dynamic, hectic. But to the credit, Brendo played that really well. Held his position over towards quad, didn't really move, didn't give anything away. Got a bit of info though. Then the ace, he hurt the Selma. Then he swung, gets the kill. They just bided his time until he got a little bit of information, played off it, gets that, opens up that attack, and then Chiefs able to get their 2nd defensive round. So we go top floor. 6th and final round of this half.
10 seconds remaining.
Big attacker repick here for Enterprise. We'll go drone utility once again with the Flores and the Twitch. And they will drop shield play, which is not as required for this top floor.
Finally, someone around here shows me some respect.
More likely to be a top square-centric push here from the attack this time out. Chiefs, of course, banning out the Monty will anticipate that. We saw lobby side last time, of course, but highly unlikely that it will be followed up here.
Very early pressure over towards top square already. Relay's thinking about the quick lurk in, down over towards the janitor hallway.
Player in stock. Quiz could get caught.
Quiz needs to be careful. He's not the only one. Sage playing in janitor needs to be mindful if he does go for a shoulder peek, and he does lose quite a bit of his health.
Probably worth it though for the info exchange. Can now relay that to Quiz.
He does get information. So does Relays. Relays will know full well he did land shots there onto the smoke. But a gas babe early out. Quiz here. Can you check to your left? No, not paying attention. Was too focused in on that holographic sight. Was there for the taking. Quiz will be the opening depth of the round. That now really opens up this site for Enterprise to attack into.
Sage trying to contest and maybe pluck a kill, but unsuccessful. And of course, Util with critical late round. Groundwork now to be completed by EP. Entry pointing towards site.
Well, Sage is in a lot of trouble right now because he's got pressure from Square. He hasn't really got a lot of help close by to him. At any moment, he could get rushed, swung. He's half health. He knows it. This is where he's just got to try and lock in mentally, not panic. He's got pressure as well from the rappel. It's an early gas, baby. He's only got one left. Tuhan just goes wandering down the hallway, though. Free kill Jigsaw. He'll take that towards Long Desk. They lose Wettables at front in exchange. Fisho Guy finds his 4th kill. Relays shuts down that smoke off stage in Janitor. He was vulnerable. Still a heavy advantage for Enterprise.
Fisho to go for the plan and the scan to lock his defense in place.
He's not going to get denied.
Attack.
Oh, he does get the kill, but very shortly after that plant went down successfully. Bappin, good elimination onto Brendo. Jigsaw falls to the hands of player. He will not end the half on a donut. And Enterprise will end the half with the lead. 4-2 lead for Enterprise.
Yeah, I think AP will be rather satisfied with that performance. They'll sense that they're in a pretty commanding position at this point in time. And overall doing a good job in dictating, I think, tempo throughout that half. Chiefs often being caught on the back foot. More of a reactive style. We'll see how much of that changes up in the second half, and if Chiefs, their strat book is deep enough on Bank to throw a spanner in the works and try to throw EP off.
I feel like this is the half, though, where you almost just give Jigsaw the reins and say, go on, do what you want, run around the map, find kills, open up that defense for us to then exploit. Bans will be Ace and Habana. Makes it a little bit more difficult, well, almost impossible to open up Kanto properly, and the Clash and the Kaid banned out in response. Basement, Lockers, CCTV, the site of choice for the 7th round as Enterprise will kickstart their defense. We look at some of the highlights from the previous round. Quiz had the opportunity to get that early pick onto Relays, was just too laser focused in on his sight, didn't quite look around his surroundings. And it all just started to fall apart for Chiefs as the half ultimately did. Double digits for Relays in the half, 10 kills off the back again of yesterday's 21 in that 2-0 loss.
So Chiefs will elect to bring the sense if stuck. Common set players to drop in towards that A site, to have that coverage, go for an off-meta plant position in an attempt to dodge the plant denial from defense. See if ultimately they are able to formulate that plan or if EP can disrupt. Also some vert brought into the fray here from Quiz. Can be a strong tool in dislodging any soft roam attempted by the defense, which currently doesn't seem to be the case. All 5 members currently basement.
I mean, I like that, though, VP, because you're probably thinking, Chiefs, do you have what it takes to just break down our denial defense? You know, force them to go and do the work rather than giving them opportunities, say, first floor, taking fights and, you know, potentially creating openings. Keep it as 5, play the denial. Chiefs then have to overwork to get through this. A lot of emphasis as well, probably on someone like Brendo. He's got 1 shock drone still in pocket. Can he get a decent amount of utility? Hard to probably do that, though, with the way that Bappin and Tuhan are playing server CCTV. How do you get that shock drone in and deal with these Vulcan canisters? The way that Enterprise are kind of positioned and playing right now, they're defending their utility really well.
EP certainly formulating a defense here to test the teamwork of Chiefs. Certainly not an easy attack to pull off, and it's relying on everybody playing their role correctly. Finding timing, synchronization key.
Well, they just live drone Brendo down so he can get a deeper position. He's bot blue at the moment. They tried to force them back out of CCTV so he can get this shock drone in.
Okay, that's good.
So decent teamwork there by Chiefs to enable the Twitch.
Yeah, that shock drone not denied successfully. A lot of catch in red as well, caught eyes on that. So the util dump here from Chiefs for the drop will be a challenge in disrupting that particular position, commonly played by defense.
Well, the concern is the time, as is always the case with this bomb site. 50 seconds left, still 5v5. You've got 3 gas babes up. Shamika launcher looks stacked Impact as well for relays. Volk and canisters look like they've largely been dealt with, at least towards the site. But it keeps it rather default from Chiefs. It's a very readable play right now from the attack. If you're Enterprise, you're pretty happy with the current situation. Even more so with Fisher Guy finding the opening kill onto Jigsaw. He has struggled so far. Too hard slipping through the shield screen. Brendo and Quiz get involved, but here comes Relays, another headshot kill. He goes to 12. That leaves Quiz now in a 1v2. Long distant angle, not winning that one. Player with the DMR. A 5-2 lead for Enterprise. Too strong on the defensive basement. You could clearly see the wheels turning there for Chiefs and trying to work their way through that round. It's not easy. Denial defense basement on Bank. But naturally, it's just not going to be enough to take down Enterprise. It doesn't help when Fish is getting opening kills and shutting down Jigsaw. He's only got the 4 kills so far through 7 rounds played. Their star needs to shine.
I do wonder if that was the original plan from Chiefs to utilize the Sentinel gold drop as opposed to a straight default into CC. I think the fact that with Hatch left closed and that massive stack of util in red, maybe they obviously wanted to avoid that. We saw the late pivot, it was unsuccessful. Really good hold over towards that vault side again, spearheaded by Relays. Another strong performance from him. If he doesn't find Brendo there, round likely flips. It's a massive pick.
So far, so good for Enterprise. They've kept themselves in a really solid position. You think about, well, they lost the opening round. It was rather close, a little bit back and forth. Then they win a couple of clutches, and then it was from that moment on, they've just kind of kept it going. I do wonder where this game could have been had Chiefs won the back-to-back 1v1s. They would have had a 3-0 start. They don't have to then call a timeout. We don't live in that reality, though. Enterprise proving why they were the favorites coming into this matchup.
Drone's ready.
I feel like Fisher Guy's activity in Munich and then post-Munich has really stepped up in terms of the fragging department. For much of the year, stage 1, stage 2, we're like, well, Fish doesn't need to get kills, and Fish wasn't getting kills. I feel like he's almost found a way to reinvent himself a little bit. In the modern era of Siege, you cannot be an IGL that just gets 0 kills. You need to add that little bit extra, and he's started to do that more and more as the year's gone on.
IQ in play for round 8. Sage tasked with finding both the Valk and Echo utility in an attempt to deny that. Currently that util stacks lobby side currently and being watched actively by EP. Jigsaw looking to hack the yokai and seemingly successful.
That's a good little dodge. That's good maneuvering from Jigsaw on the clutch drone. A little bit of need for speed action there. Now you can,
Jigsaw
of course,
controlling this yokai.
use the yokai.
And Fisher seemingly unaware.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher's got no idea, otherwise he would have just shot it immediately. So no clue right now until he will look to try and switch over. Of course, still has one more available anyway, so still will get some use out of at least one of the yokais.
Still hasn't seen it, so his information in it. Side of elevator is compromised. Elsewhere, top square, Brendo, hard breach. So we may see an old school default attempt here from Chiefs.
Well, they got the information, of course, knowing that they can't have that push from airlock. Good kill from Brendo onto Fisher Guy. Well, they've overplayed his hand. The Echo has been completely undone by the clutch drone of Jigsaw, and then the good follow-up from Brendo. Advantage Chiefs, but these are the rounds, guys, that you've got to win. 5-on-4, under a minute, big advantages. And Enterprise find one back. Tuhun does get Sage, but they lost Bappin quickly. Brendo, Plant, and CEO. Looks like that will be successful. No. Denied at the very last second, and the round has now flipped, seemingly out of nowhere. It was shaping up to be Chiefs, but now it's down to Wedables. Must shut down Relays and Player, and he cannot. Quick headshot. Player puts an end to the misery of the once pro, then streamer, then once pro again. Wedables is in the grave. It's 6-2. EP all over Chiefs.
Yeah, massive plant denial there. The coverage from Chiefs on Rappel, not good enough. All of the groundwork leading up to that plant attempt, and I think the plant position as well, the correct decision. The information game was strong from the Chiefs, but converting that into a round win fell apart slightly there. Some good proactive defense from EP. Goes rewarded, and a 6-2 scoreline. 4 opportunities now to close this one out.
And it's not good news. The walk of death here as I watch our host and 2 extraordinary analysts walking back to the couch. That, to me, suggests they feel like this one's done. Enterprise hyped up, of course. Already qualified for SI, but money on the line. A decent chunk of it, too. Enough to want to fight for, to eliminate Chiefs. There's 2 ways to look. I'm sure that they would love, in some ways, to have 2 Oceanic teams in Paris. There's also maybe a little bit of, we wouldn't mind denying them from Paris as well, depending on where your allegiances lie. Chiefs now require 4 rounds straight, otherwise this map goes the way of Enterprise. Border to follow after this will be the map pick of Chiefs. And a reminder, they must win this series and then must beat FearX. For FearX right now, of course, they're just sitting back. They will play today regardless, but they may already be qualified if they end up having to play Enterprise. I wouldn't mind seeing FearX play actually with 0 pressure. I feel like they're the kind of team that maybe lets the pressure get to them at times. We saw that a little bit on the 3rd map yesterday where they just capitulated. Oh, early kill, Sage. Well, he had a great day yesterday, Sage, in their win against CRG. He dropped 25 kills, tied top fragger with Jigsaw. Went 4-3 on the entry. A little bit more quiet in this match so far, but a good opening kill onto Fisher Guy. Gives Chiefs the early advantage. Player caught up towards front desk, taken low. Keeps himself alive on a sliver of health. The push though from Wettables. Gets aggressive on the Monty. Pistol out, easy kill. 2-player advantage now for Chiefs.
I don't think Tuhan wants to peel down without a fight, but Star doesn't really have an alternative. 3v5, lack of util for defense, and Relays with an overpeak caught out. Nice pick from Jigsaw,
yeah,
and it could be a flawless response here.
Better from Chiefs. It's just a matter of, is it too little, too late? 4 rounds, now soon to be 3 rounds to go. And it always just starts with 1. Bappen will give himself a small chance in the 1 versus 5. Certainly a capable player, but with Wettables getting blent down in open, Monty, 40 seconds, it now becomes, well, about a 0.1% chance for Bappen. And Jigsaw makes it 0 straight up. It's flawless from Chiefs. A long way back, but 3 more rounds, it's not impossible. 6-3 scoreline.
So the comeback journey begins, but they need 3 more straight additional layers of bans to be introduced. I do wonder if Tuhan's message will preface a shield ban.
Shield, surely there'll be a shield ban here. No.
Okay.
Interesting.
Cool. We have seen the Grim do some really good displays so far, so an understandable ban. And as we go to basement specifically, his util kit can be really key for flushing out the likes of Red.
The funny thing is, I seem to recall, actually, it just comes to my mind, the last time these 2 teams played, and it was the other way around in Grim banned Chiefs onto Enterprise, and Enterprise were claiming they don't play it, and then I went back and had a look at the recency of Enterprise, and they do in fact play it. It's always those little mind tricks. A good round from Chiefs, though, showcasing some of their better Siege. Page putting that DMR to good use. Wettables aggressive on the Monty is actually really good to see, because sometimes that Monty just feels like you want to play naturally slow, but he was able to get good spacing position, got a kill as well, and put pressure on that defense. He'll play the Blackbeard now.
5 seconds.
3 rounds is not impossible, guys. It's within reach for Chiefs, but it's just a matter of there's no room for error.
Defuse a bomb.
Can't make mistakes. You probably need to be clean in the early portion of these rounds.
And it could abruptly end here. Attacking into basement is...
Now, basement's going to be the tricky one.
difficult at the best of times. They do commit again to the sense we saw the pivot towards gold last time out. Still unsure if that was the original plan from the get-go or if they were trying to posture for the A plant. I suppose we'll get a little bit more clarity on that for the follow-up round if that is to be the case. A bit more of an investment over towards blue this time out though from AP. Tuhan will be able to hold this position, play for likely his life. Shouldn't be given an opportunity to rotate back to objective if played correctly by Chiefs.
I mean, there is a fair chance. I mean, the beauty of this lineup with Chiefs is they do keep them a bit more versatile. So you can go the vault play with the Sens combination and the Ying, the Blackbeard drop. How many times have we seen it? ROUs go out, Blackbeard drops in vault, you play behind that. Of course, naturally, you can still also play the default server side hit with this lineup, so that it keeps options open for Chiefs. Whereas for Enterprise right now, it's pretty much a standard stockpile defensive setup where they're looking to just deny as much time as possible. Tuhan's going to play blue.
Okay, so he's afforded an opportunity to rotate out. Pretty early peel there. Tuhan deciding not to play for life. He'll retain 3 gas babes for the default plant denial late round.
I mean, early on, though, it is looking like a bit of a posture towards CCTV, but we've seen teams go for late rotates before. Edibles deep server on the Blackbeard. And what I mean by that is you kind of show the presence and then you go for the swap, making them believe that you're looking to commit one way or the other. So player and quiz, garage, potential 1v1. Player started 0-5, now 4-6, has got himself into the game. Under a minute remaining. Time now becomes a big factor. Shamika launcher. Well and truly loaded with ammunition. 3 gas babes available still for 2 hard. So denial is there for Enterprise. Well and truly in spades. Now it's definitely going to be the commit from Chiefs. They have to go default hit. Weatables on the Blackbeard with the kit inside server. Still got 4 Candelas. Sage goes down, so no ROUs. That's the Sens down.
It's devastating for Chiefs if their attack is to be centered around it. Fortunately for them, though, can be brought back up. So 5v5, 25 seconds, but still a full belt of util available to EP. Double gas babe, Shamika launcher. This is going to be really tough for the attack.
Well, the ROU gets thrown out. It doesn't probably cover as much as he would have liked. Weatables going for the plant inside of CCTV. Forced off that bomb chassis, though, on about 1 HP. Repositions for the plant. Needs to get this down successfully. If he dies, round over, but he does get it before eventually losing his life. Quiz won the battle against player in garage, so has this dock position. Bappen now knows, needs to go deal with Quiz. The smokes go out from Quiz, looking to just cause confusion and chaos. Yellow ping intel. He's pushing away from Bappen, though. He's saying to Bappen, come chase me. Get out of position and let me take the fight. He's getting double push. That's 1 onto Bappen. Up close now. It's Fisher Guy. Quiz wins the battle, gets them both. This game of Bank's not done just yet. 2 rounds to go for Chiefs.
That was a funny old round. I mean, massive shout out to Weatables as well through the late round. The commit there on low HP to be able to get that plant down, dodged that belt of utility.
I had no choice. He had to reposition, get plant down.
But he didn't panic.
No,
he was able to get it down. The coverage was good. And then Quiz, during that execute, pushes forward, finds player, then retreats back, absorbs time. And even if he doesn't find 2 kills there, his job was already done in preventing retake opportunity anyway. So really, really good work there from Chiefs. They fight hard on that basement site. EP respond by going to top floor. Introduces an intriguing decision if they're going to now lose this round. Do they return to basement? But we'll wait and see.
And it goes back to what we were kind of talking about at the start of this game as well. The confidence building for Chiefs now is back in effect. 2 rounds won, 2 more to go. And if you can somehow then reach overtime, that confidence would be brimming. I'd almost go as far to say you'd be favorites at that point. This was a great play from Quiz. Just the way he's tucking in and out behind that truck, making it so difficult, not giving an inch there for EP.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
13 kills for Quiz is the top fragger for Chiefs. He's got more than double Jigsaw. Not often you say that.
So with double hard breach, ranged hard breach bans deployed again, Kanto wall off limits for the attack. EP conscious of that will be well and truly ready for the potential over towards top square. But the Monty deployed here by Chiefs, maybe to offer a little bit more versatility. Castle counter from Jigsaw if he can land the Rotero, and eventually successful with the Thirst. Of course, opening up airlock to help cut that cross on Rappel.
I mean, I will say, where's this Monty going to go, though? And where are they going to fight? Got to remember, Kanto's just not going to be opened up. The Ace Hibana ban makes that so difficult. Fish can then tuck in, play that elevated position. It strengthens that entire hallway position where then for someone like Relays playing his army, he can be somewhat aggressive. You've also then got Bappin over towards top main. So they're really strengthening the backside of this site down the hallway position. 2-1 plays long desk. It means no one's actually playing janitor right now. So that Monty isn't going to take an early positional fight. He'll have to go deeper if he wants to push down the hallway.
Yeah, very tricky to play Jan with the mirror band out. We may see the pivot late from the likes of Tuhan, who is close by and is comfortable typically in that position nonetheless. So minute 15 on the clock, and Wedables goes scouting over towards Stock Hall.
Yeah, and won't find anything.
Default breach opened up. So the pathway is there for Chiefs, but with that strong backline fortified, as mentioned.
I think he just has to stay and defend. I don't think he needs to go, just stay in this position, make sure that no one can swing out and get any players that are in that top square, go for a bit of a default hit, get airlock control, go for a planted site.
Caveat being maybe they want to elect for a turtle plant on the Monty.
Yeah, that is actually an option, but Tuhan is close by, has Nitrocell. So is Wedables thinking about this? I mean, no one is playing janitor. If you can get someone to then watch his hallway, it becomes viable. 30 seconds remaining. Wedables continues to test the waters about potential response here from Enterprise on that position, and they catch Relays. Dead over towards Stock. Big kill from Quiz on the line into CEO, and Wedables will go for the plant. Tuhan lost his life. He was the one that was in position for the direct denial with that Nitro. Now Quiz loses his life, and so does Jigsaw. Player low on health, but in this post plant, with players on Repel that can play off that kit towards the bomb chassis. They are in the better position right now, Chiefs, 100%.
Yeah, Brendo on Repel, and Sage is lurking late over towards ATMs. They're in a really strong position. Fisher, though, on that kit.
Wedables is close by, top square, but lost his life. He goes down, but Brendo gets the double, saves the round. One more to go for Chiefs. Round by round, they are making it happen at 6-2. Our analysts and host walked back over to that couch, and they've been sitting there watching this all unfold.
The real tester, though, final round of regulation, and we go back to basement as anticipated. Such a tricky site to break down. We'll see how the EP look to respond. The Mozzie initially suggesting we see a bit more of a soft roam employed here to try and waste time, make it difficult for Chiefs to prepare themselves in that 5v5 execute where they thrived last time out.
How many times have we seen a story such as this where it then falls short at the last hurdle and you end up losing 7-5? If that does happen, at least you go to your map pick, you build that confidence, you're playing well. But you're also one round away from at least forcing overtime and putting yourself in the best position to try and take this map. Again, so much on the line for Chiefs, fighting for their 6th Invitational qualification. Quiz now tied top fragger in the server with Relays. Relays got off to a really hot start. He was like 12-3.
Bomb located by attackers. 5 seconds.
I think Wedables has also been playing really well on the Monty, clearly playing a bit more of a supportive role. He's not there to get frags. Brando has now started to do well in that department, and you're doing all of this as well with Jigsaw still on 6 kills. He's been stuck there for forever. Who's going to stand up for Enterprise, though, to close out this map, get it done, move on to the next one?
Reloading.
So it's the Bap and Tuhan duo on the roam for this round. Anticipate them to try to soak up some of that drone economy. Don't anticipate them to stay around too long. The peel is still anticipated, especially with Bap and Nitro. Tuhan can reinforce position late round as well with his army if required. Just testing the waters a little bit more here, though, against Chiefs and not giving away that first floor for free, making them work a little bit harder for the hard breach on those hatches. Lion scan goes out, and they immediately respond with the peel. So it neutralizes itself somewhat.
I like this from Bap, but I think Enterprise is sensing they want to get on the front foot. Good amount of damage onto Wedables. Well played from Bappin, fell back. He gets back to site securely. Got usage out of his Nitrocell. Wedables now wounded. I feel like the last couple of rounds, Enterprise have been a little bit more defensive-minded. This time a bit more on the front foot. Play a bit more around the map. Waste time in that fashion, coupled with the denial that they already have.
And they've got the blue hold again here, but unlike last time out where we saw the peel early, Fisho looking to play actively here. And with Wedables taking a chunk of damage, that could bring the smoke much more into play here.
No one really close by to Wedables. Jigsaw holding the longer angle, hoping that Fisher guy will go and overstep the mark with a peek. The Fisher guy is a smart cookie. He knows full well he does not need to swing that doorway, nothing really to gain.
Does well to get out. And with Tuhan falling back, he can now reinforce his position with his armor barriers, still 3 in pocket if needed.
Oh, Tuhan's going to lock himself inside a server. This is huge. Or may potentially determine the round, and Brendo gets the frag grenade opening kill. There goes the Azami. Wettables with the pistol, shuts down Fisher. Guy is a 2-player advantage for Chiefs, and they've still got a minute. This might now need to be where Chiefs just calm things down a little bit. You've got plenty of time. You've dealt with 2 players. Huge advantage. No gas babes, but be mindful. Play with a Nitro Cell. Can still be impactful. Speaking of player, well, it's not the Nitro, but it is his gun, and he shuts down Brendo. Round back alive.
35 seconds on the board. Can EP withstand the pressure? ROU's roll out to disrupt. Does Sage elect to drop? Wettables diffuser still in hand.
Logic Bomb activated as well. Chiefs now need to make sure they play off of this. Good intel to be gained. Play it again. There's the Nitro as well, and it connects onto Wettables from player 3 in this round. It's down to just Quiz, who's got 10 seconds to salvage this, or the map will fall the way of Enterprise. Despite this comeback from Chiefs, there's the headshot. 1 more needed. 3 seconds to find it, but Relays, who's been so good already this week, clutches up. Tuhan says it's a fake comeback, and indeed it is, because they fall short of the mark. It's 7-5 to Enterprise. They take bank.
Wow, what an awesome map. So close between these two, and even in that final round, EP forced to fight back from that back foot. But who else but Relays to step up there at the conclusion of that one? 16 kills on bank.
16 kills from Relays will top frag inside of the lobby. Enterprise a little scare after leading 6-2. They close it out 7-5 and take the opening map of this series.
Everything is good.
Attackers active.
Nice quiz. Little boys. Come on,
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
I'm Rose John, aka Quiz. I play for Chiefs Esports Club, competing in APL.
Hey, my name is Brendo. I play for Chiefs Esports Club and we compete in the APL League.
Hi, my name is Sejion. I play for the Chiefs Esports Club in the APL.
I do agree that we were considered favourites, even to ourselves, coming into the league, but I think that now it's been very humbling and it shows that everyone's here to compete. You can lose on any day, so it's a really humbling feeling, but I think it makes you work harder as well. It's a good thing.
So personally, I've had a year with ups and downs. I did retire from Siege at the start of the year, but came back to play with a great roster that I saw a lot of potential in. I'm super excited to be here at APL's biggest event of the year, and we're just going to see how it goes. It's do or die for us from the start, so we're just going to fight for survival the whole time.
I think the Chiefs Stage 2 bounce back compared to Stage 1 was just basically all mindset. Like, all the guys on the roster that were there previously before myself and Sejon joined were all just as good as they were before, but I think they just needed a fresh lineup, fresh voices in the team and new motivation, really. When I joined the Chiefs in Stage 2, it was off of probably the worst stage of my career. My confidence was really low, but I think just joining those guys again, you know, my friends, like long-term teammates, just kind of like reignited the flame to want to play and win even more.
The boys that we currently have are like probably the hardest working people like I've ever played with, so I think like we probably have the best mechanics in the whole league. Like I even think like competing against other world teams, like we definitely up there mechanically, but because we've noticed some things that we are doing very well in scrims that we can now use at this event, that is like kind of countering. It's kind of like counters some of the play styles of the APAC teams.
Starting from the lower bracket means there's no room for nerves. We don't have any expectation on us starting right down in the back of the gauntlet. We're just gonna, backs against the wall, fight until we can't anymore. Okay.
I think without Odop, and this PAC's been the last event with Odop, was like a big emotional thing for me, because like that was like he's the one that I wanted to team with, him and Jig especially. Now I'm kind of seeing it as if like I want to do this for him and like, you know, make one more thing for him.
Obviously losing Oda wasn't good. He just wasn't happy playing anymore and decided to step away. But we're really glad that Wettables was available. Long-term teammate, obviously he's got a really big voice, so obviously Oda has a big presence in the team, but Wet kind of steps in and takes that big voice, and I think that it just required a big step up from all of us.
If there's one thing I've learned across my career, is that you can't think about the outcome. You have to be focused on the process. And I'm not thinking about SI, I'm not thinking about the money, just thinking about the game in front of me.
Game against CAG obviously is do or die, so I think literally we're just going to play our own game, make sure we're firing from round one and play with confidence. That's literally as simple as we're going to keep it.
I think we'll just come up for it all, you know, leave nothing on the field, so it's got to put in a lot of effort and just hopefully it pays off. I think that we're going to do really well. So
qualifying to SI is obviously every Siege player's main goal, and obviously it's huge for us as a team. It means everything, but at this tournament we're not focusing on it. We're just here to win this tournament.
That's the event you want to go to when you're competing, so that's the biggest one. So if I get there, I'll be happy. I know the boys will as well. So.
Heart beats up and down, I'm in a gambling phase. We're going round and round, it's a trampoline stay. Oh, it's like I never run out of breath, and I don't care if we make a mess. It Doesn't matter what's coming next. So can we just be bona fide? Girl, you got me waking up confused, lost in time. Every moment tastes like summer. Can never get enough. Summer sugar kisses left behind. And I don't wanna fall in love. Just wanna be yours. Can we just be bona fide? Can we just be bona fide? You're stuck in this situation and let go all inhibitions now with no intermission. Why are you so goddamn cold? Tell me why, 'cause you know this ain't no love. So can we just be bona fide? Girl, you got me waking up confused, lost in time. Every moment tastes like summer. Can never get enough. Summer sugar kisses left behind. And I don't wanna fall in love. Just wanna be yours. Don't wanna be your love. Let's keep it on the low, keep it on the low. 'Cause you know this ain't no love. I want you to be bona fide. Girl, you got me waking up confused, lost in time. Every moment tastes like summer. Can never get enough. Summer sugar kisses left behind. And I don't wanna fall in love. Just wanna be yours. Can we just be bona fide? Can we just be bona fide? Can we just be bona fide? Can we just be bona fide?
Is that Chef? Yeah. Can we go to the next question?
All right, that's
Just cut it off. Just get me off.
Shout out local legend, Chef Jeff. I know he's in the crowd right now. I think he's come straight from work to come and watch the boys perform. But this game, Chiefs EP, so much closer on that map than what it was looking like it should have turned out to be, Oda. A really solid turnaround from the Chiefs, which, I mean, it seems to be a hallmark of their roster and what they can do. Is that EP letting them back in the game, or is that Chiefs just rising to another level?
I'd say it's EP letting off the gas and Chiefs standing up in the moments, really. I think Quiz had a pretty big game towards the end there. Jigsaw started off pretty quiet. Brendo stepped up. We were looking at his stats early from yesterday. Pretty quiet, but today he stood up.
He's a big boy.
He's a big boy, 6'3", I believe.
He's very tall. He's very tall. But looking probably onto the other side of the camp here, Vinny, how do you think it's overall played out? Bank was very interesting. With the momentum that we saw EP have in the first half, I firmly was going into the next. My mindset was already on the second half.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely flipped the script from yesterday. They took a few notes out of Weibo's book and started the match very explosive. They tried to push the pressure as much as they could on their attacks. And on Bank, I mean, it's kind of a scary proposition right now because EP don't have anything to lose other than really prize money, and they're playing like it. They're playing with so much confidence. I mean, the obvious standout was Relays. He played that first half and finished with, I think, 12 kills or something like that.
Yep.
And he's not someone that we talk about often, but it does highlight how much talent they have in this team when someone like him can stand up. Me and Oda were mentioning during the break that they were probably a little bit late on the Monty ban. It took the first 3 rounds for Fisher to bring out the Monty and really push the pressure and take a lot of map control early. and yeah, I think if maybe they'd picked up on that a little bit earlier, maybe at the start, it could have been a little bit different.
You don't miss, do you, mate?
Jeez, what an entry stat from me.
That is unbelievable. That is actually one of the better entry stats I think I've ever seen.
Good EPS, though. Better than Wet.
Yeah, you sure about that one?
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, how's the cost going?
The cost, yeah, about that one. I've actually had a pretty low cost the last few stages.
Yeah, you have.
I don't know what's going on there.
I do.
What's going on?
You're getting old.
Oh, yeah.
That's why you're up here. That's why you're up here, mate. You're washed. That's why you're here.
Mate, in the 30s.
Even the photo's washed, brother. Even the photo looks washed. Poor Wettables. That's a bit of banter.
Popping in my chain, though.
Yeah? Is it, you start the chain,
That
did you?
one came first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What came first, chicken or the egg?
The egg.
Yeah? You call yourself an egg?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Good old egghead here. Wait, that's me.
Hold on.
Hang on a second. Now we're starting to go down the Alice in Wonderland bloody rabbit hole. Okay, just talking about the end of that map, because I think the end of that map was quite important, Vinny. We were talking quite extensively on the desk about especially the final round that played out. Did it feel as though EP maybe should have been a little more aggressive on their Bank defense there?
Yeah, it looked like once Chiefs sort of started to get a bit of a run, they defaulted back into more comfortable operators. We were talking about Bappin picking Mozzie on that final round.
Yep.
Mozzie on a map like Bank that's so large, it can be hard to find places to pinpoint where to put those and really deny drone information. But
Sure.
yeah, it would have been nice to see them maybe bring some more utility. We saw that first time they defended the bottom floor with the Tachanka Goyo smoke setup. It put a lot of pressure back onto the attack.
Yep.
They were able to win that round on the attack, but it really did come down to fine margins. And in that final round, it looked like the attack from Chiefs really started to sort of fall away once they took that server control. They lost a few kills. Player really stood up in that anchor position and got a few kills as well. So yeah, I mean, Chiefs have the right idea, it looks like a lot of the time on those attacks, but maybe just lacking a little bit of that coordination.
Chiefs 4-0 going into Border. Enterprise 2-3. Very quick predictions. Very quick.
I'm going to say 7-3 Chiefs. They bounce back.
We go to a third.
Yeah, I'm going to say 7-5 Chiefs.
Okay, we are going to a third. You've heard it here first. If they can do so, we're headed to the snowy peaks of Chalet. But before we get there, it's the dusty marshes of Border. A do-or-die match for the Chiefs. Their backs are up against the wall. The SI LCQs wait next weekend if they can't get it done. Let's head to your casters.
Yeah, must-win territory for Chiefs after dropping the first map. It was looking doom and gloom. They were 6-2 down, and ended up being a false comeback, even coined by Tuhan in the chat at the end as Enterprise closed out 7-5 on Bank. We head to Border. Map pick for Chiefs. Confidence from the boys on the couch that they will bounce back, but I think Enterprise now with their tails up, one map up, they know full well they want that money, they want to progress throughout this tournament. And on the attack first, Enterprise will get first go at things to put the pressure on to Chiefs. No surprise that we see the Montaigne ban utilized really well by Fish, not just in the previous map, but over the course of his career, matched with the Brava, and on the other side, no Mirror and no Azami available for Chiefs.
Yeah, I think it may have been Oda that we were speaking to in between maps, anticipating shield ban play throughout this matchup, and so that comes into fruition.
To locate and defuse bombs.
Of course, Fisher's ability on the Monty to gain information is phenomenal. But as we saw on Bank, his ability to frag in big matches like this also up to the mark. So very excited to see how that dynamic plays out. But such is the nature of Border. We anticipate chaos, a lot of fast trades, snowball effect likely in play as well for both teams too.
Of course, there are still LCQs, so it's not as if SI would be totally lost for Chiefs, but the chance at direct qualification would come to an end if they do lose this map. They must win on Border. Not only that, then of course they must win on Chalet and then beat VRX. Potential long day ahead if they can get it done, but the sweet reward at the end would be so satisfying. Relays, of course, was sensational back on Bank after a very solid day yesterday, despite the loss. He's backed it up again today and has been the star standout for Enterprise. But as we know with this roster, it can change pretty quickly. Tuan could go and drop 20. Bappen can go and drop 20. They've just got weapons everywhere alongside the IGL in Fisher Guy. Underway, opening round. No surprise, top floor to begin with. And here comes Relays through Customs.
Nice low position then from Relays. He'll play patient for now. Elsewhere, eyes on Quiz, power position, security. Tricky one for the attack to deal with. They do have the tools though, the displacement and the Grim. Another throwables to help dislodge. Ooh. And there it is, perfect. So the pressure onto Quiz. He can't withstand it. Relays collects, almost finds a second on Vert. The Grim getting to work really nicely here for EP.
Oh, Bappen! I thought he was going to be the one swung on. Wettables, though, falls short, and then Sage as well. A great start here from Enterprise on the attack of Border. Opening up this top floor, making it look all too easy. Fish has taken some damage, but here comes Bappen. He's got 2 in the round, and this is looking flawless from Enterprise. Only Brendo left. Got himself a good position to maybe get at least 1 here, but no, can't convert onto Tuhart, who then fires back. It's flawless from EP. Statement start on Border.
Yeah, snowball effects on full display there in the opening round. I really love that pressure onto Quiz early and then the catch down below on Relays. Great common lurk position, but very powerful at that. And then the follow-up, the second layer of pressure was great. The Grim really got to work as well. And very, very difficult for Cheese to withstand that. Sharp shooting there to open up the account. EP looking to mount as much pressure early on here as possible.
Bappen's the kind of player you don't want to give too much confidence early. He can run away with it and have a big game, similar to what we saw from Relays in the previous one. Good start for EP. Good confident start. The shield, the Monty, not needed. No worries. Chiefs know, as Rob said on the couch, their backs are indeed up against that wall. Just a matter of how you want to kind of view it. You take that pressure, use it to your advantage, try and play with confidence. Or do you let that fear envelop you? Dare I say, I think what Chiefs really need is someone who starts with the J to really fire up. Jigsaw was very quiet on Bank. If they are to win this series, they need him to perform. And Border's the kind of map on defense where, you know, Brendo, Quiz, Jigsaw can run around a little bit more, try and get into good shooting lanes. Fish, by the way, has attacker repicked over to the black pit, so will bring shield this round.
Oh, shot from Jigsaw. Opening kill in the second round sends Bappen to the grave. And with the gridlock out of play, that's a strong belt of utility to play no further part in the round. Could this maybe be an opportunity to kind of map an environment where Jigsaw can get back to that best in lobby form that we do see at times.
Yeah, and also shutting down Bappen too, who looked really hot in that first round. It's the two-throw effect. Relays inside a bathroom. Logic Bomb was activated by him. Doesn't really get to play off of that Logic Bomb. No real information close by. Deep position bathroom, couple up above. Obviously, we'll know that though with the vert hold here by Chiefs. And they can just look to consolidate now. They got the numbers advantage. Enterprise haven't really established a whole heap of map control. One top waiting, one bathroom, that's it.
Midpoint of the round. AP will search for some control in through office. Fisho to lead the charge on the Blackbeard.
Oh.
Relays as well, able to lurk, maybe to try and catch another fall off here from the defense.
Well, he hasn't moved for about a minute, so he's really putting a lot of stock into that play over towards bathroom. Second logic bomb gets activated. Jigsaw just playing around 90, trying to be the nuisance, trying to take contact, get involved, get in the fights. But it is Relays that does end up catching Quiz, so it pays off. Patience is a virtue, and Relays will be the benefactor. Now inside a server, Tuhan though activates with 2 of his own. The round is flipped rather quickly. And with Brendo down but not out, it's only Wettables that's up, gun in hand. Towards bot main, needs to get this kill and does. Spotted one behind Tuhan as well. So knows that at least one was close by. Looking for that confirmation. Here's the vault over. Here comes the Blackbeard. Can't break from Wettables. Trying to find this shot onto Fisher. Guy eventually gets the knife, but it does not matter with play around the corner. He gets the kill. EP, they get the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, nice try there from Chiefs, but EP too good once more. And starting to build a bit of confidence here on border.
I think Old Mate's missing a couple of letters there. It's just P. P what?
Oh, they're setting the tempo really nicely, and border typically can be a tempo kind of map, right? If you're able to establish that dominance early round in Snowball, it's so difficult for the Chiefs to fight back when power positions are limited and the ability to rotate on a map like border even more so. It was a good start to the round though from Chiefs. Jigsaw with a sharp shot. But the lurk game from EP was great. And they're catching these rotations so nicely. Chiefs are trying to fight back into the round, but continually getting caught out.
I think that's top 4 again. That was 2, bro. It's not Regan.
10 seconds remaining.
I was getting some comms there actually by the player. I think they're top 4 again.
Comms are getting leaked.
We got Tuber out. It's actually kind of good information to hear because it's not often you get to hear those things, but Enterprise are already fully aware that Tuber are in play, they're playing top floor. It's easy then to strategize, change up, attack, and repick. Player will now go for the blitz. Jigsaw won this angle last time out. Thinking about trying to take that fight once again. But he's got more value on the Tuber round. He needs to value his life on this operator. Soto canisters, Nitrocell. That wins the battle against Suhan 2 for 2. For Jigsaw, previous round and this, but well, he doesn't just want opening kills, he wants round wins.
Relays does sneak forward and find one. Back to a 3-on-3, but Fisho falls in the meantime. 2v2 now. Bappen, Relays. Can they find the 3rd round for EP?
I think they're just going to commit to this fight now. Quiz shuts down Bappen, leaves it down to Relays, but he's more than capable the way that he has been playing so far this week. Deathmark, Vendetta, low on health, but backs himself in. Frag grenade thrown out to create space, finds his target, looking for Sage, but Sage hits the headshot. He was low, vulnerable, but a big kill from Sage gives Chiefs their 1st round on border.
Yeah, good fight from Chiefs in the late round. Leaving Relays on an island. It's always so tough to get those death marks out when you're at the disadvantage. Had it have been still a 2 versus 2, maybe able to extract a little bit more value, find Sage on an island. And then confirm the round from there, but not to be. So high tempo here on border. Typically, that is the expectation. Short round times, a lot of action. Deimos, as expected, does get banned out. It's provided a lot of value to this attack so far. And then Aruni on the flip side with the DMR meta so strong.
Yeah, Wettables will be playing that Aruni 2 of the 3 rounds. To take that gun out of his hand. He immediately just goes over to the Denari, which in some ways is like a de facto Aruni, the way that you can play the tripwire connectors. Relays continues to perform though. 5 kills in the opening 3 rounds. He is well and truly on a heater throughout the regional finals. I have to look at the overall stats, but it wouldn't surprise me if you said he's the top fragger so far across all games, all teams.
Yeah, it'd certainly be up there. He's having large impact as well, playing his role so nicely. We saw it back on bank. His anchor play in particular was really, really strong, and then even on attack, playmaking was strong. And here attacking into border thus far.
Might be double shield here with the blitz and the fuse.
Yeah, could be.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
That will be the case.
Wonder what Fisher guy's cooking up here. Double shield, so they bring player on the blitz. Fish will go the fuse. They got the Glaz, and with the Ying, I mean, it does suggest when they do go for a hit that it will be pretty quick and fast. Early line scan as well here from Bappin. What is this pacing going to look like from Enterprise? Well, you mentioned before quick rounds on border. This could be the quickest of them. Straight on into towers. Fisher guy
Wettables is
knifed
right
by
there.
Wettables inside the smoke and bathroom. Sage though lost his life to Bappin. Good kill from Passport. There goes player, so they lose the blitz. Double shield down. Advantage Chiefs.
And now we enter lurk mode for EP to try and find a pick or two back. Relays will enter vents. Bap and Passport. And Tuhan.
Well, they did all that and never got the Glaz involved.
Yeah. Maybe a slight mistime. I mean, credit to Wettables, right? He played Disruptor in the round. He pushed forward aggressively inside of that smoke, took a risk, hit a nice knife, and it pays off. Chiefs now just need to be disciplined and not give away free picks.
Only one Candela as well. So you go for that fast rush. You don't quite get what you really wanted from it. You lose both shield players. You used a lot of utility. And now, yes, you can kind of slow the pacing down. But what you've now entered into is, can someone like Relays go and find these picks?
Yeah.
Same with Tuhan. Same with Bappin. The beauty of it, though, they're your three best fraggers. So it's certainly a possibility. And loads of time. But it's Quiz that shuts down Bappin. Relays, oh, hello, up close was Jigsaw, Wettables. Well, they all get one apiece. So all tied up on border. A response from Chiefs. That's a lovely, lovely little drawing. I definitely could not do that. Very artistic.
I don't know how much Capcam play was. Honestly, it wouldn't be the worst operator against the lurk matter here, but still...
well, this was great from Wettables.
Yeah, that play from Wet was great. Disrupted plant. Of course, if plant goes down there, the post is one of the most challenging for defense. So really good initiative from him. And seemingly in the blink of an eye now, we look at a 2-2 scoreline, Chiefs fighting back.
And it's also the kind of side, if you do go for that hit in the manner that Enterprise did, you can catch that defense well and truly off guard. And as you said, get that plant down, and that's the ultimate win condition. Well, credit to Chiefs, they were switched on. Wettables in a good position. He's got 4 kills. He actually is now top fragging for Chiefs.
10 seconds remaining.
The Chiefs are playing with pressure every single round, knowing their fate for 6 Invitational is determined off the back of this series and the next. Just need that belief. And when you go 6-2 down on bank, it's hard to find that belief. You bring back, okay, the game's 6-5. Yes, you fall short. But can you build that belief back up early now here on border? 2-2 scoreline, couple of defensive rounds. Border can be certainly more leaning to the attack at times. But I feel like Enterprise have tried a couple of little fast strategies, haven't quite worked. They'll slow the pace down now.
Yeah, significant repick here from EP. They elect to go direct through Passport, now through lobby, and can start to immediately apply pressure and towards that A objective. It's the solo hold from Wet in Workshop. Prone at the moment, so vulnerable. If EP elect to commit.
Well, no one above, though, for Enterprise. Oh, Sage, though, caught. Never mind. Bappin outside of the balcony catches a wandering Sage, who I think just kind of lost track of his position and potentially what was dangerous. Hearing all the noise down below, and inside vent now, Fisher guy going for the plant. They've got the Glaz to cover. This time they get the Glaz in play. Plant will go down successfully, no denial. And as all the defenders started to scramble back to the site, they lost their lives one by one. Jigsaw wins his battle against Relays, but has more to do very quickly and wasn't prepared for Bappin. He goes to 6 kills now, top fragging for EP. And Brendo up against A tsunami here as Enterprise retake the lead. It's Tuhan that puts the final bullet in the round. Oh, there's more letters. Well done, boys. Little player fan club there. 3-2, EP, 1 round away from taking another 4-2 in this series. They did so back on bank. And Armory Archives, though, will be a test. The good thing for EP this time around, they got more from the blitz and they got the glass in play.
Yeah, it was a nice hybrid style of attack where they brought the tools for that snappy execute, but they didn't go direct at the start of the round. They weren't rushing into anything without some information gathered. We saw the initial tease over through lobby and that little play on the blitz and Fisher gaining information, and then the pivot late round. I think they felt quite comfortable in attempting that plant, and rightly so. So well rewarded, a calculated round from EP. Probably, I would go as far as to say one of the better attacks we've seen in this match so far. Really well executed.
It's the problem when you give Fisher guys. So like, in some ways, Fisher was actually enabled. He probably got someone to enable him, but like open up the walls, get him into deep positions, get him into deal with barbed wire, get information, and then go for plan inside vent. So much of that round is just kind of established off the back of that blitz, his play, what he's doing, get the Glaz to play behind him. He may not have a kill, but he won them that round.
So then final round of the half. Opportunity still in play for Chiefs to equalize. Player currently on his Rotero is looking for utility, and there's a lot of bulletproof utility available to deal with. Tripwires, BPCs, Malusi in play.
And it looks a bit more defaulty though here from Enterprise. Chiefs are going to also keep it really compact. Top floor only, no lurks, no roams.
Oh, Sage under so much pressure.
He's actually quite fortunate to get back alive. That really could have been the opening kill there for Enterprise.
Does soak up a couple of grenades as well from EP, so that's well played by Sage, and his mags will, of course, regen for the remainder of the round. Minute 40 on the clock, and top east control for EP, but it's been very hard forward and a lot of utility invested.
Top waiting established, east stairs control. EP starting to lay the groundwork now in terms of what they've got in terms of map control. Jigsaw will play a deeper position security, does get the down onto Fisher Guy, but elected to try and maybe push forward. Relay's catching him as he got back up behind the security desk. Good headshot, but then one back from Quiz. Good shooting all round here. In the final round of the half, player lost his life to Sage. Advantage Chiefs. Forces the vault in from Tuhan into that tripwire connector. Fisher guy's been able to commando crawl back over to Bap, and he'll get revived and brought back up, making it a 3 versus 4. Chiefs definitely in the better position, though, to close out this round.
Still an opportunity late round for the attack to garner information, but with a player down and HP weak, it'll take a mighty effort. Tuhan reveals his position, Wet can relay that. They may look to connect the dots in through Armory here, EP, but still tough, utility layered, still on the defense, 30 seconds.
Do they know about Brendo? They did drone through Fountain, but may not have fully cleared him out inside of offices. Bappen catches out Sage, looking for the clear.
Oh,
does seem to be aware, but Brendo hits the shot. And poor old Fish, searching for his first kill, will not find it. Brendo puts it into the round and the half. We are tied on border, 3 apiece. Nothing separating these two so far.
Very much back and forth. And Chiefs to now be tested on attack. Can they bring that same creativity that we saw from EP throughout the half to keep the defense on their toes? This is where you pull out all the stocks. Their opportunity for qualification at Paris now very much on the line. As the bands roll through, Monty, as anticipated, clash as well.
Do you go to blitz here as well?
There is the option to double down. Could pivot to something crowd control related as well.
Oh, it's going to be the ace. Interesting.
Okay. So range hard breach to be compromised.
It does leave the door ajar, though. Now, if you are Chiefs in terms of selection, you can bring Deimos into the picture. You can bring the Blitz into the picture. This was a great shot from Quiz. Thought Relays was about to go on a march, as he's been doing so far throughout this tournament. Mappin seemed like he was aware of Brendo's position, but Brendo was just a bit better, and he got then the second to follow. He now goes to 3 kills. Was a slow start for Brendo in that half, but closed it on a good note. You think back to the opening map, guys. Don't forget, there were 3 1v1 rounds that were all lost by Chiefs. They lost all the clutch close rounds, and in the end, a 7-5 scoreline kind of reflects that had they been able to win some of those clutch moments, they could have taken the map. It's a 3-3 half here on border. And if we get back into those positions in this second half, 1v1s, 1vx's, Chiefs, that's the area that they will need to turn around. Because I think general play has been very, very even. Oh, that's a freebie. Wow. Well, the Deimos shut down early. Don't need to ban the Deimos if you just find the opening kill 10 seconds into the round. Brendo, a little lackadaisical, gets caught, punished. Opening kill goes the way of Enterprise. A strong start for them for the second half.
And not only a player down, but now Chief's ability to garner information also impeded. It's going to be really hard fought for them now for the remainder of the round if EP don't give a pick back for free. Drone work now from the attack to be emphasized. It needs to be absolutely perfect from this point onwards. Have to try and do their best to isolate a player here. Blackbeard could help facilitate that.
Oh, Jigsaw takes down the leading top fragger of the series in relays.
Yeah, puts player under a bit of pressure.
It does. That's a shot here from player, but into the shield of Wettables. They lose Sage. There goes the Dockerby. Quiz to follow as well. Nitro from Fisher Guy will connect. Another fast-paced round. That needs to be a kill. Wettables shield up, looking for the bash. Oh, but he had a bit of help there, player. Wettables gets caught in security and leaves Jigsaw to his own devices. He's the only one that found a kill this round for Chiefs. He needs all 4 remaining, which would give him the ace in the round win. But let's be honest, it's super unlikely. Yellow ping information, and as always is the case against Jigsaw, he gets labeled as, well, a beta. Which is funny because he did find a very early kill in the round for Chiefs to bring it back to a 4 versus 4. Just struggling to enter the building as Enterprise start to corral his location. They know full well they've got this one wrapped up. They're sprinting off site, looking to just cut off all the angles and make this impossible. Still a minute for Jigsaw. Sees the gun barrel. Tucked in behind the shelf is player. Player does push out, losing his life to Jigsaw.
Hold on.
Another one. Hold on indeed. We know if there's one player capable, it is Jigsaw. Default shot out. He's still got 45 seconds. Doesn't need to rush it.
Has a flash in pocket as well. If the flash is effective and isolates these two, it could be very interesting.
We haven't had too many mega plays so far in this series. Could this be a turning point? Tuhan, by the way, half health. He is gettable. It's not yourself thrown out. Fisher Guy has none remaining. Neither now does Tuhan. So they're both expended their nitros. 13 seconds. Does Fisher go over the right side peak? Indeed, no. Tuhan holding the angle. Nerves of steel. They gave Jigsaw nothing. They did respect him by not pushing. Well, a little heart and mouth there for EP, but they get the job done. 4-3. They take the lead here on border.
Yeah, certainly not the start that Chiefs would have wanted on their SI qual campaign. Certainly didn't help. Big spawn kill. Player onto Brendo.
Well, you're 3 rounds away now from being knocked out for 6 Invitational. Of course, there is the LCQs. The last chance qualifies as the backup option. And I will say, with so many APAC teams qualifying for 6 Invitational, a lot of the main threats within the region will not quite be there.
Attackers have recovered.
THG, of course, will be one of them, but for a team like Chiefs, well, you've already beaten them anyway. But just not a path that you don't want to have to go down if you can help it.
Yeah, good attempt from Jigsaw here. Had over a minute to work with, trying to isolate all 4 and successful on the first 2. But then Fish and Tuhan, they retreat, hold the cross, tradable positions, and make it look comfortable.
I just getting so much value out of their fraggers. Bappen with 7, Tuhan with 8, Relays with 6, and of course is the top fragger throughout both of the maps combined. At the very least for Chiefs though, signs of life from Jigsaw here on border in comparison to the opening map. And a close game so far, 4-3. Brendo will at least get to play this round. Didn't get to play in the previous round. It was a 5v4 essentially from 10 seconds in. Enterprise then took that, ran with it. And never mind. Brendo only got all of 20 or 30 seconds extra this round. Tuhan opening pick with the SMG, and that's the lion in the grave. A rough game so far from Brendo on board. 3 and 6. No lion scans available. And once again, for the second round straight on defense, EP in a 5v4.
Chiefs having to do it the hard way. They'll be relying on lurks now to try and find something back. APL have shown discipline in preventing easy kills. Do still, of course, have a lot of time to work with. Fisho did not hear that.
Okay, and the round back alive.
Changing mags!
Quiz and Sage combining at the same time, and a little bit of a misstep there from Fish opens the door for Chiefs. Loads of time still remaining in this round, which is probably better news for Chiefs and how they want to facilitate things from here. They have actually all kind of converged over towards waiting in top east stairs. It's a quad stack top east stairs right now. Which does mean a lack of map control, in theory. Two on a good position to find a headshot angle. Does one walk in his way? He's just trying to walk on over. Headshot from a pixel position. Jigsaw will be wondering, how am I dead? Great initiative from Tuhan as he goes to double-digit kills and leaves Wettables and Quiz in a 2v3.
Yeah, great playmaking in response there from EP, not flat-footed. They bolster that front line read into the play from Chiefs. Now leaves Wettables and Quiz both with a frag grenade available. Try and bring this one back, but Wettables falls. And Quiz is nowhere to be seen. He too falls. EP take the round.
Well, they take the round and they're looking closer and closer to taking not just the map, but the series. 5-3 up. No timeout here from Chiefs just yet, despite being close to a potential knockout blow. Enterprise 1 round away from securing map and series point. Bathroom, Tellers coming up. So far flawless on the defense from Enterprise. Chiefs attacks just have not been well executed from the get-go. It hasn't helped though that they basically have been 5-on-4 for both of the 2 rounds. Here is that pixel angle found, but credit to Tuhan, he just kept on pushing, kept on pushing. Wasn't prepared to just sit there and wait.
Yeah, you're right. The 5v4s are not aiding Chiefs. They need to do everything within their power to force a 5v5. A fair fight here. Give themselves an opportunity to fairly contest map control.
5 seconds left.
Activate that utility.
4 opening kills straight for Enterprise.
Yeah.
2 to close the first half, then 2 to start the second half. And then, you know, they're converting pretty well on their opening kills. They've had 5 overall. Only failed to convert on 1 of them. It's a testament to the advantages that they create for themselves early in the round. They're able to then convert. Double Nitrocell setup for Enterprise on the defense here in this 9th round. Bathroom, Tellers, the site choice. Been seeing this Blackbeard so far every round this half from Chiefs on Wettables, but I'm not really seeing it have a whole lot of influence.
The drone's at your feet, Bappen. No, he just walked straight over it. So good read over towards the east hold, and Bappen does deal with said drone. Wettables and Jigsaw close by to contest. The Bappen rightfully expending his utility early, trying to prevent as much map control as possible. Sage will hard breach below. Try to prevent any rotation back down. Enclose Bappen in this position. There's a big responsibility on the smoke.
Yeah, a decent amount of damage there onto Wettables. He's happy to just expend these gas babes early. Don't need to save them for the late round. You're trying to deny that top piece stairs position for as long as possible. Good frag grenade in response. Gas babe. Wettables down to half health. And that's all from the utility usage there by Bappin. Caught in the back though. Wettables kept on pushing straight through that gas babe. Opening kill goes the way of the Chiefs. The first time since the 4th round of this map. Dare I say, this feels almost must-win territory for Chiefs. They cannot allow EP to get themselves match point already.
Yeah, quite a clinical clear. And they'll now be looking to put the systems in place to consider a plant. They've got flank watch available over towards custom. Sage pushes forward, plant coverage from the Blackbeard.
Wettables.
Oh, Nitro denied.
Was already well set up to try and deny that Nitro cell. Was active with gun up, and it worked out well. They catch relays, and Fisher to then fall from Sage as he got out of that plant position in Towers. Probably one of the more well-executed attacking rounds from Chiefs in the series, including Bank. Good shot from player on the move. Needs to find 3 more and do so quickly. Shot through the wall. Sage gets the kill. We go 5-4. Chiefs not ready to bow out of regional finals just yet.
I think that was a really good display in a 5v5 circumstance, fighting for map control with a set play. Chiefs do still look very, very strong. They can carry that form across to the next few rounds. Very much a world in which they can compete. Blackbeard taken off the board. We saw great value extracted in the last round from Wet. Chiefs call a tack timeout in response. Mute also to play no further part in this second half.
I like the timeout here after the round win as well for Chiefs. Just to sort of allow Nate to say, look what you guys can do. This is now a positive timeout. We're not going to use it as a negative timeout and talk about, where things are going wrong, how to fix it. It's more just to continue to show the team and tell the team, hey, lock in, 5v4, you played well, good job, keep it up. The reinforcement of positivity, I think, could be very beneficial here for Chiefs. Timeout will expire. Armory Archives, though, that's going to prove to be the big one. And maybe that's a part of the timeout tactic, too, is understanding this is going to be a difficult site. How do we break through it?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, obviously, they need to value life above all else in the first 30 seconds of the round. Prep themselves in a 5v5. And if they want to go for that security clear again, it needs to be really well executed. They lose the Blackbeard, so getting control balcony will be a challenge. We saw that triangle hold from AP last time out to fortify. The pillar position held deep, which is so typical. I'm intrigued to see if, one, that's committed to by AP once more, and if it is, a player specifically likely to play that position, the Chiefs play into that. You look at the composition, though, and Capita can sometimes suggest something a little bit more active and direct over towards Archive, so I'm quite intrigued to see if that does translate.
And the good news as well, though, is that if they do lose this round, then Enterprise will have to close the map out elsewhere. They won't be able to go back to Armory and Archives. Overtime could then be on the card, so Chiefs kind of, in some ways, get a really good free swing at this. But certainly not free in the total sense. It's got a large amount of importance. To tie this up 5-5, put a bit of doubt into the minds of Enterprise. This would be a very crucial round win for Chiefs. Enterprise just want to close up shop, though, get this done, send these guys back home and move on to Fear X later tonight.
Here is this power position from player. A lot of the defense is centered around holding that. Tuhun can aid from the breach.
Relay's invent on the Solus will prove to be a difference maker in the round.
It'll be intriguing for plant denial potential.
Pretty common to just have 5 top floor on an Armory Archive site, so if Relays doesn't get droned out, no information on him, he could be very impactful as that Nitrocell connects into Wettables. I mean, Wettables essentially walked right into it, but he had no idea as that one flew over. It's Firsho Guy that gets the opening kill. No, Capitao is crucial.
Takes away that belt of utility for the execute here from Chiefs, who once again fighting from behind. Early round, 4v5, EP can consolidate with the mirror in play, the castle as well. So much utility to deal with here. Plenty of explosives as well for Chiefs, but it's a massive time sink.
And Relays has then gone back up top main. Fisher guy loses out to Jigsaw. He goes double digits now, but with Relays knowing that they got that opening pick, he didn't need to give his life away. Came back to help out defensively on site. So 4v4. Appen getting over towards Archives. Jigsaw still alive, but in the thick of the action. Still a lot of time remaining in the round, so Chiefs don't need to panic here. They've already brought it back to at least 4-on-4. Quiz now gives them the advantage, overwhelms Bappen's position. In this 10th round with a minute remaining, Chiefs must look to close this one out, but it's certainly not going to be easy. With Relays, Tuhan and players still up. This defense for Enterprise will not just fall over.
Chris will use his Vetera on this long corridor position. Relays now under the pump, can't hold that cross deep, forced to reposition.
And look at the health margin. Sage, Quiz, Jigsaw, not exactly fully healthy. Very winnable still for Enterprise. Relays with the check, but it's Brendo that finds the head of Tuhan. Here he comes. He's been quiet in this half. Sage from behind, and the brothers are starting to get alive as Brendo will get this player down. Player needs to find all four and will not. Here he comes, Brendo. Welcome to Border. He's been shut down a couple of times early in rounds, has not really been able to get into his groove, but now ties it up 5-5. And a repeat on the cards for EP. Armory Archives is so strong defensively on Border. They'll give it another go.
And so another twist in this tale. Chiefs keeping their head above water. 5-5, round 11, break point. Massive round. VP win at series point, Chiefs map point. It's all on the line, and it's a repeat from EP.
In this round in particular, loved the composure from Chiefs. You lose the Capital early, hinders you a lot late round. You get to about that 90-second mark, they don't panic. Jigsaw clears out Fountain. There was no response quickly, brings it back 4-on-4. And then they just control their own pacing. They don't start running around. And Brendo just is able to then get into good positions, find some solid shots. His brother then as well slips in through the backside, gets a freebie. And that's the kind of round as well. Yeah, it gets to now 5-5. You get a little bit more hype.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Can you get yourself to a map point scenario? Round 11, all tied.
And this is perhaps the first time in the series where pressure, I think, starts to become a serious factor. Fortunately for Chiefs, and in fact probably goes for all players inside the server, they've played in high pressure situations before. But there'll be key moments in this round.
Win this round, the pressure's off though for at least one round because you go 6-5 up. Yes, you know you could close out the map, but then overtime as the fallback. It's always interesting to see players like Brendo, who, you know, a little bit quiet, hasn't quite got his game going. He's been just naturally shut down by the opponent, but he has a really strong round. You know how good and dynamic he is. Does he feel a bit more comfortable? Yes, he does. Ooh. He carries it on from the previous round. Gets rid of the Warden. Fisher then as well, and the smoke will die. Two very important operators. So it's not just kills for Chiefs, but you're getting rid of the Warden, you're getting rid of the smoke, you've got loads of time, 5v3. Everything says that this now needs to be a Chiefs round. It's up to Relays, Tuhan, and Player to change the course of this 11th round.
And this is where, as defense, down 2 players, you have to get active. You do not win this round being passive.
Relays is probably going to be that guy on the Solus. First floor. Can he find a way to get a kill? Unfortunately, Brendo did lose his life to Relays, but upstairs, just prior to that, Tuhan fell. So Relays' kill is mitigated ever so slightly. It's still a 2-player advantage for Chiefs. Oh, that's a freebie though. Sage walks into the line of sight of Player, but Relays can't win his one. Wettable sticking the plant inside of Archives. Another one though from Player. He'll need to now clutch this in the post plant. Vault out from Wettable's. Quiz is also outside.
Wet has full belt of util still on the Capital.
35 seconds for Player to try and think his way through this. Goes for the tap, goes for the shots. He was this close to landing them. Does get the down in the kill and leaves it up to Wettables. Player thinking his way through this so nicely. The Flames will not connect, and Player though gets off. It's the shot. He is that Player. Oh, yes, indeed. That's soul crushing for Chiefs. Get those signs up into the air as player clutches for Enterprise a round that they had no business winning. Match series points for Enterprise. Sleepless tonight may be the Chiefs that they could not close it right there and get themselves their own 6-5 lead.
What a round. We talk about pressure, and in that moment, in the 2v1, the Chiefs capitulate. They don't hit the trade. Wet plays passive, but the Flames don't land. Everything that could have gone wrong for Chiefs in that post plant went wrong.
I mean, player just was exceptional. Remember, this was a 5v3, then a 2v4. Yes, Relays gets one, but they lost 2-1. This was a free kill. Good positioning from player. Plays off the ping. Relays lost his life. They have the numbers. 1v2 goes for the tap. Quiz just overexposed right here on this swing. Dead. He just walks back into the line of sight of player. He didn't panic, played the time, gets off. Wedables knew he missed his flames, had to push out. It's a quad. It's so well played from player. He goes to double digits. So much quality on this Enterprise roster. One round away from eliminating Chiefs from 6 Invitational, forcing them to the last chance qualifiers.
And in these big games, we always talk about the big moments. On that occasion, it's player to step up, and Chiefs, if they are to go on and lose this series, that one in particular is really going to hurt.
And we've got FearX actually just right behind us. FearX are now 1 round away from qualifying for 6 Invitational. They're very big Enterprise supporters right now. They'll get themselves a series against them, of course, shortly after, but
Repulsion device planted.
could this be it? Oh, Bappin headshot. Jigsaw goes down. And the question mark as well from Bappin, but too busy typing. He too now down but not out. Luckily, help arrives. Fisho gets the revive.
Oh no.
Never mind, baited. Hang on. Well, from typing the question mark to losing 2 plays, and Chiefs now have the advantage. Chaos on border.
Oh, Relay's able to sneak forward.
Well, Wedables makes amends for the previous round, finds the kill onto player. This time he does. 2v4 again for the second round straight, Guz.
Surely Chiefs push overtime from here. Midpoint of the round, so much time, so much utility.
Here comes Relays, push over top waiting. There is one over towards East Stairs. That's Wedables. He's got Kit as well, and it's Brendo too. Wedables kept on moving. Wedables is in the hallway now. Relays falling back. Wedables couldn't catch him. Brendo, half health, top east. Tuhan holds archives.
He plays the tuck position. Tuhan hoping for a misplay.
And we saw something similar in the previous round when player did the same thing. Hold the angle, hope for a bit of an overstep, got a free kill. Tuhan couldn't get shot. Hang on, what else he not? He went for the nitro. Well, I don't know what I'm watching right now. In the end, Sage puts an end to Tuhan's shenanigans, and now Relays needs all 4. For a brief moment, FearX maybe thought SI was theirs. Relays in the smoke, gets the knife. Hang on, we've got more shenanigans, but Sage sends us to overtime. Not done on border. Saw Woogie jumping up and down a little bit before, but FearX will have to wait a little longer. 6-6 OT. Chiefs double defense.
So the Chiefs stay alive. Double defense. How much does that mean? Difficult to say, but second floor to follow.
Now 3-3 halves, guys. I mean, as always is the case, you kind of give it a small edge, but it's not significant. It's
Small
not like
because
we're
of the primaries.
We're not on a Nighthaven Labs that went 5-1, 5-1.
No.
It started with Bappin finding the opening pick, and in the replays, we don't quite see the question mark that he put in chat and then immediately got downed, and while Fish went for the revive, a free double then for Chiefs, and that got the round back on.
Tuhan with the misinput. Went for the fake.
The fact that he didn't die from that, still got the nitro off, could have got the kill. That would have been like a style play.
Relays with the knife and smoke, but at that point in time, such a strongman advantage to Chiefs.
Well, the relief from sending it to overtime, it's momentary. Now you're back in, and now you got to keep going, but it's there.
5 seconds to insertion.
Double digits for Quiz, Jigsaw, Sage, Tuhan, Bappin, and Player. It's a stacked lobby. Everyone's playing as well as they can, and so far putting on a show. 7-5 on the opening map, 6-6 here. It's been an Oceanic classic. How will this one end? Is Chalet required? Feels fitting for these two teams. Chalet has been a map that, you know, you think back to the old Bliss days, was a staple in the rotation, the Jigsaw balcony, and two teams that can play it to a high level. Do we get there? I feel like I haven't cast Chalet in a long time, so I really want to get there. Oh, Nitro on the Fisher gets him low. A little warning message sent his way from Sage.
Jigsaw also with a Nitro cell available, and so Fisher vulnerable for the remainder of the round.
And Brendo.
Yeah. On that sentry. I wonder if that will be relayed and maybe change the dynamic a little bit here for Chiefs.
Oh, what? Hang on. Sage went for the run out.
That's not a Sage
play. That is not a Sage play at all. A little of a shake of the head as well from downstairs, but his brother makes amends. Brendo finds the kill onto relays. Sage just got a little bit of hot-headed for a split second. In some ways, I don't mind it, but these are the tight, close rounds where you just don't want to throw your life away. 90 seconds remain. You can feel the tenseness inside of the server as Jigsaw shuts down the Blackbeard. Advantage Chiefs once again. Player can't make an entry. So far, the defense holding on strongly. 2 round canister thrown out, still double Nitrocell available for both Brendo and Jigsaw. Flashes and smokes for Enterprise. Jigsaw in the battle, but the Nitrocell wins the war as player falls. It's again advantage Chiefs. A significant one at that. Quiz towards main stairs. He's got the cutoff, but doesn't need him. Wettable swings, headshot clean. We have got ourselves a map point advantage now to Chiefs. With 6 invitational on the line, they are digging in.
Wow, what a round there from Chiefs, fighting really hard. And the rush of blood from Sage early, but then his brother steps up to the mark, evens the man count. They compound an advantage, positionally look sound. EP though, they have kept that tactical time out for such a vital moment. 6-7 scoreline. They need to win the next 2.
You could have said 7-6.
I didn't even realize I said it.
Yeah, I know. Oh God, I hate that. Well, overtime, as always, is entertaining. Throwing a timeout into the mixture. With Enterprise going on to defense, this one almost feels destined to go all 15. And such is the nature of this Enterprise roster. 10 kills for Bappin, 10 kills for Relays, 10 kills for Player, 10 kills for Tuhan, 2 kills for Fisher Guy.
Now, you never know. This could be his moment.
He's going to drop an 8 bomb. It's only 5 alive. Bathroom Towers, though, is actually the site choice here for Enterprise. Ooh, indeed, not expected.
Yeah, what's Mingo cooked up in that tack timeout? I suppose they've spent a large portion of that 60-second window to discuss this strategy. Maybe it's some kind of B or C plan that they have ready to go.
They only get 1 defensive round anyway. The highlights from the previous. I mean, Chiefs have really had the momentum over the last few rounds.
We'll fight this guy together.
See what it means to Quiz and the rest.
Yeah, good energy levels.
Good energy. They're building the energy levels up.
A testament, I think, to their ability to fight back, because you go not too far back, well, they lose the 2v1. That could have been
You go all the way back. They were 6-2 down on Bank, and they were getting just picked apart. And ever since that moment, they've been competitive, and that's really what you want. Jigsaw 14-9 here as well on Border has been a big helping hand. But it's not the classic, you know, Jigsaw drops 25 and they still lose. He's been really good, but he's not the sole player. It's probably one of the more standout team performances from Chiefs that we've seen with Jigsaw playing well. EP now go defense, and as you said before, what has Mingarin cooked up here? Bathroom Towers, Bampin over towards top east stairs. Early gas bag. We saw this before last time. Wettables was on the Blackbeard and did push through that gas babe, got the kill onto Bampin. No one is actually near Bampin, by the way, on east stairs, so that was an early gas babe thrown for nothing. Wettables, though, losing his life to player. Advantage Enterprise with the opening kill. And again, it's actually another round that we've seen Chiefs bring that Kappa down, but get really no value from it.
Yeah. We've seen, very little of that util land, never mind be impactful. Player down. So 4v5 for Chiefs. I think they call the pivot here, top east. Not high on the priority list currently. Could try and head something from security across, which is currently uncontested. That being said, Relays is a wild card in the round. He is down below and could garner some information, depending on the movements here of the attack. Diffuser also struggling behind here.
Let's see them.
Going live.
Oh, hang on, this is wonderful. Tuhan knife into the back of Quiz on the vault over. And then steps up, headshot is clean. All 15 rounds now looking incredibly likely. Sage needed to find that quick kill to bring it back to the 2-on-4. Got damage into Tuhan, but that's all. You never count a round over with someone like Jigsaw alive. Tags up Bappin, gets the kill. And there is life back into this round with 60 seconds left, but really the next few kills need to go the way of Chiefs, and quickly. Enterprise can play site play time. They are favored here significantly. Nitro available for player along with the Zoto canister. So they still have defensive utility.
Player in fountain.
Has he been spotted? Will Sage clear properly? Player holds. Nerves of steel. And the trigger discipline to his advantage. Player has been so important for Enterprise here on border. And Jigsaw's only got 20 seconds left to do the impossible. As he slowly clears out officers, do not forget the fact he does not have the kit. All 4 kills are required inside red time. Flash on over. Player should be wide, doesn't matter. Drop shot, pistol shot, all 15 rounds needed on border. Your 6th invitational fate now rests single-handedly on this defensive round, Chiefs.
Yeah, their entire year has led up to this very moment. Quick look back at the previous round. And Chiefs unable to really kickstart that attack. EP, some key kills. Some positions just going unchecked, and Tuhan capitalized. Player as well.
Player.
Drop shot in the round.
Player's been so good on this map of border.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
13 and 9. Top fragger for Enterprise.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I think we question going into this matchup from the side of EP what's in it for them. Of course, prize pool a large factor, but I think pride secondary to that.
Yeah, 100%.
And if they go on to win this game, do well further into the bracket here at Regional Finals, they probably well and truly walk away with that crown of being the next dynasty in OS.
So much riding on just a single round. Of course, Armory Archives has already been played and expended for Chiefs, so they will go elsewhere. Bathroom Towers for the 15th and final round of border, and for the 2nd round straight after the successful defense there by EP. It feels like we're due for an attacking round win, though. It's been 3 of the last 4 rounds that defense has prevailed after a 3-3 halves. Triple nitrosol setup for the defense of Chiefs. Plenty of smokes and flashes available for Enterprise with that blitz. Do they try and maybe put this one to bed earlier, or is the blitz simply to clear out positions elsewhere?
Fish could be vulnerable to the triple nitro. Maybe looking to extract as much value as possible on the roam clear here and garner information. Jigsaw could potentially play first contact over towards Break. Currently 15 kills for him thus far on border.
It's an interesting split here for Chiefs. So they've got two that are dedicated top floor. And they kind of had Sage around east stairs. They could kind of slip up down below or above, but he's now actually fallen back, committed to site. So they're going to go a 2-3 split. 3 on the first floor, 2 on top floor. Quiz and Jigsaw, the two, can't really lose their lives without at least getting something. And creating a 5v3 would be so detrimental. Jigsaw over towards security. This is a big play in terms of risk versus reward, guys. This is massive.
Currently hold the line. Valkyrie providing information as we eclipse the midpoint of the round.
Don't forget, they got the air jabs out as well, so Jigsaw knows he can't really push freely.
Enterprise have spearheaded over towards this east stairs position, as you mentioned, the Nomad to fortify.
Bappin pushing closer and closer towards Quiz, who's fallen back towards Armory. It feels like this round may be decided from Quiz and Jigsaw. Down the hallway, Tuhan makes contact. Minute left, it's Bisho that loses out to Wettables in bathroom. Jigsaw then catches Tuhan top east stairs. Advantage Chiefs in this 15th round. A spot from above and Jigsaw from the heavens strikes relays. And then another and only Bappin left. Bappin needs all 4. The snow is calling from Chalet. Jigsaw knows full well that this one's done and that Bappin doesn't have it within him. 25 seconds. And Chiefs do not make a move. They give Bappin nothing. You must clear it all with one still above as well. The added measure, there's one. Bappin, does he put the nerves back into Chiefs? But he doesn't have kit with no time and Quiz still top floor. It's impossible. It's Chiefs, and it's map 3 that is required. One of the all-time greats on border. All 15 rounds were required, and all 3 maps are now needed. Chiefs are not done. Their fight for 6 Invitational continues.
Wow, what fight shown there by Chiefs, not going down without giving it their all there on map number 2. Hard fought, well played. Jigsaw came alive. And map 3, it felt like it was always going to go to 3.
Well, as the Chiefs boys walk back to the locker rooms, they gave a couple of points and comments to EP in the same vein that EP gave to them after the first map. Chalet's required, all 3 maps needed. Chiefs are still alive for their destination of 6 Invitational. The train rolls on.
Fucking trouble.
Attackers have recovered.
Nice! Let's go! Guys, take over there. Take it, yeah? Stop getting ball. Fuck on, boy! Good fucking shit, boy.
15 seconds to go.
Reloading.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hey guys, my name's Player. I'm 21. I play for Enterprise R6 in APL.
Hi, my name is Relays. I compete for Enterprise Esports in the APL.
Hey, I'm Fisher Guy, player in the APL and captain IGL for Enterprise R6. Nice to meet you.
Our confidence really upsurged from before Stage 1. After we made EWC, I feel like our confidence as a team grew since that was our first major, our first event as a team. So I guess other events felt much more easier and we get less nervous in them for sure.
So the confidence in the team this year came a lot from just a really positive work environment and work ethic that the players put in. And compared to a lot of the previous teams I've had, I saw a lot of similarities as well as some things better that this roster was able to do.
After Fish and Tuhan got dropped from GG, they hit me up to come play for them, and I always knew that we were going to win the entire year, because I know it's just kind of how the story goes. Players that get dropped, make a new team, and they succeed. And yeah, we started Stage 1 really well. We just destroyed everyone in groups, went into playoffs, dominated, and yeah, made EWC.
In Stage 1, obviously I joined in the middle of it. There obviously was actually a lot of pressure on me, and obviously I kind of felt it. Yeah, I was really confident in how the boys were playing and how we were playing rounds, and it just made me play better, honestly. So just some morale boost from everyone, for sure.
At the last international events, I haven't really had to hold anyone's hand. I've been there sort of to guide people and making the right decisions and keeping them on track. They've picked up international play pretty quickly, and there's not much that I've had to do besides strategic prep work or leadership in game.
I mean, yeah, it was a dream for me to play internationally since I've been on console. I think the first event was just a learning experience, basically. For me personally, the LAN setup environment is really different to how I play at home.
For the team, it was honestly unbelievable experience, since we saw plays that we watched from our own screens at home. Obviously, we were nervous since it was our first event, but I would say we played very well versus top Brazilian teams. So I think it was a success for our first tournament for sure.
So the PAX Major qualifier meant a lot for us, obviously, because playing in a LAN against other international teams just to qualify for another major, there's a lot of responsibility on the players, a bit more pressure.
We're not really scared of anyone in this tournament. We've beaten Weibo before, so they're definitely scared of losing to us again. We want to win this event for sure.
I mean, the main thing is we want to prove that we're the best in APAC and that Australia is better than all the other regions. But yeah, there's also a lot of money, so extra bonus.
I think a player that other teams should be cautious of is me if I start getting kills, because if I'm gunning them, they better run and hide.
I know I shouldn't care, but
6-7, 6-7, 6-7.
What is the thing you're looking forward to the most?
HSP.
What's so good about HSP?
It's really good, tasty. Like in Korea, I can find like that tasty. Bro, it's incredible.
Really, really important context. The HSP is probably the most delicious dish you will ever have in your life, especially after a night out and about with all the close familiar. I won't go into too much more context than that. But the context for today, Chiefs are not going down without a fight. They will not go quietly into the night. And we now head to a third. Both of you felt pretty confident that we would go to a third. Was that for storylining reasons, or was that because you actually backed them?
That was a little bit of copium for me because I just wanted to see the Chiefs go all the way and we have a really long series. But yeah, I mean, I said, you know, with their backs against the wall, they tend to fight and they fight back hard, and that's exactly what they did. Once they got to OT, some really shaky rounds, but they got it done.
Yeah, how they got to OT is one of the things that I found probably more impressive. I mean, we're just looking at the stats here and the information we're getting, like the decisions for Chiefs to focus on planting, focus on the late round, something that I don't know whether EP were just slipping up or whether the pressure got to them or whether Chiefs were really starting to turn it on. But it doesn't matter because leading into a third map, we now have so many talking points. What are the key takeaways for you, Oda, from this match?
For this matchup, I think EP actually had a good game plan. On their attacks early, they were playing very fast and aggressive, so they were trying to catch Chiefs off guard. And then when they switched to that defensive side, you could see player and I think Tuhan spawn peeking, trying to disrupt the attack from Chiefs. And then when Chiefs kind of took back and said, look guys, we need to slow down our attacks early. And like you said, they were focusing more on these plans. So really early on, they was finding the isolations, finding first picks, man advantage, and then slowing down the mid round and focusing on the plans late round.
Fisho returning to great form here in this series, 2-11. But I think that it's really important to just remember the context that we were talking about earlier is just about like these individual players that when you look at Chiefs, they don't necessarily have that kind of personality. They don't have that body. Not yet. It could potentially flourish into it with a Brendo if his brain ever becomes big enough. I can't speak for how big his brain is. Oda, maybe you can?
It's not too bad. I'd say when we got Brendo back into the Chiefs, I was working with him and Nate to create some strats and game plans.
Yeah, so he's got it in the back pocket. But the thing for me that I think has always been a determining factor in great teams in OS has always been a very strong leader, an IGL that can make calls and the team trusts. That's super important. We move over to Chalet. And this has been, I think, realistically, since it moved into the map pool, it's been such a standard map in OSiege for such a long time. There were many years where it was the most played map. Where do you lean in this conversation now, Vinny? Given the context that we're in, given the fact that it has been such a close affair, there's been a hell of a lot of shit talking, mind you. What camp are you in?
Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, Chiefs are going to carry a lot of momentum through after that win. It was definitely a hard-fought victory in OT. Just based on the last 6 months, Enterprise are 3-1 on this map. They boast a 70% win rate on their attacks. This is one of those maps that an IGL like Fisher guy really loves. It's really linear, and he can really direct the troops exactly where he needs them. At the start of rounds, it's really easy to find cutoffs and isolation, so he can really just put people where he needs them, and then from there, just sort of work their way through these attacking rounds. On the side of Chiefs, they're a lot more balanced. They seem to have about a 50% win rate on both sides. So, yeah, I think for them, they need to be able to put the pressure on early onto EP and not let that, sort of wave of pressure come onto them.
Gents, I'd love to get your thoughts on this one, but unfortunately we need to get underway. Let's head to Chalet to determine the fate of the Chiefs. Will they be fighting for a spot at SI today, or will they have to wait another month? Let's find out.
Oh, well, how critical has this now become? Chiefs one map away from securing a best of 3 against Furex for what would be win and you're in scenario. If they do drop it here, of course, Furex will then automatically qualify for 6 Invitational. Social prediction in favor of Chiefs. I mean, everyone loves the underdog fairy tale story, but they well and truly earned their result on Border. It was only a 7-5 loss in the end on Bankers, you think all the way back. And yeah, I mean, obviously EP were dominating on Bank, but Chiefs have shown that they can match it with their Oceanic rivals.
So EP to kick things off defensively here on Chalet. does typically lend itself to being a little bit more of a dynamic map and starting sides. Maybe not as relevant as some other maps in the pool.
I feel like this will be border-esque. 3-3 halves, scrappy, back and forth.
Intriguingly, the bans from EP stand out as being a little bit left of field. The double drone specialist combo in the Twitch and the Brava dealt with. Brava's really strong on a map like Chalet, especially in dealing with default cameras. EP defensively will lend themselves into playing a lot of that trap utility now with both of those two off the board.
And looking at the opening kills as well from the first two maps, not really a super high strike rate. Speaking of opening kills, Brendo with a quick one, 8 seconds into the round, finds the kill onto Relays. And we take that as a freebie there for Brendo. Relays going for a run-out spawn peak, and it's come up short, and it gives Chiefs the ultimate start on this third and final map.
So early lurk below here from Brendo. Looking to capitalize on this position. Can gain information, double death mark still up.
Babbitt's the one that's showing presence around the map, so he's going to be one to watch for Enterprise. Tuhan holding mezzanine. I mean, the site is actually very vulnerable right now. Outside, it's Fisher Guy and Player, the two that are really holding site.
Reload.
A minute 40 and slow pacing in this opening round here. Deciding map. Big pressure on Chiefs.
That's what you want, though. Your Chiefs, you 5-4 into the round early on. Take your time, and that's what they've been doing. There's so much still remaining in this round. You don't have to bring ultra-fast pacing. Logic Bomb activated. Tuhan has fallen off mezzanine. We'll push back towards Piano. Bappen is in basement right now.
Yeah, he may be posturing for a run out over towards double window. Wettables is on that rappel. Minute 10.
So he's going to make his way up West Main. Fisher Guy caught in closet. Brendo will find the kill from below inside a kitchen. Brendo, another one with a vendetta as Bappen made his way up West Main. It's 3 to start for Brendo. Chiefs have been able to slice through this defensive Enterprise rather comfortably, but Player will step up to the plate. Deathmark activated on to Tuhan. Will be deactivated. Finds the information over towards Piano. Player inside office still has a nitro cell available. 35 seconds remaining into the round. Big pick from Player. Almost had the chance for another one. Are Chiefs about to throw this round away? The perfect start, the dream start. Another tag from Player. Brendo, that doorway. Very difficult to push through. Needs Wettables and Jigsaw to get involved.
Yeah, well, Wettables can't really get involved. Shut down by Tuhan. 15 seconds on the clock.
Player and Tuhan playing this perfectly. Their lives, they are valuing them perfectly. Holding back, forcing Chiefs push in. Brendo's off plant, but Jigsaw and Brendo find the quick kill at the end of the round with time expiring. I mean, closer than they would have liked considering the advantages they had earlier on. Nevertheless, round win goes the way of Chiefs.
Yeah, it got really dicey there without split pressure. Dislodging Player in that office position was really hard. Wettables was determined to hold the cross from double window, which is a great position to have if the planter can get in towards the site, but with Player locking that down and Tuhan on the opposing side preventing him from being pressured, it was awkward, but they found that window of opportunity, did Chiefs. Able to cross, force that plant pressure. EP forced to move, unable to do so. Chiefs with that first round.
4 from Brendo in that round. I mean, instrumental. He got kind of, I wouldn't say a freebie, but the run out early on from Relays gives Brendo that early kill, that early opportunity. From there, he was able to make some impactful plays. 6 seconds on the clock there. Wasn't on plant. Got off here as he was getting pushed and aggressed. Really good reaction time. Solid start for Chiefs. Credit goes to Player and Tuhan. That kind of brought the round back. And as I said, got dicey towards the end of that round.
Yeah. Attackers are...
So the follow-up from EP after the second round. We'll see what kind of attacking pattern is to be employed here from Chiefs. Lineup suggesting map across. They have the explosives to deal with any utility outlaid by the defense. And again, expecting super util heavy lineups here from AP. Traps and information in response to the Twitch and the Brava that they have taken out.
Jigsaw back to familiar territory. It is almost a given, and he's going to find himself over towards this balcony position on Chalet. Logic Bomb activated by Quiz. Not a whole lot gained. Jigsaw trying to hear through the roof. Bappin lurking down in basement.
Yeah, Bappin could play for some perceived pressure. Flank potential late. Chiefs have spearheaded the attack piano side across, and they've gotten to work with hard breach already. Final Salma from Wettables to be deployed as they start mounting pressure over towards this library stairs hold. Typical shield in play, and Relays postured behind it. Sometimes we see the double lineup with the second over towards Mez. Not to be the case though this time around. That one and only shield dealt with comfortably by Chiefs.
Second Logic Bomb already expended by Quiz. Not as required later in the round. Helps them push forward a little bit in dealing with this mezzanine hold, the top library stairs. Like Relays at any moment could have gone for the peek up shot, but he's forced back by the flashbang. Quiz has taken damage in basement, by the way, and I imagine lost the battle against Bappin. Indeed, he did. But Sage and Wettables win their battle. Sage over towards top library has a good angle as well to cut off a lot of this bar stock position. Bappin, again, though, from basement, has found a second. Jigsaw wanting to collect the kit, but wary of Bappin's position. He's made his way up West Main. And he's been the thorn in the side of Chiefs in this second round. Despite the fact it's 3-on-3, 30 seconds, this is open either side.
Attackers recovered the...
You still got Tuhan inside of Barstock with a Nitrocell as well. So plant becomes difficult here for Chiefs. Brendo holding the angle to make sure he can't cross the other side of Barstock. Jigsaw vaults over. Love this position from Bappin. He's been the troublemaker in this round. Relays pushing up library stairs. Brendo needs to find the 2 kills. Really does not have the time to go for this plant. 2 seconds remain. Time will run out. Bappin and Relays will not push. Brendo may stay 5-0, but it's Enterprise that get themselves their first round on Chalet.
Yeah, Chiefs, the problem solving, it was really difficult there late in the round to find a playmaking opportunity and identify the correct win condition.
King Bappin indeed after that round. Here's the difference.
Really good off-site play.
And you have to on a site like Bar Games, which can be rather compact, you kind of keeping plays in set default positions. And he offers the point of difference.
I had a look at as well. There were about 4 to 5 drones the Chiefs were flicking late round. Most of them, though, positioned on top 4. So by lurking over towards dining, he was actually able to avoid a lot of that information. Jigsaw perhaps expecting it to be safe in that portion of the map, but it was not the case. The isolated fight cells were also going their way.
Go kitchen dining for the 3rd round. Bans after this round.
Ready, set, 10 seconds remaining. Initiating jammer.
And a slight attacker repick for Chiefs. They'll go double hard breach. Sage switches on to the Habana. Quiz will bring the Deimos. 7-5, 8-7 on the opening 2 maps. I want to sit here and say everything kind of suggests there'll be another close one, but after yesterday's PRX Elevate game, 8-7, 8-7, and then 7-1. Hard to get a read. Fisher guy towards piano and bathroom. It's going to be a top floor hold for Enterprise, but Tuhan stays kitchen. Bappin on the Fenrir will not opt for that basement lurk. He'll kind of keep it a little more contained this round.
Pre-rip Nitro here from Relays, maybe looking to contend front bulk. If someone is to repel on, it will be a free kill. And Wettables currently on said rappel, but whether or not he presents that opportunity is another question. Elsewhere, drone work. Shield identified over towards Piano, holding that cross position with relays. It's a heavy hold above here at the moment from EP.
Tuhan has gone basement, by the way, so he will offer a lurk option for the defense. Chiefs pacing so far in the attack of Chalet has been a little bit slowish. Lovely Nitrocell though from relays. Wettables caught on the rappel. That's kicked down on the floor. The ace dealt with. Just a really good Nitro from relays who had that pre-writ for what felt like an eternity and eventually does get rewarded. Flash in from Jigsaw. F-mark activated, but on to relays. Can he get to a mute jammer? As of right now, no is the answer. 60 seconds left and dealt with by Sage. Good teamwork between Quiz and Sage. And Sage finds a second. Brothers so far playing very well on Chalet. Chiefs now with an ever so slight advantage.
I'll find you and end you.
Bird already established in towards the objective, so Chiefs can begin moving forward and pushing this defense back. Player death marked.
Yeah, the Deimos has been impactful again.
Yeah, it's been very strong. Probably anticipating it to get banned after this round, but can Chiefs extract full value before that takes place?
Bap it over towards Solo, gets the kill onto Jigsaw, evens things back up again. Here comes Brendo, 6-0. Flash thrown in from Sage. Looking to facilitate for his brother. Pro behind the bedroom, but then flushed out. Player goes down. Tuhan in the 1v3. Chiefs have done a really good job on this attack. A slow and steady, calculated push has seen them get rewarded as a double lineup. That was an opportunity for Tuhan. That was a chance, an ever so slight one. Dicey again, but Chiefs get the round win. 2-1 lead.
And so entering this ban phase, do we expect the Deimos now to be dealt with? It's posing
2 of 3 rounds played.
Posing problems.
And in those 2 rounds, it's been wins. You'd have to imagine the Deimos is on the cards here for this ban. And indeed it will be the Azami to follow. The Azami's only been played once so far by Enterprise. That was back in the opening round by Tuhan. As we look at the highlights, that wonderful Nitrocell getting rid of Wettables early. But just again, really good work from Chiefs. That was the chance for Tuhan. You get the double there, switch back over. That was winnable.
Yeah, I think the Azami ban is very sensible.
The fact is as well now, like, Chiefs are leading the series. It's only 2-1, but you're on map 3. They're leading now. Like their confidence is growing. You hear it with the energy in the communication at the end of the round. But it'll be fine margins, and in really all of these rounds so far on Chalet, that has been the case. Outside maybe 1. 2 alive, 2 alive, 2 alive. Yeah, they've been very close rounds, and I think you could make a case that's been the series as a whole.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
So, ask the bedroom and office once again. Was lost by EP back in the opening round, so they'll give it another crack.
Capitao introduced, and we saw that back on Border, that the bolts having limited impact over the course of that particular map.
So Bappin hiding games. Tuhan was basement, now library stairs. To me, suggesting for Enterprise, they're going to play the map here. They're going to try and maybe get Bappin Tuhan, fragging positions, try and get off angle, lurk rolls.
Again, it's all about maximizing that trap util, the Fenrir, etc. Azami, of course, was one of those operators, but no longer available.
Brendo just walks into the building, skeleton key kill onto Fisher Guy.
He looks really
He's hot.
Good right now.
Brendo is hot, 7-0. It's the reverse James Bond. Another opening kill for Chiefs, although it's only their second from 4 rounds. Brendo's got 2 opening kills, 7-0 start. His EPS would be through the roof. It's over 200. Wettables on the Capitao, though, is going to need to actually get some usage from this one. At times on Border, that was probably the pain point for Chiefs. They didn't quite get a lot of util from it, but this time he does. Double flame bot goes out, still got the smokes. This is when Chiefs, though, have really shown that they're not willing to rush when they get this early advantage. They'll play the time, good pacing, control tempo, take the fights on their terms.
Bap and Lurk still an option for EP. Diffuser, they postured over towards that solar side of the map. As anticipated, Wettables to commit to the double repel. And Quiz may look to offer a bit more split pressure this time out in helping dislodge the positions that we saw prior. Difficult to contest, the likes of Deep Office. Over towards that bathroom door / piano area as well.
Well, what Bappen's also done is he's cleared out library, he's holding library stairs, he's saying to the rest of his team, you can focus solar side. And that's where the push is coming from. So this is really good defense right now from Enterprise. They got the kill onto Jigsaw. They do lose player, though, in the exchanging firefight. Bappen continues to make his way over through that mezzanine, slips into Quiz, though. Oh, another one as well, ready for that push. And Brendo to finish off the round. Well, EP were doing a lot right there on the defense, but Chiefs just better in the gunfights.
Quiz just sharper. I mean, I was looking across at the overhead, and he was under the pump from 2 different angles. Had that deep office position. It was a key one to hold in dislodging and helping facilitate that potential plant. And the trade just not quite landing. So sharp from Quiz. EP with an early attack.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, that in theory was not exactly the kind of attack where it wasn't a pincer, there wasn't backwards pressure. Bappen actually getting a lot of information through library, then being able to say to the team, it's solar side here. You know, you can kind of look one-dimensionally. But despite that, Chiefs just kind of just push through. They break through the wall. They get a good couple of kills. It's a hot start for Brendo. 8-0. Quiz helping out 5-2. And maybe for the first time, this will be a timeout for Mingo where, hey, guys, we got to get serious here because we're 3-1 now down on the 3rd map and facing elimination from regional finals. Of course, Enterprise have already qualified for 6 Invitational, but you would be leaving a large chunk of money on the table if you get eliminated here. Bar games to come in the 5th round. It was won successfully in the 2nd by Enterprise, so they'll look to double out.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I think 3 rounds here for Chiefs is probably the pass mark with the way that this series has played out, guys. I don't think they necessarily need 4 or more. Those would be bonus rounds. I think 3 is probably the goal.
So EP to compound again, even harder into trap play this time around. Denari, Capcan, a Rooney combination. The Chiefs will need to be very methodical in their clear, find good value from their drone work, be really meticulous.
5th round straight that Fish has been on the Denari, by the way. As you mentioned with the Capcan as well, now employed for the first time in the series. We get to see the EDDs in action from Bappen. Only the single Nitrocell available in the hands of Tuhan. As I said, more of that trap utility. If Chiefs can navigate that situation, it becomes a bit of a weakened defense in the late round here for Bar Games, which can be execute heavy. Relay's getting past the Jigsaw balcony. He's not surprised to be getting shot at from there. Oh, Sage was not ready, though, for Relays to be playing a deeper position in bathroom. Catches him, opening kill. Goes the way of EP. They have a so slight early advantage. Relays looking for more. Bappen, run out, kill onto Wettables. Enterprise finally getting on the front foot here in the 5th round. Bar Games has been their safe haven, doing so once again, but this time more active on the defense. Brendo, though, continues his streak, 9-0.
Loading shock! Action time!
Can he get to double digits without death? 3 versus 4, 90 seconds left in the round, guys.
So Jigsaw now looking to get active in util clearance, eager to find the shield over towards top library. And successful, so Fisho now needs to be very, very careful in overpeaking this position. Doesn't want to give away this player advantage too freely. BPC also dealt with. So success for Jigsaw in the round and his job now fulfilled. Still has 2 more to find any other loose pieces of utility and then can get active with gun in hand.
All these EDDs potentially coming into play. Just under a minute remaining. Next kill, important one, and that, oh, what? Brendo flips it around. I thought player had him dead to rights. Quick reaction, headshot. Brendo's impervious to dying, 10-0. And suddenly creates a 3 versus 3 with 35 seconds left. This would be monstrous if Chiefs steal this round.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Tuhan still Barstock with a Nitro Cell, though, in hand. If he can play his role correctly, he could be very destructive. Jigsaw looking for late info. How much has he been able to garner? Likely spotting Tuhan out.
Goes for the peek. Tuhan spots one. Brendo, there's only 13 seconds remaining. Jigsaw has moved over to Fireplace. He'll offer a point of difference. Quiz losing his life. Brendo, will he eventually lose his? Indeed he will. That Nitro from Tuhan impacts the round. Well, finally Brendo meets his demise as Enterprise find their second round of the half, 2-3.
Good anchor work there from EP. Can be very easy late round there over towards Barstock to overplay your hand over peak, especially with the height advantage afforded to the attack, but they do a good job enforcing the drop. Nitro Cell offered value. BPC late as well, fed information that they played around correctly. So in doing so, they've opened the door now back to an even half.
Started with relays. He got active on the defense. Bappin as well to run out. So better from Enterprise in showing that they wanted to be more aggressive on the defense rather than sitting back. And Brendo doesn't opt to try and save his KD there, of course, this time, and does eventually find his first death of this game after 5 rounds concluded.
10 seconds left.
So final round of the opening half. So far a successful attacking half for Chiefs. Can they find that 4th round? That would be quite large for them if they could go into their defense up 4-2. If it's 3-3, then the pressure remains.
Capitao brought back into the comp here for the attack. This time, though, Sage given license and Wettables onto the sole primary hard breach of the ace, so ranged. Likely to get to work over towards Office and facilitate that vertical clear up above. Nitro again from Relays, loves this position over towards Office. Doesn't land this time around, though.
Yeah, it leaves player with the only one remaining.
Don't mind that, though. It's a calculated risk. If you can get the hard breach off the board early, it's a massive win.
And he got him last time as well, so probably thinking there's a chance I could get him again here. Final round of the half, go for it. Connect, sure. Means these Selmas, though, will have an impact and open up the softest wall. Of course, it is kitchen and dining, but you do want to clear that top floor first. It also means the sightlines have been opened up for Brendo. Sage as well over towards Mezzanine, so Chiefs getting active on this top floor. Relays playing close to the half wall.
Was pressured by those death marks earlier, but the Deimos now banned out. More of a util focus, he pushes forward.
This is a big move, and he does get the down onto Sage, but oversteps, watching the big window. Sage still alive, down but not out. Doesn't seem as if anyone close enough to eliminate him. Wettables will run over, he will get the revival. It's 5v4.
Just a little overzealous there from Relays. Understandably so, I suppose, trying to confirm that kill, but as well watched by the rest of the attack. Now Bappin over towards Piano, still a shield to play behind.
He won't necessarily get pinched, but he could get vaulted in from the Jigsaw window. Quiz then swings as well, so Bappin sensing that pressure and does find the kill onto Jigsaw, who's 1-5, by the way. On one of his stronger maps, Bappin holds for the push, but Quiz elects not to go forward. Instead, backtracks over towards Mezzanine. There's a yellow ping on his location. 40 seconds left in this round. Bappin gets active. Has he made a sound cue for Quiz from that distance? Change of position for Bappin might just be a benefit. Now thinks about the swing, overswings it, but does not matter. Player and Tuhan found a kill each. Still advantage with Enterprise.
And now Sage on an island over towards Fireplace. Very difficult for him to push forward. He needs to rely on Quiz making a play.
Still a Nitro as well. Player in the hallway. Here comes Sage though. Fisher went wandering. A chance. Headshot. Found. Quiz. Leaves it down to Player, who does collect Quiz. And the plant from Sage. Low on health behind the bomb chassis. Nitro is available. Player rips, throws, connects. Explosive from Player. Another big clutch from this man. We are tied heading into the half, heading into the break. There's nothing separating these two.
Player has been so clean at this event so far. He's had multiple big impact moments. By doing so, it equalizes the half. EP with a strong foundation now for the second as this to and fro continues.
And Bappen questioning how Jigsaw's 1 and 5. Well, the mind games in Siege are always a factor. Try and get into the heads of the opponent. Grim and the Azami will be the first bans. All tied 3-3 on map 3. So difficult. So difficult to predict where this one's going to be finishing, as Tuhan just letting Wettables know he shouldn't even be here. That maybe the guy on the couch should be instead. It's Mira and Ying that will be the remaining bans as we head into the second half. Highlights from round 6.
It was hard fought early in the round for control on this top floor. Relays got caught out. Sage got brought back up. Piano heavily contested. Sage hit a clean shot in that position, and Quiz with the drop, but then caught out by a player. And while the plant was secured, the Nitro perfectly positioned. Nothing Sage could do.
No. Wettables will go onto the clash. It's been left open. There's that on purpose, though, from Enterprise in anticipation of the selection of the clash. How they want to deal with it.
10 seconds left.
So Chiefs go defense. Enterprise now to bring their own attacking flair to Chalet. They've won the last 2 rounds. It was a 3-1 lead for Chiefs, guys, and then the timeout called by Mingo, and since then the response from Enterprise. Chiefs do still have their timeout available. They're pretty good out of their timeouts as well in this series. Both teams have. So an ace up their sleeve. Bappert onto the Nook. Bappert's really been enjoying the freedom to move around this map of Chalet. 7 and 4.
Stay clear of the blast! Drone's up and running.
The ban phase as well for the second half shaping up very, very differently as Bappen already lurking in. Nizami taken off the board, but there is more explosive utility available. And the Brava for the attack.
Perfectly primed.
Yeah.
Speak of the man, and he shall appear, and Bappen finds the opening kill onto Brendo of all people as well. Advantage EP. The Nook's not done though. Bappen thinking about peeking the whole way, but elsewhere Jigsaw struggling to get off that one. He's one and done. Quiz though, good push up, Fireplace, and gets the kill onto Bappen. Keeps this round still alive. Thought about the Nitro. Now he will rip it, throw it, and find the kill onto Tuhan. The push from Sage. The counter aggression from Chiefs has found huge success. Bisho stuck inside of Mudroom, and the round flips entirely. Blackbeard being clashed, Blackbeard shot in the back, and despite the strong start for Enterprise, it's Chiefs that now have the 3-on-1 advantage. Where has this come from? The IGL of Fish. Can he find a way to turn into a core fragger? Needs to find 3 kills, one of them at Clash. He's got a minute and a half to think his way through this.
Surely the kind of position that's unwinnable for Fish. Wettables should be able to post up, play info on the Clash. Larry stays live as well.
Got impacts as well.
And the Clash posted.
Wettables does not need to move, but he does go for the peak swing. Headshot kill. Any response in the chat from Wet? After being blasted by EP in the post-round chat last time out. He was not shitting his pants that round. They take the lead 4-3. Chiefs are 3 rounds away from booking their place in that series to come tonight against FearX for what would be a win, and you're in best of 3. Kitchen Dining coming up.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, great counter aggression from Chiefs in the last round. They didn't go down without a fight. And that will very much be the sentiment in this particular event. If they're able to find themselves into a position of Paris, it's dining for round number 8. And for EP, they consider bringing that sense once more. They brought in the last round, unable to be activated. They'd be switched off for the follow-up. Highlights from that prior round, and I mean, it was really Quiz who helped spearhead the round. Massive from him, and the regress up library was nice.
5v3, you lost Brendo, who's been performing so well. Jigsaw struggling to get into this game, and as you said...
Hey, Sage, good fucking aggro back with me, yeah?
Yeah, that was really good.
Attackers' objective is
Credibles
to defuse a bomb.
letting Sage know he appreciates his help. But yeah, I mean, as you said, 5v3, Quiz steps up, he gets 2 big kills, rounds back alive, and then from there, they just kind of kept on going. Even Sage got aggressive over towards Library Stairs, got a big kill.
It feels like the most aggressive version of Sage that we've seen maybe ever, at least in this particular series.
Well, he fragged out yesterday, don't forget, he tied with Jigsaw. Bappin will go into the Glass. So a little bit of a change up in his role, despite the success that he's found so far in those lurk entry roles as well on the Nook in the previous round. Goes on the Glass. Brando, of course, starting 10-0, now 11-3, so has cooled off ever so slightly, but Quiz then steps up, helps out. Good drone, good information. Over towards bedroom.
Quiz on camera. Can EP clear?
Yeah, he has not spotted that drone. Oh, lovely headshot from player. Quiz will fall to the grave early this round. Another opening kill for Enterprise, but haven't quite converted on most of them so far here on Chalet. Quiz realizing the camera placement. Jigsaw, big kill onto Tuhan with the DMR. Ooh. He's not done. Wants more, wants blood. Wedables finds the kill onto Relays. Bappin needs to get involved now on this Glass as the round is falling away from them quickly. Step up shot, Brendo, that's done again. Quickly as Chiefs take a 5-3 lead. 2 more rounds required to knock out Enterprise. And they still have their timeout in the back pocket. That's incredible. We got some artists in the crowd here.
And I tell you what, this cannot be a comfortable position for FearX.
No, I mean, FearX at one point were kind of jumping up and down a little
Quite
bit.
literally.
On border, and well, it's gone haywire since then. But I mean, in fairness, they still control their own destiny. That's the main thing. And going into that next series, it would be fantastic to watch FearX and Chiefs to be the last teams to directly qualify for SI, battling out best of 3, win and you're in. Doesn't get much better than that. But I think there's also a large part of FearX that would have just hoped that EP get the job done. They have a quiet night, play a series. Chiefs now 2 rounds away, puts the pressure onto Enterprise.
10 seconds to insertion.
Reinforcing the floor!
Just to reiterate for any newcomers potentially, Enterprise have already qualified for 6 Invitational. This would be the first time that we could potentially have 2 Oceanic teams at SI Guz.
Well, since 2020.
2020?
Yeah. Let me double check. Yeah, 2020 wildcard Fnatic.
I don't count Fnatic.
You don't count Fnatic? Pretty sure they had a 4 Australian core back then, so that counts.
Drone active.
Bappin will go onto the IQ. Triple Nitrocell available for the defense of Chiefs. So far have shown their willingness to be aggressive on the defense, but is both defensive rounds played thus far actually where EP have found the early opening kills. So for 2 rounds straight, Chiefs have been winning the rounds, but from a disadvantaged position.
Basement side in play. First time we have seen it this half. Locking EP on the attack cook up. Looking to spearhead from the top floor and gaining information and some map control. Brendo clued in, eager to contest, has a rotate back towards site if flushed out. Red ping onto wet. As we slowly enclose on the midpoint of the round.
First time seeing basement site selection as well.
Yep.
So opting to go basement rather than Master bedroom and office. And it is a bit of a stack down here as well. I mean, you've got the Nitrosols. Minute 20 left. You're not going to stay up forever. Relays, though, finds a kill with a frag grenade onto Quiz. You'll take that as a free opening pick. It's a third opening kill in a row for Enterprise. But surely it can't be 3 opening kills that they do not convert. If they lose this round, all the momentum well and truly with Chiefs. Jigsaw takes and shuts down Bappen's life over towards Bar. They lose out Sage, though. But it was a trade, 1-for-1. So keeps things equal. All tied up, heading into the final 40 seconds of this round. Jigsaw searching for information on the Solars. Player maybe wanting to cut off the rotate, but Jigsaw could go back down West Main. Still 2 Nitros up as well for Chiefs. Jigsaw again. And he cuts back around to Kitchen. And they are hunting. 1 West Main, 1 dining. The focus right now for EP is not towards the site, but it is towards Jigsaw. He's got another one. You taunted him at 1-5, but here he now stands at 6-6, determining this 9th round. Fisho Guy will fall. Jigsaw secures match series point for Chiefs at 6-3 up with no timeout remaining. Enterprise are well and truly on the canvas. Chiefs just now need to knock out their oceanic rivals to get themselves that date with FearX.
1 round away. But sometimes that's the biggest hurdle. Final bans, in addition, Clash and Ace. What more tricks do EP have up their sleeve?
So Bar Games, site of choice. And guess what? It's the only site that's not been won by the attack.
Let's fucking go!
Chiefs can see the finish line. But you have to stay locked in. It's 3 rounds. It can go away pretty quickly. And while you then potentially celebrate this, then you've got to lock back in quickly because you've got another best of 3 to play, and that one would be a qualifying best of 3. More action to come after this series concludes, and boy, right now shaping up to be a matchup that you do not want to miss.
And it has been, as we mentioned, a long time since we have had 2 host teams at A6 Invitational all the way back in 2020, Fnatic wildcard.
So it would be 6 years from the time of SI 26. Not there yet though, but 1 more round is all they require.
So the Brava available in this second half still. Great counterplay. And
it's not as if this is the case of like an EP find early event. They've had 3 rounds straight, guys, where they've got the opening picks. Chiefs have won 3 straight in a 4v5.
The fight back and the re-aggro from Chiefs has been really
sensational.
Yeah.
I'm reloading.
Sage over towards Library, and it so far seems to be rather compact from Chiefs, not opting to do much outside of Quiz. Once again, we're seeing teams on Bar Games, they'll have like 1 lurk kind of roamer position, but the rest will play default. I mean, Quiz is probably the one to watch right now, and depending on how aggressive he wants to be, or if EP find his position, go hunting. Otherwise, it's just site default positions from Chiefs on the defense. Bappen towards Piano.
So the death mark onto Jigsaw. The Deimos looking to lock down the most dangerous looking player at the moment for Chiefs.
Relays is down. It's Frostmat.
Oh no.
It is a Frostmat placed by Wettables, and now Relays is debuffed for some time. Low on health and very vulnerable. Wettables thought about the pop-up. Should. Oh, I thought he was going to lose the shield. He does by the second one. Oh, lovely headshot from Wettables. Makes his return. Fisho entered into the site. That's Kit down. That's EP now, well and truly on the ropes. Facing elimination from the regional finals. Up steps Tuhan and Relays because they've lost player. They've lost their way. But Tuhan keeps a sliver of hope. Relays still debuffed by that Frostmat. not exactly the biggest helping hand and has now been forced to drop storage. There's only 45 seconds left. Chiefs must close this out.
And with Relay so low, big onus on Tuhan, but he falls. 40 seconds. What can Relays do from here?
Well, I don't think a whole lot. Chiefs have been so valiant in this series. They were 6-2 down on the opening map. But since that moment, they made this series their moment as they stand up and celebrate. Job 1 done. But one more huge job still to go as Chiefs knock out Enterprise from regional finals. They have booked their date with the Koreans for what is now win, and you are in to 6 Invitational. A massive best of 3 now awaits us.
It's been a long and a difficult year for the Chiefs, but somehow they now find themselves one best of 3 away from SI, and given what they've shown right there inside of the server across the last 3 maps, I think they have such a strong chance against FearX.
I mean, you get your fist bumps in, you get obviously a momentary relief that he got through the first hurdle. You'll get 5-10 minutes to be happy, and then it's lock in again.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the issue with the back-to-back series now for what is going to be a series now with even bigger ramifications. It's not just if you lose, you're out. It's win, and you're in. And the pressure that comes with that. Chiefs get over their Oceanic brothers. For Enterprise, we bid you farewell from regional finals, but we look forward to seeing you at 6 Invitational in Paris. Just a matter of whether or not Chiefs will join them. Chiefs FearX coming up soon.
I mean, they have shone so bright in this series from what was an abysmal start on map 1 to all of a sudden one of the more competitive series and one of the most entertaining series we've had in OS for OS teams for a while, at least in my opinion. Maybe it's just because we're on land. You can feel the energy out there. It feels like there's a bit of sparkiness to it, but ultimately EP just not good enough to stand against Chiefs on Chalet, and I think that this is much to maybe our surprise, Oda. We expected EP to probably run into this one a bit more confident.
Yeah, going to Chalet definitely had EP winning this one, but I think the Chiefs played the bands really well.
Yeah.
Fisho loves playing into the Grim and the Ying, causing some chaos on this map. So when Chiefs banned that out, it was harder for the EP to initiate on this map and find picks.
Where does that come from? Where does that kind of information come from? Because I feel like it's been way too long since we played. Is this in scrims? Is this just the way Fisho plays Chalet?
Yeah, so this just comes from the way Fisho plays the game in general.
Sure.
He loves using the Grim for information. He plays off that a lot. And then having his teammates like Player and Bappin who can abuse the Ying, very aggressive players, it's another ban for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. Vinny, overall in the series, I mean, this was a very impressive performance, and I think one that maybe we didn't expect. However, before we get underway with any other questions for the analysts, how about we bring in a player that has retired and come back around. He's done the world round. Sage, my friend, giant slayer in the past. You're back in the server, and by God, you're looking good. How does it feel to beat EP in this one?
It feels good. I mean, it feels good. It's not like yesterday. I think yesterday we had a night to relax and enjoy it a little bit, but today we're just straight on to the next one. Like, my teammates are straight in the veto right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it's a very quick turnaround, right? We're talking about 30, 40 minutes before you have to play again.
That's right.
How is I don't want to ask how's the prep been coming into this event, because I think that we all know, but what's the mentality like in terms of like the in the moment kind of energy? We can see there's a lot of energy coming from the right side of the table from Quiz and from Wettables. What does it feel like in the server for you?
In the server, we don't really feel energy, like, at all. Like, they might be yelling, we don't hear them, we got noise cancelling. They can yell all they want, lose their voices, that's fine. We're focused on the game at the end of the day.
Do you have them muted in chat?
That's for damn right I do.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask if you think there's anyone on the team that's kind of stood up, to maybe taking a leadership role, or just in general, just calling the shots, or just making the plays. Like Brendo there had a really good game. Is he still being vocal while making those big plays?
Oh yeah, for sure. No, I think Brendan's taking the biggest step. Everyone stepped up a little. Like Quiz and Jig, like those guys can call like I've never heard them call before now.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but no, the main IGL guy doing the the strats, working out the counters.
Yep.
I mean, our main strength is obviously pressing on our enemies' weaknesses, and Brennan's finding those. He's doing really, really well.
How does that feel, being the big brother, watching your young brother kind of come into his own as a
I
leader?
know, it's honestly great. I don't have to call that much. I just,
Plays Ash now.
try to shoot. Yeah, I play Ash again. It's been a few years.
Get Brendan on the thermite.
Yep.
He's
doing great.
I mean, this is the second day in a row that you've lost the first map and been able to win the best of 3. What do you think has been the main deciding factor in your ability to sort of fight back in these series?
I'd like to thank Kinchi from Game Aware. Honestly, we probably have the best mental in the entire world. We can be out of it, we can be under-practiced, we can have never played a map, and we will show up and we will fight. That's the end of the day. Whatever the storylines, whatever the stakes, we're just focused on the game. We're ready to go.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
It's your next matchup. Fear X. How are you feeling going into this one? We've seen, Fear X yesterday stumble and fall a little bit after a very long and arduous first 2 maps. And the third one, they struggled to get momentum against Elevate. How do you feel going against what was considered at the start of this year one of the best teams in APAC, and certainly the best team we've had out of Korea for at least 3 or 4 years?
No, we feel great. We are ready to play this game. We're focused on the Enterprise game first and foremost, but we're all ready for the second match as well. I don't do too much thinking into the enemy. It's just another team.
Yep.
But I think it's clear to see there's a lot of pressure on them, and no one expected us to even make it this far. So we're going to play until we can't. It's simple as that.
That is pretty simple. Any other questions from you boys? You can say no.
I think we need to let him go with his team.
Oh, yeah, very true, very true. I'm more worried about the actual broadcast. Well, on that note, mate, I am dying today. I cannot stop coughing. But if you ever decide to retire again, you can come and join us on the desk. You've spoken phenomenally, mate. Very
I don't think
calm.
you need anyone else. I think you got to cover that there. But yeah, thank you.
I don't know. This one, we'll wait and see. It was like digital, mate. We invited him not knowing what to expect. Who knows? But Sage, anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
No, thank you to everyone who came down to watch. Thank you for everyone watching at home. Your support means the world. The energy in the crowd specifically, it really fuels us.
That's unbelievable.
To win a map, and everyone's yelling when you take your headset off, it feels great. So thank you guys.
I think you might even get a little bit more now versus a Korean team. I think you're going to have the entire crowd on your side. Sage, thanks for joining us, mate, and best of luck in your match tomorrow. Tonight.
Very soon.
20 minutes. That's going to be a close one. What about you boys? Just very quickly. Actually, before we do anything, production, am I closing this out, or are we going to keep going here? We're going to keep going here because I can't hear anything. You can leave. You can leave. That's okay. That's okay. You can bugger off. Get out of here, mate. I don't want to see you anymore. So, Vinny, now that we have contextualized where the Chiefs are at, Sage has given us some really sound kind of behind-the-scenes looks into their mentality, their approach to the game, which is really nice. Where do you sit in this upcoming series? Because we've seen Fear X in these positions before. We've seen them struggle in big games. We've seen them struggle in big moments. But we also know how good this Korean roster is.
Absolutely. We saw it for those first 2 maps yesterday. Obviously petered out in the third map. I think if I was Chiefs, it would be a pretty simple game plan in terms of what we want to bring into this. Shutting down their key role players and not allowing them those massive frag games. We saw Good Boy and Coded yesterday just have really outstanding individual performances, and that really fueled BNK Fear X into those first 2 maps. But from there, when it came down to Nighthaven, where you're not really allowed to go off and frag real hard on those entry roles, that's where they sort of struggled. So for Chiefs, I mean, that was a perfect warm-up series for them. They played Enterprise, who, in my opinion, is probably better than BNK Fear X, and were able to take them down in a pretty grindy 3-map series. So yeah, I mean, speaking to Sage, with the amount of mental fortitude they've gathered over this year, I don't think they're coming into this series fatigued at all. I think they're ready to play, and you could see how locked he was on the desk. He was so ready to get out there again.
He honestly is. I mean, that was a good call from you to say, let him get back. I don't think about the player's perspective. I think about my perspective, mate. Do we have anything else to ask him? Just before we go to a break, Oda, I think we might get 20, 30 minutes here, so we can kind of leave it with you here. But final thoughts before we head to it. I know that, you formerly being from Chiefs, this probably means a bit for you. We've had a quiz, do it for Oda type vibe about it this weekend. How are you feeling?
Yeah, just to add on to the Kinchi stuff, they know this game is to qualify for Paris.
Yep.
They won't be thinking about it 100%. I think Fear X will be leaning into that, a bit nervous.
Yep.
But I think that game just there for EP, versing EP into a Fear X, they're going to play the same way. You've seen EP doing a lot of directs, using the blitz and stuff. So I think Chiefs really need to play into the ban veto of the operators, ban out Woogieman shields, ban out some Grims, ban out some Ying, ban out the aggression from Fear X, so they can win these rounds.
It's big because Chiefs right now have put themselves in an unbelievable position. Coming into this weekend, many had written them off, and by many I probably mean myself and a couple of the talent members. They have shown fortitude, they have shown strength, and hopefully they will be able to overcome the Koreans who are on the run right now. This next matchup is one you cannot afford to miss. It is the final spot in APAC outside of the last chance qualifiers to head to SI. It's time for us to go to a break. On the other side, we will find out who is headed to SI.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I needed new friends when you didn't show. Poured out my heart while you say home. And I tell you something, it broke my confidence. When these thoughts are toxic, it's darkness. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces cross the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something. This is the start of, this is the start of, this is the start of something new. This is the start, this is the start, this is the start of something When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll when I hear it coming up like that. I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat. Y'all been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la.
Sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, testify the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, where I'm going. Stay on the fly, just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, testify the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction. Make a move, baby, you got nothing to lose. Give me that good reaction. Gonna make it right, little like an offer I can't refuse. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet.
you see? 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭘 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 I know it's gonna be alright 손이라도 잡을까 꿈에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know it's gonna be alright Can't take all this hot and cold Love shouldn't be this hard I know 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아 어렵지 않아 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도 Guess like I've never guessed before 나 좋아하는 건 맞아 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 Honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭘 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 I know it's gonna be alright 손이라도 잡을까 품에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know it's gonna be alright I know it's gonna be alright
I've been alone too long. Gotta learn how to walk with my shadow. I've been so low in my lane. Till you showed up out of nowhere, damn, now I got a halo. So keep up, I'm saying, but they praying I keep up. Don't let up on me. I know you're waiting so patiently. I've been on the way for long. Got everything into place. Only thing I'm missing now is seeing you face to face. Gotta tell you what you need to know. Tell you what you need to know. That you are all I want. That you are all I want. Please don't leave. Cause the time is running out. And our lives are running out. Please don't leave. I'll explain and show you how for you. All day, got me going insane. I parlay every second when I go into your lane. I need more. Limitless space, I'm out of my reach. You're too perfect, girl. You fit every niche. I'm like, can you even be so cold? Yeah, can I be the one you hold? Cause I've been on the way for long. Got everything into place. Yeah. Only thing I'm missing now is seeing you face to face. But I tell you what you need to know. Tell you what you need to know. That you are all I want. That you are all I want. Please don't leave. Cause the time is running out. And our lives are running out. Don't leave. I'll explain and show you how for you.
like we don't have my side. Why can't you be the light that I need? Can't you see what you've done to me? I wanna fall with you, I wanna flow with you. I need to know the truth, so tell me why you send me those signs filled with flowers and lies. Then you tear me to pieces and fade through the night. I broke down my walls and then you left me falling. I just wanna get you out of my life. We're born to fall, and I give it all just to let you know that I will keep you close. We're born to fall, and I give it all just to let you know that I will keep. So tell me why you send me those signs filled with flowers and lies. Then you tear me to pieces and fade through the night. I broke down my walls and then you left me falling. I just wanna get you out. So tell me why you send me those signs filled with flowers and lies. Then you tear me to pieces and fade through the night. I broke down my walls and then you left me falling. I just wanna get you out of my life.
Well, 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 we are back. Thank you for your patience if you've waited this entire time. If you've only just tuned in, you missed a banger of an O's Classico. That is for damn sure. Chiefs, who were written off at the very start of this event, have somehow miraculously turned around and shown us genuine quality. From the CAG match yesterday into the Enterprise match today, Oda. I mean, I think you were the problem.
100%. I agree. I think my mental was in the bin. I was a bit poo-stained towards the end of my career.
Yep.
No, on a serious note, I think just their mental and their experience is what's carrying them through this. I think their mental is so strong, whether they're behind or whether they lose a round, they can regather themselves, they can reset, they can move forward. So good. There's no pressure.
No, not at all. I mean, apart from the fact that, you know, this plays for an SI spot, I don't think there's really any pressure. It's just a small thing, Vinny, but this is going to be a matchup that no one wants to miss. Did you want to recap anything from EP and Chiefs before we move on?
I mean, I think the only thing to recap now is that it was 2-2 for both teams going into that, and now it's 3-2 Chiefs. So we may have a new king of OCE for the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have been knocked off. EP are just there. I know they're out the crowd right now, so I'm not going to talk too much shit on them. But they, look, to be fair, they've had an absolutely phenomenal year from forming at the start of this year to finding an organisation. Again, I've said it a million times, and I will always put my hand up when I'm wrong. I said at the start of this year, I don't know how this team's going to work. Yes, you've got Fisho, who's an unbelievable IGL, and I want to go as far to say as one of the best, if not the best player that we've had out of this region for consistency and what he does for a team. I mean, I'm sure you could talk to that, but we won't go down that path just yet because he's eliminated. But they have seriously had, without a shadow of a doubt, a phenomenal year. They deserve all the flowers and they deserve to go to SI irrespective of what has happened here at this event. So again, taking the short moment to congratulate them as we move forward into our next matchup, and a matchup that has a lot of storied history. If you're an APAC fan, there have been a lot of discussions, a lot of talking points from actually an event a couple of years ago, 2022 APAC League playoffs. The infamous Chips were the ones that stood in the way of the Koreans, not just once, but twice. For those of you that remember, Sandbox Gaming was who the Chiefs had in the lower bracket way back when. They beat them 2-1, and I believe, actually, we have one of the players here in Sydney with us. Envy Taylor has travelled all the way over from Korea, and he was in that infamous roster and is now, of course, part of the broadcast team and an absolute living legend in APAC. But it was the next game that caused a bit of controversy. The next game that was talked about so much. And you know what? Although there's no standing members from the Chiefs from that roster that was there, for those that don't remember, it was the digital Ethan Worthy era.
Boydie.
Damn One Gaming back then, Rin, Coded and Woogie Man, who are now competing on B&K Fear X. This is a big matchup. The lower bracket game, win and you're in. Lose, and, well, you are actually the worst loser today, Vinny. This is an intense match. This is literally the determining game for both of these teams. SI is waiting, but Vinny, my question to you, who takes it?
Yeah, I mean, before the break, after that last match, I mean, we got to interview with Sage, and you could just see the fire in his eyes. He mentioned Kinchi and the work they've done in the off-season just to prepare for a really grueling full year. And, yeah, I mean, in terms of mental fortitude, it just seems like they have everything down at the moment. That was one of the best warm-ups you could have, is a pretty grueling series against probably the best team here at the moment, besides maybe Weibo.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think they have everything they need right now to get through this match. Based on the way that B&K were playing yesterday, I do think Chiefs are the better team.
Yep.
And yeah, I think if they're able to shut down some of those key players for B&K Fear X, it should be a 2-0, in my opinion.
What's kind of, I guess, fitting of this storyline is the fact that B&K Fear X, what you're referring to yesterday in their matchup, did not perform well in their third map. But just like Chiefs had two good maps that were 8-7, 8-7. It was a close affair. But this roster is, I mean, they have had so much time and experience together now. They have been staples of the region for God knows how long. I want to say 5 or 6 years have they been at the top of the Korean scene and the wider APAC scene. They've done a great job, but now we look at them in a different light, in a different context, Oda. We look at them specifically in isolation for a single best of 3.
Yeah, look, this team, so many people on this team that can perform. And as you seen yesterday against Elevate, you had people like Coded and Good Boy step up.
Yeah.
But, you know, they lost. So they really need to come together as a team here and actually perform together. I think maybe play a bit more together because, you know, you have people like Code and Goodboy stepping up.
Yep.
They're getting 3Ks, 4Ks, really like winning rounds on themselves. So we really need to see some more team play coming from them.
Certainly do, and I feel as though there's always that hidden element for B&K Fear X where they have been pretty hit and miss over the last couple of years, but when they're on, God, they're in good form. They are dangerous, and I think that the point about individual performances, spreading the weight across the team is so valid and so important heading into this matchup, because what we've just seen out there, Vinny, is that this might be outlandish to say, but Chiefs is maybe one of the best well-rounded teams we've seen in terms of players picking up their weight.
Yeah, it was hard to know exactly how they would all perform together, especially given that the change with Oda very recently with Wettables. But we saw in those last few rounds, when it really mattered, he did step up and he was able to make an impact. Just in terms of that Fear X team as well, one of the players I want to highlight is Woogie Man. I mean, he was there, as you said, 2 years ago in that infamous Cheese series, and he's been there for a long time. For me, he's been the most consistent player for them across the last 4 or 5 years. He's genuinely a player that can be an anchor for them. And yeah, I mean, if he's able to step up today, I think they'll have a much better chance.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that, because from what we've seen from Woogie across his veteran career, formerly Dam 1 into B&K Fear X now, you know, he's been an absolute leader, a bit of a titan for the region. I know I throw that word around a lot when it comes to teams, but when it comes to...
I do.
I really do.
I don't.
He's a
You really do throw Titan around a fair bit.
I really do, and it's a crutch word that I've had for a very long time, but I think it's very fitting of a player like Woogie, who has just had the tenure in the game that he has. You know, he saw the rise and the fall again of Korean Siege, and now he's back on the rise. It feels as though he's been in the game for such a long time, similar to like a Speakeasy at that level, that he's seen it all. And when it comes to these individual matches, we've spoken to Dark before. We were fortunate enough to travel to Korea for content earlier this year. Woogie is such an integral part of this team. He is one of the best anchors that we have in this game at the moment. And when you to solidify that fact, if you look at his clutches over the course of the last 2 years, this guy is on another level. He just finds moments, finds ins, and that is what is dangerous about B&K Fear X. You can never count them out in a round. But a team that is obviously coming off the back of a pretty strong performance is the Chiefs. I think that we might leave them for a little bit. I'm happy to talk about them, but I feel like we've definitely spoken about them at length. Did you have any final comments about them before we start moving into the veto?
I had one comment to make just about Woogie, man. I feel like he's just the rock of the roster. I've seen him play Maestro, Smoke, and like you said, those clutch moments on those operators as an anchor. And also, when he gets to the attack, what does he play? Shields.
Yeah.
Very meta.
A literal rock in the sense of like what his role is in this team. And I think that a foundation built around that, you look at great teams at the past of APAC, they've always had a solid anchor. They've always had a good shield player. And I think that this is now something to look forward to in this matchup. Speaking of looking forward to it, how about we look into the vetoes as we need to determine where we're headed for this series. Now, I'm going into this blind. I've not seen a single lick of any of these. So I'm excited to see where we kick off this series. We head to Cafe Dostoevsky, a very comfortable map that we've seen for Chiefs in the past. How do you think it plays out in this series in particular, Oda?
Yeah, look, a map like Cafe is one we got to play a lot together. And I think that's what Chiefs have been really good at this event.
Yeah.
They've been really well on isolating, slowing down their rounds, and actually focusing on plants recently. And that's something that really didn't do in the past.
Yeah, moving across to Lair, though, I feel like that's a... For me, Lair is still a very unknown map when it comes to the APAC teams, Vinny. I'm probably just saying that out my butt. I know that Chiefs have played it a fair bit, but for BNK FearX, we don't have a significant amount of data on it.
No, we don't. Over the last 6 months, they've played it twice. They have won it both times, and they boast a 91.7% defensive win rate. So you can see definitely where they like to play. On the other hand, a 33% win rate on their attacks, only winning 3 out of their 9 rounds. So you can definitely see where their strengths lie in this map as comparison to Chiefs, who have played it 5 times, won it 4 times, and much more comparable attack and defensive win rates, winning 18 out of 32 and 18 out of 27 respectively.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a very even map, and the fact that BNK picked it into Chiefs, given how well they've played on the map over the last 6 months, probably means they've done a bit of stratting towards the Chiefs and have a bit of information. Obviously, 5 matches is a lot to go off.
Yep.
And then, of course, moving into Bank, we got to see that out of the Chiefs earlier. They did lose it, but from there, they were able to win the rest of the series.
Yeah, what do you think about it finishing on Bank here, Oda? Being a map that's only just been played, do you have concerns about it, reservations? Do you feel like it's, as a player's perspective, do you feel like you're going in warm, or are you like, well, what have they just watched?
Definitely going in warm. I think they'll pick up on their mistakes against EP. It's a map where I think FearX will have nice executes on, so I think Chiefs will have to disrupt that.
The last time these two teams specifically played was earlier this year in, funnily enough, an SILCQ. It feels like history is repeating itself. FearX came out the better in that instance, and that was before they merged with the Damn One players. However, it was a different Chiefs. It was a very, very different Chiefs. In fact, there's only 2 members that remain, Quiz and Jigsaw, as one former player is sitting on the desk with us right now.
Oh, it's Manny.
Oh, yeah, of course. You guys actually don't know. It was me the whole time. But I think that, like, regardless of the context that we have from previous events, all of that goes out the window for me now, Vinny, because this is probably one of the biggest games that we will see for both of these teams. This is now to lock in SI. What team do you stick with?
I'm still sticking with the Chiefs.
Yep.
That might be Copium. I don't believe it is. I think they have that warm-up now. I think they're really on the ball today. We saw from Sage, again, he looked so locked in. And, yeah, if they're able to keep going with the way that Brendo's been leading this team, especially in that last series where they had to really fight back,
yep,
I think they've got everything they need.
Do they lock in here, Oda?
100%. Best mental here.
You guys are so biased, it's not even funny. Someone has to support the Koreans. It's certainly not going to be me. I hope that maybe Jake and Guz can give him a bit of love.
Excuse me?
Sorry to disappoint you, buddy.
Sorry to disappoint you, but you got the B team here on the stream.
Unlucky.
Jake and Guz, they'll be cheering in the crowd.
Yeah.
Hopefully for the Aussies, but as you've said, the Koreans, they don't necessarily have a lot of love here in the Aussie crowd.
No, but to be honest, I don't think they mind too much. No. You know, I feel like, they're used to playing, as APAC internationally, and people are going, APAC sucks, they're going to lose, whatever. it's whatever.
Yeah, it is. But this game is anything but whatever. This game has everything riding on it for both of these teams. It's a battle for Paris right now. Both of these teams are yet to qualify for the World Championship, the 6th Invitational in February.
Oh, yeah.
And only one can make it. The other will have one last chance through the qualifiers. But for now, their focus lies right here. Map number 1 is Cafe. Chiefs have taken us here as the battleground. And the Aussies will have to stand their ground. They will have to keep building the momentum that they have poured into the last 2 days of Siege that they have played, knocking out CAG and then EP today. A third challenger steps up to the plate, and it is the Korean BNK Fear-X.
Bit of answer in in-game chat while you guys saw the beautiful graphic of the map design top down. Jigsaw said, remember guys, flashbangs affect your teammates and your enemies. If you don't know what that reference is from, it's from yesterday's game when Fear-X shoulda, coulda, woulda won in the 2v2 on Consulate. They're on CEO, they plant, they're on the rappels, and they team flash outside the building, and they can't cover the person running out the yellow door, and they get killed and they lose. Then they go to third map, and they also lost that map. That's how they're in the lower bracket.
There's actually one similarity between both of these teams in the match right now. Fear-X, yesterday, they won 8-7 on the first map against the Brazilian Elevate.
True.
Then they lost the second map 8-7.
Yep.
So they were 1 round away. In fact, 1 2v2 post-plant away from making it already through that upper bracket. But no, they're down here because they could not clinch that result, and then they got absolutely swiped away on the third map. Now, Chiefs have a similar story. They have been 1 round from elimination in both of their games so far. On Playday 1 against CAG, they got destroyed 7-1 on the first map. They had to come back 2 games in a row to try and stay in it. And of course, today, very much the same story against Enterprise.
Honestly, I'm a bit surprised that Chiefs they won because it looked like it was all going to be over. You know, I was in this
7-7 on border.
Yeah. And then slowly but surely, they start clutching a couple of rounds and just staying mentally in it.
Best mental in the world, Sage
says.
says.
Apparently so. And I mean, they've proved it so far. And beating Fear-X here right now would, of course, be that final nail in the coffin for that statement to be true. Operator bans, Mira and Isami, Monty and the Ying. Nothing too out of the norm. Monty's going to be a very big presence operator from both of these two teams here. Woogieman lost it. Chiefs can always bring it to struggle. I mean, it's the nature of Cafe in general. Shields are always great, so Woogieman, of course, like he does on Flash.
A lot of choke points.
Yeah, it's just these long hallways, and again, when you ban operators like Isami and Mirror, you don't have a lot of safety as a defender. Clash gives you that, even to escort teammates or just put down that shield yourself like a deployable position. Chiefs just kind of feeling things out, expecting aggression and jump out perhaps, but no, Fear-X are just doing the same thing. They're not going to make the first move for now. They feel pretty safe.
Oh,
there's a swing though.
An aggressive one from Rin, and the Blackbeard will go down. No more shield for Chiefs. Rin can fall back. He's safe in doing so. Just a little bit of a love tap through the window for the Chiefs. Now, it has been a long time between drinks on Cafe for both of these teams. Last time Chiefs played this map, they lost it to Daystar at PAX. That was a 7-8. Last time Fear-X played it was 3 months ago, all the way back in Stage 2. Of course, Fear-X didn't make it to PAX, nor did they make it to the Major.
No, they did not.
The last tournament they played before this was the playoffs for APAC North.
Fear-X were hyped off for a very long time, and you know, they would make international events and then they wouldn't do too hot, but we kept saying the next one they'll get there, the next one they'll do better, they'll stop making main stage, and it has really come to fruition. Of course, you expect much more from them. Here comes the push from Sage though.
All right, what have you got for us, Sagen? Makes his way forward as a player just tucked away, and well, now he knows their position, but he and Jigsaw will both pair up for kills. With that, Chiefs, they have their talons deep into the bomb site. Good boy just around the corner. Jigsaw making his way forward on the Aussie operator. It's a very slow one, the gridlock, and not quite quick enough to dodge the bullets from Good Boy. As Chiefs, every single move they take forward, they find themselves one step back again. It's Brendo in a 1v3, and that clash is going to be a real headache. Boogeyman keeping him at bay, slowing him down, and eventually swinging him. A great opening round for the Koreans as they take the lead.
I mean, the fact that Rain goes for a swing and takes down Blackbeard that early is just, it makes the round so much more difficult for Chiefs. Losing the shield information, the easy entry, the frag grenades. I feel like the story yesterday for Chiefs, and maybe even today as well, has been like, when you're playing close together, get those trades going, excellent team. When they give their opponents those 1v1s and they lose them, that's where things get very difficult.
Attackers need
They
to
gotta follow
locate
that plan A,
and defuse bombs.
make sure they support each other in succeeding in those steps to get there all the way through. They got in the building, they got into Cigar right here, and then Winnable's 50-50 gunfight. Rin shoots first, he was prepared for it. And an unlucky gunfight there from Jigsaw as well, almost got the kill to Good Boy.
Very scrappy though from both teams, right? That wasn't an attack that had a very clear execute. We're going to take this control, we're going to push this area. No, it was very much, okay guys, we take a little bit of ground, and then we're going to have people repel in, enter at the same time, and hopefully this kind of split push will win enough gunfights for it to work. And unfortunately, I mean, Jigsaw and Sage, they started well, they won a few, but it wasn't quite enough. Cafe is a hard map to attack. We've seen that over the years. If I look statistically, last 5 times Chiefs have played this map, they win 63% of their defenses and 47% of their attacks. So very much a defense-preferred team, which is why Furex chose to start on that side.
It makes a ton of sense. Now Good Boy's turn on the Clash. Again, this operator, it just sucks to deal with. It's more of a frustrating point for Chiefs more than anything else, and they have to kind of respect it. You know, play some counter operators as they're going to be the Capital, the Nomad, or just being very mentally aware of the positioning. Because obviously one thing is you can try and kill the Clash operator, other one is just walk the other way. So if Clash is protecting top floor piano, you can go for a half take, you know? You take Cigar, you're on the red stairs, you walk down the staircase in towards Reading Library and Mining instead. C4 comes out from beneath, doesn't find anything, as Quiz was still outside on the rappel. This is smart. Chiefs are playing from the exterior, playing very sheltered roles, not taking any risks here up against the Clash. The issue is, with no air jabs left, how are they going to deal with Good Boy?
It's an early pop of the Vulcan canister, which just slows Jigsaw down for 20 seconds. Peeling back the layers, but Rin does not peel away before he's taken down by Jigsaw, so a good opening kill for the Aussies. I think that will force Good Boy to continue falling back as well. He's got a crossfire up on the top floor with Mephi all the way on Cocktail. That ACOG's going to help out. Good Boy just teasing from behind with the taser, making his presence known to Chiefs, but Mephi will lose his fight as the Chiefs focus up on taking the rest of that top floor. Now Good Boy is left all alone, and he is somewhat surrounded as well. How many bodies can he take with him? To kick things off, it's 2, and a third one for Good Boy on the Clash. Chiefs started to build that momentum, and then they hit the brick wall.
The collateral, I'm not even sure if Good Boy realized at first what happened. The hipfire bullet killed the player behind his target, then when he fully scoped in, got the second, and of course, shortly after, got a third kill. It looked like it was going to be a good round for Chiefs, right? They got 2 picks, they had some map control, they're in the building, they were close together, they had that coordination, and yet the gunfights, they go one way right here. Gets one,
oh my god, that's
gets
tilting.
2. Very tilting round.
Yeah.
Just like that.
He can hardly believe it. Big round from Good Boy. 3 kills on the Clash in the span of about 3 seconds. Dark, their Brazilian coach, standing behind them. He's garnered so much respect. I think particularly at Reload in Rio back in May.
Yes.
Furex went and actually made quarterfinals before they were knocked out by CAG.
And we heard tag timeouts as well, which was the first, I think, introduction to Dark's, how he runs things for the roster. You get to hear, like, 30, 40 seconds of him just speaking to the team. It was very strategical, very specific, and very much a coach that has the head in the game with the players. And whenever we look at Furex, even here at this event, whenever a tag timer comes out, I swear to you, like 90% of the time, Furex will win the following round. Like, that's just the impact of Dark, I'm telling you.
Yeah. And so even if Chiefs are to build a little bit of momentum here on Cafe, Furex can take that tactical timeout, listen to Dark, hear what he has to say, and get back on that horse. Chiefs yet to find their first attack. Even though the start of last round looked good, they couldn't quite get to the end round because of Good Boy on the Clash. I think after this round, when the third operator ban comes through, Chiefs would be silly not to ban that Clash away. It's been a feature of every round so far.
It's true. But I love saying this, right? But it's one of those, like, they've been over-forcing it all 3 rounds. They want the Clash to get removed because they have something else up their sleeve.
Yeah.
On the flip side, they could have not played the Clash at all, done their other strat first, and then picked the Clash when it doesn't get banned. So this is by design if you're Furex. I very much believe there's a bigger plan in motion right now, and if Chiefs lose this round, ban the Clash, something else will happen that's going to be just as big of a problem.
You've either got to ban it or deal with it. And for this round, there's no choice of banning it. They will need to deal with it. And you look at the operator lineup, like you said, there's not many tools. This time, there's not even a Nomad. We don't have a Kali or a Zafir that can stun the Clash.
Just a vert, really, right? Like, this is going to be a classic kitchen and cooking attack. They're going to get full map control, do all the vert, use the sense wall, use the bug and ram, and then go for a plan execute. And with the verticality, the Clash has to cover so many angles with the shield. It should be possible to either make sure Clash cannot push up and deny the plant, or of course just kill her outright. So I think Fearx right now, they're giving a lot of space for free. They are testing Chiefs if they can execute correctly, because if they are successful, they will get that plant down.
Oh, here's an early jump in. Very nice play from Quiz. A little bit off pace. He's going to die, though, to the gas. Surely, no, somehow gets away. Just barely survives. That's very critically. Yeah. Problem is here, Chiefs are going to have to pivot and go for a bakery take. Brendo's now done that because the hatch is still not open down in Freezer at the back of sight. The Clash been spotted. How will they deal with it? They've got 2 nades from Jigsaw. He will need to rotate over to dislodge this Clash's position.
I still think they could get the hatch. The guy can't open his double nade.
He's going to die.
Blocks it.
Somehow he survives.
Explosive reduction.
Yeah, that shield does protect him from the explosive damage just enough. And he still survives with about half HP. Now there is not a way to destroy this shield, but Sage from the rear side. Chiefs continue pushing incessantly from all directions. With Woogie holding on that Clash, Chiefs will have to focus up on Good Boy, who's continuing to deal a lot of damage. Woogie Man again on the Clash. It's up to Jigsaw in the 1 versus 1, and Woogie is here keenly holding the SMG. Jigsaw to thread the needle, and Chiefs will finally conjure their first round of attack.
Everybody injured. 4 people at a moment there were all on the floor with only 2 active players alive in the server. Fearx tried to play the timer. There's 8 seconds left. Chiefs, of course, goes for kill. And again, a great start for Chiefs. They get in, they get 2 kills, they get back out, they reset the round. Beautiful. They take bakery control for free. They don't get the hatch, and yet it comes all the way down to a 1v1.
Because of the Clash.
Because of the Clash.
Let's be honest.
It's gonna get banned.
I see what you're saying, that Fearx are trying to bait out that Clash ban, but I think that Chiefs have pretty much no choice. And now they get to talk to Nate and hear their tactical timeout.
I like that. That's gotta be also talking about what might come in front of them now, right? And immediately I'm thinking stuff like Kai Tuberau that's been left open, and I know that Fearx, way back when they first formed with Dark, they were playing these old Brazilian-style strats where, especially in Cafe, you can reinforce the freeze of walls on top floor reading, and Kai Tuberau trick them. And when attackers can't breach them, you're forced into either the white hallway corridor or just straight down the skylight, effectively. It's very, very weak to attack it, and you're very much stuck in the repels outside the building. So that could be one of the many ways that Fearx can change things up now, and perhaps what Chiefs are discussing as well.
Well, most teams will take their tactical timeout right after they lose a few rounds in a row, but no, Chiefs, they said finally they got one across the line, even though it did come down to that 1v1. Now they take that tactical just to confirm that they get it all right from here on out. They need to have a couple of good attacks, and realistically they could end with a 3-3 half. That would probably be best case scenario for them. But on the flip side, Fearx also got a chance to talk with their coach, Dark. He talked about how good his tactical timeouts are.
5 seconds.
They banned that Grim, by the way.
Oh, right, yeah. I like that.
But it does leave open the shields, like the Blackbeard we saw earlier, the Twitch, which was great at countering a lot of the util, like the Goyos.
Yeah, the Deimos though could be there. Still a lot of strong attackers on board, that's for damn sure.
And defenders as well. You mentioned what Fearx going to be hiding while baiting out that Clash ban.
There's a kite right now. No Tuberau to follow suit, so our EMPs will deal with this. Just looking right now, Woogie Man isn't particularly hiding the operator pick either in middle of piano, reinforcing walls.
So don't have any EMPs yet.
No, just the Brava is the only real counterplay right now. Of course, frag grenades if you can really get in the right position from the gridlock. So overall, the kite should have decent bit of value.
Sage could have brought EMPs. If I'm not wrong, Nomad's got EMPs. Not that you ever see Nomad bringing EMPs, but I'm like 90% sure Nomad has EMPs. Do you want me to fact check that?
I actually don't think Nomad has EMPs, but I gotta tell you, I never played it. Breaching charges, flashbangs.
I reckon she's got EMPs.
If she has a third, it's Claymores, but she wouldn't.
She would not have Claymores. She had Claymores when she came out, and they removed them because people could just air jab you into the Claymore.
I never played Nomad, I gotta tell you. I know Anna has EMPs.
Oh, no, I was wrong.
Flashbang and breaching
charges.
No EMPs. I get to keep my job one more day.
Yeah, I know. You know it's a good day when you know something more about the game.
Well, I should have
That is
sounded more
every day.
secure in it, though. I was giving you too much leash there.
I'm
Being
going to
like,
keep
"Oh, maybe
gaslighting you, and we'll see how long it takes.
One day I'm gonna fall, but not today. I'm curious. There's one Kai Claw still in pocket. One, of course, pre-placed already. It's on the hatch right now instead of piano. I can see that on my other monitor. So
It's Yana has EMPs, and she also has the ARX.
yes.
That's why I got them confused.
And that I said Iana after you said no. And now I was like, Iana does it. Well, but then again, same but different. Bit of a slow and steady round here for Chiefs in the attack, and I think just kind of reassessing what the setup is going to be is great. Also, mind you, them being a little bit slower now is better because there's no clash to further slow down the game, just to go to canisters. So when there's no smoke and no clash in the board, you kind of get yourself like 20, 30 extra seconds of time because there's less things to deal with.
Oh, good drone. Code had been spotted. Fearx were toying with the idea of a nitro cell before here. It's been pre-placed inside of backstore. That is going to be a nuclear
Right
C4.
here.
Quiz is so close to it. I don't think he's going to hear it as well from this angle. I don't think there's much info though for Fearx to detonate it.
Not really.
Good angle. Nice on the vert.
They don't know. Again, the C4 is great, but without a Valkyrie, no echo, no active information. You can't quite hit the mark. Rin, though, from the vert, finds a kill into Wettables. That's ace off the board.
Goodbye, hard breach.
And the hatch is still closed in piano, so strategically, Fearx are in the perfect prime position right now. A lot of coverage by the side.
Yeah, but reading can be the point of focus here for Chiefs, and Brendo on the vertical angle. Well, that was perfect, wasn't it? Goodbye to Rin. That's the sole anchor inside of reading. Mephi, with shotgun in hand,
25.
is ready to try and open up angles and take down the planter if he is lucky enough to spot them. But Good Boy elsewhere on his flank from red might be able to help out. Chiefs now making their way slowly forward. Jigsaw, well, he will fall to the ground, but not out as of yet, as Brendo can pick him back up after trading him, and Sage has gone deep, leaving Good Boy, the lone player, up for a flank from White. But Brendo cannot safely
3
plan.
seconds.
They're going to have to go for the kill, and they can't in time!
Oh.
He clutches the round for Fearx, as the brothers could not plant the diffuser. And with that, Chiefs have let another round pass them by.
Very good rotation there from Fearx. Goodboy was in the red hallway, got a kill, went all the way downstairs and went all the way around the building up wide, and then for the perfect moment there, gets the backstep, gets one player, timer runs low, Chiefs bit up panic because where's diffuser? Who's gonna plant? Where's the coverage? And the smoke grenade actually separated the two attackers and couldn't quite see each other. We'll see it here in the replay in just a second of time.
Oh man, was there a world where Brendo could have planted on the bomb and then
I would say so.
that Sage covered?
Both walls are reinforced behind him, but that's so unusual. Maybe it didn't quite click for him. You see, right there on the H chassis.
Wide.
Very possible.
Oh, split second decision.
Yeah.
That's a second big round from Good Boy, by the way, after
Exactly.
the Clash 3K earlier, and now a big 1v3 clutch.
Now we're hiding the
10
lead.
seconds to insertion.
And it's Good Boy again, the focus of it for Fearx.
5 seconds to
A
insertion.
lot of flexibility in this lineup. I mean, when this roster was first formed with Wookie and Coded, it was actually Wookie Man playing the most absurd flex role ever, playing like 7 operators every round, it felt like, always switching it around. And now I feel like with the team maturing more, everyone's kind of picking up those pieces, right? Wookie's still the flex player, Good Boy's also a flex. When he first came to play, he was what? The APAC Bolo, I think you told me, way back in the day before Berlin Major.
No, it was people in Korea used to compare him to Faker because he looks like him.
Oh, he does look like Faker. But he was like the star player, you know, up and coming, young gunner.
He was one of those players that was, people were keeping an eye on him from when he was like 16, 17.
So like a Kento
before he
Bolo
was-
type of
yeah,
player.
before he was playing in Pro League, similar to Spoit as well, for the modern audience.
True.
He certainly hasn't quite had the impact that I think people were hoping for, but he's been a great player.
Ready.
I think it's more so that Fearx as a whole hasn't achieved quite as much as people had perhaps hoped. Same with the old D+ roster. I think they really set the pace. What is that, Jigsaw? Jumping straight on down, not being aware that Rin was ready. Very
Classic Rin.
Yeah, I mean, classic Rin, but a little bit A bit surprising for Jigsaw. We spectated him at the start of these rounds a lot. He's been very cautious of people getting aggressive on him.
He tossed down the gridlock canister and Rin just sprints past it, right? I mean, Jigsaw's going to be like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
But this is peak Rin. He's this super hot or super cold type of player that'll take the 10% chance of gunfights that are so unnecessary, but when it works really effectively.
Plus, it's Jigsaw. Busting a player to take down early.
Oh, that's great. The gridlock, the gadget, the nades, the secondary shotgun, and of course, a star player on that roster. Now as he cheats again with the kite claws, closing off a lot of these walls. They're forced in 2 positions, into the wide hallway or just right beneath the skylight, because everything else, those long lines of sight where they normally to rotate, they're double reinforced with the kite claw.
And unlike last round where the bomb...
they misdroned him.
Mephi, not accounted for.
Sloppy.
He's going to get a free kill. This is very sloppy from Chiefs and very unusual with the form that they've shown recently. Wow. Beautiful shots from Mephi as Wettables absolutely deleted. Brendo, the last one standing in a 1v4. Mephi is falling asleep. It's so easy. Flashbang for Brendo, but of course there's an ADS there to protect him. This round will be over. And FearX will go up 4-1 on Cafe defense.
I feel like this map is a great showcasing of, let's say, mechanical fight versus brain fight, right? FearX, sure, they're hitting the shots, they're playing well, but strategically, they're winning so many of these defense, or at the very least, getting to a very strong position off the get-go in the operator selection phase, right? Whether it's going to be the first, they brute force clash 3 times. It's obviously a bait, but it's working so well, it has to get banned. Right off that, it's going to be kite time. It's been 2 rounds now, entering the 3rd. We're not seeing MPs, we're not seeing Thatcher, and we're not seeing any hard breaching from T's because of this. So they're forced into these very limited areas and ways to get inside the building, the bomb site. And, I mean, it's making a tough attack almost impossible.
I'd be wanting to bring baby EMPs even just as backup to try and counter, like, general util. I mean,
yeah, I mean, the second the clash gets
table.
banned, and it's like they gotta do something else, and Mirror's already done, right? I feel like it's, I don't want to say it's obvious the kite's gonna be present, but it's a high chance of it at least. And I don't think they fully respected it. Perhaps this round they will. The big thing that I kind of wish that we knew as observers, of spectators of this, is we don't know which 5 defenders teams they see in the drone phase. We don't know if they have seen a 2-per hour.
Yeah.
So we don't know if they're picking operators with that in mind or not. That bothers me sometimes because I'm like, are they trolling the
nice to have a little UI option that would kind of show whether it's been spotted, like a little eye.
Question mark or an exclamation mark or just something like that. Because when you play the game, you see the HUD.
Totally.
So just one of those small things.
Well, we are back down to bakery, kitchen cooking. This is the only bomb site Chiefs have successfully won so far. That came down to a 1 versus 1. And even then, not everything went according to plan because they failed to open up the hatch and freezer.
Yeah, it's funny because it felt more like they opted not to. They had 2 can openers on Wettables on Sense, and they lost the round, or sorry, won the round with those same 2 in pocket. They deliberately just didn't go for it. But yeah, they didn't get the hatch.
Yeah, ended up pivoting to bakery. Oh, wow. Rin again. He knows where to press until it hurts. He's looking for a little bit more on the top floor. He's about to meet Brendo. But meanwhile, Chiefs are in all kinds of strife elsewhere. On the verge of a 5-1 devastation. Chiefs need to pick this round back up. They need to redeem themselves. This is their map pick after all. You cannot be starting a series like this. And it starts with hunting these roamers, but guess what? Rin is coming to support. Oh, perfect first shot, but Rin will trade it back, leaving Jigsaw alone. No diffuser, but close to the bomb site. And none of these players are nearby. I don't think Coded on site is going to peek him. And the crossfires will be held, but it will be maintained. And Good Boy will spray him down. 5 rounds of defense in the half for FearX. Bodes a very grim scoreline for the Chiefs.
And again, the discipline, the fundamentals from FearX, going for a 2v1 gunfight, playing so proactively, despite having a pretty decent lead in the round, playing 4 versus 3. They say, let's use this 4v3 to make it a 3 versus 2. We like those lower numbers that are still advantageous towards us. 5-1, great first half of FearX.
Kind of the dream.
Yeah, I mean, it can't get much better than this.
And again, the only round they lost, they still looked really good in. They got it down to a 1v1. Well, if Fearx end up winning Chiefs' map pick, does that recontextualize the whole series for us? I mean, Chiefs, they're good on Bank. On Lair, off the top of my head, I don't know. Let me have a look at the previous results.
I know Fearx is good on Lair. They played that very early on, back when it first came to pro play, and APAC North actually played a freak ton of Lair, the most when it first came out.
Chiefs actually do like Lair, but they haven't played it against any teams outside of OCE.
Ooh.
So
familiar territory.
Yeah, but I mean, not in the last 2 months even though.
Yeah.
Like they didn't play it at PAX, at the major qualifier. So it's been quite a while for Chiefs. Definitely would be worried if they lose this. We could be heading for a 7-3 or worse. And if that happens, I'd be pretty scared for Chiefs. I think that coming into the tournament, myself and a lot of people had thought that Chiefs is maybe one of the worst teams here at the regional
for good
finals.
reason, right?
Yes.
Roster changes, etc.
Of course, the only team that's had a player retire and then a new player come in the last month. But that kind of has changed when we saw Fearx struggle against Elevate, and then we saw Chiefs do the impossible against not only CAG, but EP earlier today. So this is a huge disappointment. They really set our expectations quite high in the last 48 hours, and they're struggling to deliver here.
Well, let's see, the side swap has, of course, happened, so now they're on a much more favorable side, but they gotta get a couple of rounds here in a row to make it look believable. Weatherbo is the new man on the block, having a tough time so far against Fearx. And I will say, Fearx, by my mind, very hard team to play against, especially a map like Cafe. I don't fault him for struggling. I am a little bit surprised, though. Chiefs did not opt to ban the Monty. And we all know, Woogieman, phenomenal multiplayer, play clashing defense as well. I feel like that's a bit of a gamble to leave it open because it will be utilized for the first 3 rounds.
Fearx do love their shields. Woogie plays a lot of Blackbeard as well.
Yeah, he does.
A lot of nitro cells and impact grenades, though, so maybe Chiefs are expecting this. Maybe they're ready to read into it.
Have you covered.
I mean, all it takes is 1 C4, in theory.
Yeah, or a flank. But Woogie, he's playing it quite conservatively. He's being very careful.
Specchio sensor on the lookout.
Jigsaw gets out the Specchio, looks for any electronics, any info. And speaking of those nitro cells, that is your Monty gone. Very nicely played there from the Chiefs. The Valkyrie cameras assisting Quiz. Get that early kill.
I mean, honestly, that C4 is like round defining. This is the entirety of the plan A for Fearx gone. They've been very, very slow and methodical because they had the Monty. Now that's gone. They're forced to speed up. A player down, no more shield, the IGL in the grave. Chiefs have opted to give up top floor completely. They've fallen back towards the primary floor beneath them. They got 60 seconds to work with. You see here, Fearx have no idea what's happening. They have no drones left.
Yeah, very much a different beast. Toothless compared to what we saw in the first half. Fearx don't seem to have any direction. With that Monty gone 4v5, what is their plan? I don't see any vertical being made. I don't see them focusing on clearing roamers. They don't have any backstabbers, any flankers. There's nothing in this round.
Memphis in the building with the Rams, going to be tossing those boogie drones out, do all the vert, go for a default plan, but the flank is open. Chris gets the kill. I mean, this round should be over.
Yeah, it really should be. Neffy trying to find vert. Spots out a player for a brief moment. It's going to be desperate here. Meanwhile, Chiefs have had a player flank all the way to the top floor. Jigsaw. Oh no, he's in pillars at the moment, so he might be able to go for a flank on Decoded, who still is the one with the diffuser. Fearx are the ones that need to make a move, but the smoke bars their way in the site. Decoded choked out for another brief moment. He sees Jigsaw flanking him. The last smoke goes out, and it's into the grinder for Fearx. Mephi has that diffuser, but he has absolutely no hope in hell of getting it down. Wettables, 2 kills to close, and Chiefs have their second round on the board.
Beautifully played as well. I mean, they have everything covered. The flank upstairs, downstairs, the plant denial, the anchor, like Wettables really showed up in that particular round for his team. And it showed the proactivity when it comes to Chiefs' foresight. Okay, guys, when they get in and start planting, what are we going to do? 2 people flank, 1 top red, 1 first floor red, and then we also smoke off default plant. That means there's going to be no safety for Fearx. We can overwhelm them. And that's because they probably spoke about this before it happened, because they were so accurate when it came down to it.
Yeah, good defense from Chiefs, nice and active, but knowing when not to overextend, because Fearx, for a lot of that, were just kind of hoping that Chiefs would feed them picks. They didn't. So yeah, Chiefs looked better in that round than they did in the first half, but more so than that, I think Fearx just looked decidedly worse.
I mean, when we died, it was lights out, It's like, oh no, Monty, I guess we lose now.
I guess we just lay down and forfeit.
I was actually surprised. So they were very slow, methodical with the Monty. When Monty died, they had one drone left. So like, are they droning and Monty's entering the building? Because they literally had no drones when they came to go to cocktail top floor. They were completely dry.
Yeah, good question. The drone count is definitely bugged. It says they only have 2 drones
Yeah, I mean,
left.
right now it's not accurate.
I actually think they have 8 drones left.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit confused by that.
Yeah, that I don't understand. But I did double check the last round, and there were no drones in pockets, not on the floor. So
that was an early shot. How'd that happen?
I think it was either right by the door or on the barricade.
Oh, was there a nade? Sorry, I didn't see the nade.
Yeah, it's Ganada.
That's good. Well, we get the shields back, and yes, shields plural. No more Monty, but we've got Boogeyman on the blitz. We've got the Blackbeard from Mephi. That's a deadly combo. You got range in the Blackbeard. You got melee from the blitz. This is going to be a nightmare for anyone playing near Bakery.
When I'm seeing 2 shields with Bakery door, they're gonna just run on in, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. Oh, wow. Straight into prep, though. Okay, this is deadly. Poor Sage. He'll do what he can. Brings out the pistol. Sees the Blackbeard again. Nice shot, but he does go down. He might have bought enough time for Chiefs to rotate back, but Coded with 2 big kills. Woogie to support. Makes it all kinds of awkward now for Brendo and Wettables. They regroup deep in the bomb site, but they have given up ground now to FearX.
Time to hit that reset button if you're Chiefs. Just slow down and figure out, okay, what angles are the Valkyrie cameras covering? Don't worry about those guns. Great. Who has a C4? That's Wettables. You need to now be in a position where you can throw out that C4 when you hear the plant going down. Okay, what do they have left? Probably going to be a blitz. I only saw 1 smoke in it. It means there's 1 more in pocket. That's what's happening right now between Wettables and Brendo. They're counting the utility. They're counting the things that can go wrong. There's so much time left for both these 2 squads. FearX on their side, we see the drone top right. They're looking for information.
And they've got more info. If they want, they can use the Roteros from Rin. This is really good. A pre-placed drone in sight. The dead FearX players can feed that info to the alive ones. Critically, though, Woogie is low HP, which means that C4 from Wettables could be very deadly. He has to make sure he has it to take down that blitz if he goes for a plant, which is exactly what's happening now. He needs to know where the plant's going down. He gets baited into peeking, and Coda takes him out. Brendo is now pushed so deep back into sight, and he needs to duel all of these players. Doesn't have a nitro to deny the plant. A nigh impossible retake stands before him. And the blitz will just tease him out. FearX can sit back and relax. There's no way that Brendo gets this done.
No, there shouldn't be. The smoke gets popped, bit of a concussion there, but Brendo is playing the Warden, of course, looking for kills, but FearX, the discipline, playing so far back, gonna give him nothing for free, more teasing from the blitz.
This is just insulting. It's embarrassing, and there's nothing to be done for Brendo. A great attack round in the first one for the FearX boys. With that, map point is theirs to behold. Okay, Chef. We were in kitchen, but Chiefs were not cooking at all. FearX, they have 4 map points here on their opponent's map pick. And Chiefs, well, they really need to wake up. Sage said that they've got the best mental arguably in the world. They said that they got a lot of energy from the home crowd. I'm not hearing a lot of that. I'm not seeing a lot of energy out of the Chiefs boys either.
You can have the best mental in the world, but if you're losing the rounds, it's not gonna make you win them, but it will stop you from losing them in the future, of course. So, bit of waking up, bit more coordination, hitting a few more shots. I mean, this right here, those small things, that's why FearX are beating them. Just like they start faking out the planter, then they wide swing when they're expecting the counterplay. And while Chiefs are worried about the plant going down, FearX they're just shooting them back.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Coded, who's historically a leadership figure for this FearX team, he is not afraid to get around. He was on Ash last round, he got a big 3K. He's actually the highest KD player at the tournament so far, or at least was at the start of today. FearX, when guns are firing, when they're looking synchronized, they are a force to be reckoned with. Like we said, they were only 1 round away from beating Elevate 2-0 the other day.
They should have done that.
They really should have.
It was their game.
They fumbled. Jigsaw's going to run out and get a kill here. Watch.
Okay, watching. He forgot to use his in-game sound.
Jigsaw, mate. Look, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Old Jigsaw would have heard that rappel.
Old Jigsaw wouldn't have cared if he heard it or not. He would have just taken the gamble. He would have been like, nah, 22 seconds have passed. Yeah, that sounds about right.
And of course, Solos did get a small buff recently. Both the Gadget and, of course, got back those impact grenades, and with that, the pick rate has, comparatively to before, skyrocketed.
It's still only a relatively small buff. She's still a shade of her former self.
I'm in a pretty good spot, though. I mean, the old release Solus was
very OP.
Ridiculous.
You still have to scan, though, or what's it called? Overdrive?
Overclock? Overdrive, overclock?
To actually see what gadgets you're looking at, which we saw Jigsaw do just there to check what was coming towards him. It was a Rotero in the end. And Woogie, he's back. The boogeyman on the blitz. With Diffuser in tow, looking to clear out this top floor. No Blackbeard to support him this time.
Says they have no drones left. No one's got any in pocket. It's the exact same scenario as before. Same C4 as well. Goes south this time. Boogeyman will escape with his life intact, but Good Boy instead pays the price.
Good player to take down. The guy on 11 kills. He's, well, making everyone else in the server look like Mickey Mouse today. A little bit of damage onto Woogie Man. Not quite enough. There's another C4 on Wettables and an impact on Jigsaw, both of which will be useful against the Blitz later. But Furex are slowing down. They're waiting for a player to walk into their lines of sight. But it might be Coded who walks straight into the welcoming arms of Jigsaw.
Quiz is down. Happened on the white staircase. Mephi on the window rappel. Confirms him as well. I'm a little bit surprised here from Furex. I mean, they're just kind of stopping and slowing down their pace. Wookieman has now surrendered. Piano going back towards bottom red stairs on the mining window. Jigsaw finds Mephi solo outside the building. I'm not sure what the bigger picture here is for Furex. They're so split.
It seems to be mostly vertical. Oh,
now
okay. It seems to be that Woogie Man has entered the side, but Jigsaw can help with the crossfire. And with Wettables getting active, the signs are looking grim for Furex. Unless if Woogie can come up and clutch that. He 180s, and now Sage has to clutch the round for the Chiefs. Otherwise, the map is in the books for the Koreans. Rin needs to cover now, gets a sound cue on Sage, and delivers the killing blow. It's a dominant 7-2 first map in the books for Furex.
Does not feel like a map they should have won the way that it did, though. I mean, so many clutch moments from Furex. I count 3 or 4 individual heroics in that last round. Woogie, middle of the bomb side, no help inside. They just find kills around him. He himself pops off, gets one injured, flashes a second, confirms the kill, and out of nowhere, Furex take the round.
And nowhere to be seen is the Chiefs that we saw take down EP earlier today. Furex are looking like they're in flying form. But there is, of course, another map, maybe even 2, still to go. So we'll be back to break it down after this.
Attackers are active.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
저는 코티도고 BNK 프로젝트 소속입니다.
안녕하세요.
BNK POX 우기맨 박진욱입니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 레인보우 시즈 BNK POX 소속 매피 박주환이라고 합니다.
스테이지 1에서 저랑 우기가 팀에 합류했을 때의 영향력은 아무래도 저희가 스테이지 1 때 한 경기를 빼고 전부 다 이겼기 때문에 영향력이 좀 크지 않았나. 네.
결과로 물론 스테이지 2에는 결과가 안 좋았지만 스테이지 1 때 제가 1등을 했잖아요. 결과로 증명을 했다고 생각을 합니다. 그 둘이 옴으로써 저희 팀이 많이 성장할 수 있었고 단점을 보완하면서 성적이 잘 나왔다고 생각을 합니다.
일단 IGL로 들어온 거라서 게임 좀 전체적으로 읽는 법이나 아니면 좀 게임 좀 유리하게 할 수 있는 그런 방법을 좀 알려줬던 것 같아요.
저희가 한 번 지고 스테이지를 다 이겨서 e스포츠 월드컵에 갔는데 가서 성적이 많이 안 좋아서 아직 많이 모자라다는 걸 느꼈고요. 소통적으로 좀 더 필요한 부분이 소통이 좀 아쉬워서. 네.
세계적으로 유명한 대회였던 것만큼 경기장이나 호텔도 물론 좋았고 연습 환경도 되게 좋았다고 생각을 합니다. 대회 성적은 아쉽게 나왔지만 많은 거를 배웠다고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
EWC에서 저희 스스로 좀 무너졌던 것 같아요. 막 다른 상대가 잘했다거나 다른 상대가 잘했긴 했는데 저희보다 스스로 무너지는 게 좀 컸던 것 같아요.
네, 스테이지 1을 겪고 나서 국제대회에서는 만족하는 결과를 못 냈지만 스테이지 2를 오면서 스테이지 1에 아쉬웠던 걸 많이 보완하면서 열심히 하자고 같이 이제 많이 힘들게 달려왔는데 너무 힘들게 달린 게 아닐까 하고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그러다 보니까 체력적으로나 정신적으로나 많이 힘들었어가지고 쉬어가는 시간이 필요했지 않았나라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
스테이지 2랑 EWC는 일단 동일한 문제는 맞는 것 같고 상대 좀 너무 많은 것을 시도하려고 하다가 좀 저희 스스로 똑같이 무너졌던 것 같아요. 스테이지 2도
그 게임 안에서 문제였던 것 같아요. 게임 끝나고 이제 다 같이 모여서 얘기를 한다거나 좀 뭐가 문제인 것 같은지 다 같이 그렇게 얘기를 많이 했어요. 올해 마지막을 뭔가 좀 잘 마무리하는 것 같은 느낌일 것 같아요.
당연히 우승인 것 같아요.
We are ready to champion on APL Final.
일단 저희가 1등 할 것 같고요. 팬분들한테 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하다고. 네.
keep it in, so don't hold me back. We don't have my side. Why can't you be the light that I need? Can't you see what you've done to me? I wanna fall with you. I wanna flow with you. I need to know the truth. So tell me why you send me those signs filled with flowers and lies. Then you tear me to pieces and fade through the night. I broke down my walls and then you left me falling. I just wanna get you out of my life. We're born to fall, and I give it all just to let you know that I will keep you close. We're born to fall, and I give it all just to let you know that I will keep. So tell me why you send me those signs filled with flowers and lies. Then you tear me to pieces and fade through the night. I broke down my walls and then you left me falling. I just wanna get you out. So tell me why you send me those signs filled with flowers and lies. Then you tear me to pieces and fade through the night. I broke down my walls and then you left me falling. I just wanna get you out of my life. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just drop like I'll just la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la.
You like this team? Nah, I hate it all. Nah, I love this team. You know, all my friends and stuff. You know, feels like old bliss again.
Who do you get along with best in team?
Honestly, probably Brendan. That's probably the one I'm always been closest with.
What does he have that everyone else doesn't?
Oh, I can't say that.
What can't he say?
I don't know.
What can't he
That's what I'm
say?
trying to suss out.
What's going on there? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
oh,
You know what
yeah.
I mean? Like,
That's what
what's,
I-
yeah. I don't get what's going on there. But look, unfortunately for them, they may get along like old bliss, but right now they're not performing like them, Vinny. And that's scary. Whether it's they're not performing like them or Fear X have just come out of the gates really hot in this one, doesn't matter because that is a massive win for Fear X and a huge way to start this campaign.
Yeah, I mean, to say I'm surprised would be a lie.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that every series has started so far for Chiefs across this 2 days has been losing the first map quite dramatically as well. It's been, the story of Good Boy performing well for his team and really carrying them over the line. In that map, 7 out of the 9 opening kills went the way of the Chiefs.
Wow.
And they were unable to convert on all but one of those. And yeah, the other 2 went on the way of Rin. And I think just in the way they played those opening of those rounds, especially those Rin rounds, where they were able to get the 2 opening kills, definitely came down to not sort of taking precaution in entering the building. We saw, I think it was Jigsaw dropping down the red hatch quite early in the round and getting caught off guard, and Wettables dropping into that new balcony and getting taken out as well. And yeah, I think it kind of shows the way they were approaching the start of those rounds. They wanted to get in early and take map control, but I think it would be more important for them to find those early kills in terms of taking map control, but also shutting down those players early.
Looking at this, it's just a completely different story to what we saw yesterday, Oda. Massive individual performances got them across the line in very close games. This is not a close game. It's an absolute flogging. And not only that, look at how it's spread. Look how well this entire team has interacted. It was one of the win conditions we had going into this map.
We did.
And they executed it well.
Yeah, we did. So, yeah, 7-2 win for FearX. And what did we say? That everyone in the team needed to stand up and not have one person sticking out.
Yep.
Good Boy had a good game, 11-5, but it wasn't like a 20-10.
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't an outrageous performance. And I guess to contextualize that as well, yesterday coded 21-9 in their first map. And then on Consulate, Good Boy 18-10. So the dramatic shift that you're talking about here is quite evident. And then on the flip side, like, to be perfectly honest with you, it's not like Chiefs weren't in the game. It's not like they didn't have their opportunities. And as you were mentioning, they found a lot of openings, but they just could not convert them. What do you have something, a cause that you can point to directly, Oda? Is it maybe the length? Is it the stamina? Is it just the fact that FearX were able to prepare for this game a little better?
Yeah, there could be a few key factors. One just being energy.
Yep.
You know, I did overhear Nate say to the boys that win or lose rounds, they need to bring that energy.
Yep.
Another thing as well, a map like Cafe is you got to have stuff set up. It's very hard to play fluid on this map.
Yep.
So, you know, bringing in Wettables and me leaving the roster, they wouldn't have much time to prep this map. So it's definitely a hard way to play this map with more fluid.
It's difficult to watch because, I mean, typically we really don't get to see a lot of FearX in person for APAC events I'm talking about. Yep. But to see them up and about, see them happy about, you know, these rounds that they're converting really confidently, I think goes to speak to where they're at right now and the fact that this could potentially be a very dangerous prospect for the Chiefs as we move to a second map of the series. Lair, it's big, it's open, it's expansive. Are you at all worried, considering what we saw? I mean, Vinny, you were making the point to me just off air a little, and I'm going to gas you up here about how Rin was kind of allowed to just play his game. We moved to Lair, a map that is of that scale, of that kind of play style as well. Is that a concern?
A little bit, and I think just to continue on that point with Cafe probably not being as prepared as they were, and that following into Lair, is that when you're not as prepared, it's harder to adapt.
Yeah.
And we could see from the bans as well that they weren't adapting to what they were banning. We said that Woogieman on the shields is going to be a threat. A map like Cafe and even a map like Lair, shields are so important at taking map control. And we've seen across the last FearX series, when they don't have the shields, they struggle to take map control early.
Yep.
And we see them do more direct pushes, as you were mentioning before, with the Ying, with the Grim and stuff like that, which is the way that they ended up banning. But I think if we saw Chiefs ban out the shields this map, FearX would struggle to take more map control. And then it becomes a bit more predictable in the way that FearX want to play. If they want to go direct and they want to hit sites with executes, then we can prepare for that. And yeah, hopefully they do that. And then on the defensive side as well, they ended up banning out the clash once it became a bit of a problem. From there, you have to understand that it's probably going to be wall denial and site setup that's going to be the problem. They need to adapt to that as well.
Sure. Big question here. Do we see a third? Do we see Bank, Oda? Just very quickly.
100% Chiefs mentality.
Yeah? It's going to bounce back?
Yes,
do we see history repeat itself? It's been 2 best of 3s. They've done it both times.
Can't be a coincidence.
No, it cannot be. Just like that voice break. Don't worry, I don't miss anything, mate. It's time for us to get underway here. The Chiefs, they're on the ropes, and B&K FearX, they're looking for the knockout punch. SI is on the other side of this map should B&K FearX be successful in their campaign here against the Aussie team. Let's head into Lair, this time with Pangu and Devmata.
Thank you very much, Rob, and everybody down on the couch. Yes, it could be FearX booking their spot at 6 Invitational, but you know what that would mean, Nick?
What?
That would mean that there are no more Aussie teams left here in Sydney at the regional finals for the APL, and we cannot abide that.
No.
all these Aussie fans came out to see some good old Aussie Siege. We don't want the Koreans to steal that away. Now, Chiefs, you heard of them, right? They've
Sure.
already done this twice before. They did it to the tournament favorites of CAG. Yesterday, they lost 7-1 on the first map, and they made them look silly on map 2 and 3. They did it again against EP today, and it doesn't matter what the social prediction says. The heart of OCE Siege lies with the Chiefs today. Should they be able to come back against FearX?
I guess we'll just do this there. Okay, I just hit the Cobium as well.
just huffed
Chiefs
it
are gonna
good.
go all the way, baby. 7-0 here on Lair. Third map, I don't remember what it is. Doesn't matter. There's 7-0 there as well. Comeback starts right here on its very first round. Defensive Lair, statistically a great place to be.
Very much. And something that Oda talked about is he obviously left the Chiefs about a month ago to go and retire, and Wettables was brought in on Cafe. The Chiefs suffered because of that. It's a map that can be a bit rigid. You really have to know your role as how you fit within the team, going through the motions of each round. Is that the same case on Lair? I feel like it kind of is a little bit.
I would agree. I do think there's got to be a bit of paper strategy to do there, what your role is, where to go, what to do. Also, Lair, I mean, it's still the technically newest map in the map pool, so you're gonna
Not for much longer.
Not for much longer, actually. Wink, wink. We're gonna get what's the Fortress rework into after SI, as presumed?
I think it's after this event for the 6 invitational qualifiers.
Or is it live for the qualifiers too?
It will be live for the qualifiers. Now, we are playing here on the old patch. That's why we don't have the Thatcher rework. That's why we don't have all the hard breach buffs and all the other nerfs coming in. But as soon as this event is done, as soon as regional finals are over, we're into the new season.
Oh, okay.
And that will be very exciting.
Very much so. So yeah, newest map. My point with that being just that you don't have all the common knowledge, like if you're playing the clubhouse, the chalet, or the bank, or whatever. So if you've been out of the scene for a little bit, or joining a new team, you're not going to know all the basics.
And Wettables fits both of those requirements, right? Like he, ever since GG disbanded, he actually hasn't been part of the roster. He's just been streaming and playing ranked, which is really every pro player's dream, right? To sit and play ranked all day.
Right.
That was sarcasm.
Right. Yeah, he spoke to me about, he was like, how was your trip to New Zealand? I said, it was amazing. I'm going to stay. And he goes, come join me and play ranked all day together. We'll just get, you know, I can't say what he said, but we're not going to win. Let's put it that way.
Is that the dream?
He said that was a dream. You sit there and you just play and you can't play the game. It's tough.
Oh, Mephi's on the shotgun on Deimos.
I like that. It's like the Bok, but with the red ping with the gadget, if you will. Cheeky nade. Oh, Bok doesn't have those either anymore.
Oh, here we go. A little juggle from
gets
Sage. Balls of steel. Love to see it. And with that, one of the ace Selmas has been taken out already. Mephi's job is to prevent Sage from juggling, and so far he has failed to do that.
Here goes the second Selma, so we're running quite low on hot destruction already. Deimo's still downstairs, just looking for Sage on the angle. I think that's a second nade. Yeah, it was. Sage doing a great job. He's low on health, but he's done his job.
He's really committing to it. There is one Selma left here for Coded, and ideally, FearX want to breach the external and internal walls of that mask room. Quiz holding on with the shotgun here, but guess what? It's a Blackbeard. There's not a lot he can do against him. And so Woogieman will continue to lap up this map control. Here is a lot of ground taken by FearX and the opening kill as well. Jigsaw cannot reply. And the Blackbeard dominating as he does best. A little bit of damage done by Jigsaw, a little bit more. Thanks to that impact, Nitro Cell will miss as the Sen's wall projects itself across this doorway and gives a safe haven to FearX. With that, the breach finally enabled on the wall. 30 seconds left to play, but the Koreans have taken an advantage.
Hitting every single shot right now. It's almost a flawless one. One player down, all left to Wettables.
Oh, couple of bits of damage done onto the Blackbeard, but it's not nearly enough. And Good Boy will finally put down that final defender. With it, FearX are off to another very good start here on Lair.
They get bandit tracked, Sage, I mean, again, so much value inside the bomb side. They don't really give FearX anything for free. They fight him on the staircase, and still, FearX will get one kill and keep pushing forward, and just everything comes together. It feels like at this point, looking at Cafe, looking at the first round here, Chiefs need to quite literally disrupt FearX from accomplishing their goal. They need to just maybe go and play for kills. You leave Quiz now 1v2 on the staircase. He's slowly falling back, but still ends up in a gunfight. Where is the supportive network of Chiefs? Where's that second player that says, okay, you're getting pushed by a Blackbeard and a Demo shotgun, we should help you. No, they're saying, fall back, fall back. No, they should fight Fearx before they get to site, because they are so deadly in these executes.
I think that he realized very quickly he did not have the tools to try and fight that Blackbeard.
Yeah.
That's something Chiefs are going to have to think about as the round goes on. We talked a lot about operator bans in the mid-game. It happened on Cafe. Fearx was so good with that clash in the first 3 rounds. Chiefs banned it, and that didn't end up making a whole lot of difference, to be honest. Ended up losing every round after that, regardless.
Yeah, Oda also spoke about how he really fancied Chiefs opting for shield bans here on Lair because they're quite good at it. Back when Fearx first formed, they actually did a triple shield strat with when the shield Rurik first came to play. They were playing Blitz, Monty, and Fuse Shield. And then if they banned one of them, they just keep bringing in the other 2, right?
Yep.
That was a big thing. They would ban the Lesion on top. So they played triple shield, ban the Lesion. That was super toxic. And now they banned the same as on Cafe. They banned the Ying and the Grim. Which I mean, they were banned before, so we don't know exactly how they're going to use them on Fearx, but we do know that they would love playing the shield operators. All of them have been left open.
And that Blackbeard is so good at playing aggressively. You can still take a lot of fights. You got the rifle. Oh, good Nitro Cell. Wow, Good Boy is very lucky to be alive, but he's going to be very low on HP for the rest of this round. There's no Finker to heal him back up. Breach on the wall, put Sage in an awkward spot. How much will he hold on here? He's done his job. Oh, he actually just let the Blackbeard pass. I'm not sure if he's spotted.
A bit awkward here. Again, when Blackbeard gets down to 1 HP, he can't quite be the entry any longer. Also dropped the diffuser for a teammate to pick up instead, so he doesn't die in a bad location.
There we go.
Speaking of him, he goes down. No more Blackbeard.
1 shot to the elbow, 1 shot to the foot, and that's all she wrote for the Blackbeard. Jigsaw finds another one before he falls back, and 1 by 1 the pieces will drop for Fearx. Rin and Wookie Man trying to clutch up. Good shot for Rin on the Ash. R4C holds true, and Sage will go down. 2v4, though, still an unenviable position for the Koreans.
Just gotta have Chiefs play together, establish those crossfires. Right now, it's Jigsaw still kind of by his lonesome, going for a bit of a rat play, and then the other 3 members playing much closer to the bomb site and much closer together as well. But you see Fearx, they're so good at using their drones and information game early on to get that opening kill. But the issue is, now that they don't really get it, they have no drones, they're 2v4, they gotta check every single corner, and they know Jigsaw is gonna be somewhere in this map because he does not fall back to side ever.
And Wettables is still upstairs as well. Fearx need to try and 2v1 each of these players, but they're not really going to be given a chance to do so. Wettables has lost his mirror window. He tosses out a C4. Now is his time to get back to site and try and retake a crossfire with his teammates. 20 seconds. Jigsaw's found his 3rd. Finally, the Chiefs are coming to life. After the first map, passed them by without so much as a shout here. They finally fire up. A dominant round for the Aussies. The first of many required to push this game the distance.
Round by round. The big thing is going to be consistency.
Unfortunately, the Ying is banned, so we're not going to see that just yet.
Of course, bomb site rotation, just kind of go through the motions here at the first half. Chiefs are going to try and see what sticks, what works. We'll go downstairs to the basement. They're bringing a lot of, I like this, a lot of trap operators here to just weaken Fearx on the entries. And that's a great tool to bring if you're expecting something like the Blackbeard, like the Demos or a Dokkaebi, to weaken them on the entry engagements, to enable your teams to have a better chance in those gunfights. And Fearx, I mean, they're going to probably bring shield every single round. The question is which version.
Sora and I love Wettables sign in the chat. That's nice to know he has at least 1 fan.
10 seconds left before insertion.
It was a big roster change for Chiefs, wasn't it? Losing Oda,
it was.
Getting Wettables back in. I feel like the overall vibe was, this is not a great thing for the Chiefs. Not because there's anything wrong with Wettables as a player, but more so if Oda is retiring, surely that doesn't bode well for the state of Chiefs, right? Is he retiring because he thinks that this is no longer a team that can win? Well, I think that's been disproven. I'm not saying that that's at all what he has implied, and I think he's really shown this event from his analysis on the couch that he does believe in the Chiefs. Coming into this match today, I think Chiefs were probably the favorites based on their performance this morning against DP and yesterday against CAG. Oh. Unfortunately, they really haven't been able to deliver that so far, and Coded will certainly make it hard to make a case for the Chiefs with that early shotgun kill. Again, the shoddy Deimos.
And the openings have been so important, right? Because Chiefs have a pretty loose network already where they don't have a ton of people playing close together. One person falls, that gap gets bigger and bigger. A Jigsaw from far away gets shot in his toes, put in the grave. And that last round, again, so convincing from Chiefs. Now it's flipped upside down. Now they play 3v5, and the only way to get this one back in the bag is to keep up being aggressive. Brendo, Wedables, and Sage have to just try and find kills somewhere on this map. If you let Felix run over you by the bomb set in the 5v3, that's not going to bode well for you.
Problem is, it's become quite predictable that Chiefs play aggressive. And the Deimos and the Shield together are the perfect counter-aggro operators. Coded is going to scan. Wedables looked for something but didn't find it. Spray through the wall. He's going to get replied upon. Can he do anything to the blitz? Oh my god, Mephi trolling him, but Wedables 180s and takes down that shield. One step closer to an even numbers situation for the Chiefs.
A little bit of trolling there from Mephi, though. Disrespect, perhaps. I mean, you're playing 5v3 and you got a blitz. You're super happy if the Fenrir gets back to those bombs because guess what? You're going to plan, you're going to do the vert, you're going to win, no big deal. But by Blitz going for that risky 50-50 play, now planting becomes a bit more difficult and you lead a little bit smaller.
Still, the verticality is going to make it really hard for Chiefs to find any safe havens on site. Sage has already been taken low from that.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
And B&K still have a little bit of time in the bank to work this vert before they execute. Gradually peeling away the layers of utility. Brendo, this MP5 really does not do a lot of damage. He needs to be going for headshots, but he can't really see them.
Well, there is
Actually,
one.
never mind. He takes Woogie's head clean off. Coded now with the shotgun will finish off Sage. This is a good entry position for him on the Deimos. As the Dokubi call rings true, Brendo pops that Vulcan and gets back into sight. Him and Wedables need to have a big impact now, but Wet is on the floor. Brendo needs to stand up in the 1v3, sees the first one, but Rin will claim both kills for Theorex. The lead again taken by the Koreans.
Definitely a bit of a shaky round, though. Woogie down to the hatch, Mephi going for the 50-50 on the blitz, but still, Theorix in the end of the round with 7 seconds left. Like, there's no panic, there's no fear. They again just thought, guys, breathe, 3, 2, 1, execute together.
Deimos.
Okay. Didn't feel super effective, but it is annoying to deal with, and if you're expecting a mute ban perhaps or something like that, then, you know, makes life even harder.
Coded calling out Quiz and telling him that he's free this game. And Dark takes the tactical timeout for Fearx. Right after winning a round as well. What do they have to say?
Again, it's very even, or it's very close, 1-2, of course favoring Fearx, but they're only attack inside, and I mean, if they get a 3-3 half starting attack, I think that's pretty good.
Oh, it would be excellent. Would be very excellent. Nate has a chance to now talk to his team. Despite it being Fearx's timeout, Chiefs will definitely need to pounce on the opportunity. They no longer have that bandit, which they were really good at using. We talked about Sage, what he was able to do delaying. But the big thing for Chiefs here is they need to make sure that they're not losing these early numbers, because being in a 3v5 with 2 minutes left to go, it needs an adult for the bumper cars. That's certainly been a bumpy ride for Chiefs in these last couple of rounds.
Last map.
It'd be a bit of a disappointing peter out now for Chiefs after they've done what many people thought impossible against CAG and then got, I would consider, the upset against EP. With so much riding on this game, 6 Invitational looming in February. Both of these teams have a fire lit beneath them. Neither want to have to play through those open qualifiers, through those 6 Invitational LCQs. They'll have to meet plenty of other very strong teams from APAC in them, especially CAG.
Yeah.
And I could imagine a revitalized Anitson ready to get revenge against the Chiefs if the Aussies end up falling back into those LCQs. Chiefs need to dig deep here and push us onto bank to keep their hopes of going to Paris alive.
So the second half here for defense, the Chiefs will begin. Small changes in the upper lineup. They actually bring the Tuber out despite the fact that, you know, very few counter options here. Both the Grim and the Deimos are both banned away. Often you use the freeze to kind of negate those gadgets. You can of course freeze the walls, but there's no bandit or Kai because they've been banned by FearX. So you're only stalling for time here if you are Quiz on the Tuber. But there's a lot of, again, utility from the side of Chiefs. Either making the gunfights easier or things to, you know, protect them or hide behind, like the mirror windows. But looking aside, there is no Warden. And FearX, they're bringing smokes. A ton of them. And a glass behind it.
It goes to show the depth of this Korean roster when they...
It's Rin playing glass.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even that surprised. Rin has shown a little bit of flexibility recently for FearX. They are a new look roster ever since picking up Wookie Man and Coded from that old D+ team. Of course, them two and Rin together formed the heart of that old Damwon Kia roster that almost made it to a grand final back in Sweden in 2021. The best performance we've ever seen from a Korean team in Rainbow Six. Now they're back with a vengeance with the rest of FearX. Good Boy has been in peak form today. He's on that buck and he's waiting for a call from his team to rip open the floor beneath these Chiefs players.
Here's the effect of the Bandit Band though. There is no wall denials, so those walls can be ripped on open, bogged downstairs to find a bit of value. Combine that with the information of Monty and the smokes from glass. It's going to be a very tough round here for Chiefs. Again, there is no Warden in play to see through those smokes.
It's surely a free kill here for Good Boy. He opens up the ceiling above him, spots Wettables, but Wettables will try and retreat and fall to Wookie Man on that Montaigne. Perfect teamwork here from FearX, and the patience is rewarded. Here come the smokes, and here marches forward the glass. Rin will punish Jigsaw for his insolence. And one by one, the Chiefs will fall. Sage does everything he can to keep his team in it. And a Nitro Cell, it will only find damage. And Ren has dealt far more than he will receive. Sage in a 1 versus 4 as FearX continue marching towards the bomb site. They get that diffuser planted, and they look to further their lead on Lair. Coded will put the final nail in the coffin. And the Koreans are flying away with the map. They are well on their way to the 6th Invitational. A few more rounds, and it will be in the books for the Koreans.
Coded spamming the in-game chat. He wants a response. Chiefs calls a tactical timeout. They want to figure things out. When it comes to the strategical part of this game so far, FearX have been way ahead.
Now, a last-ditch effort for the Aussies. A tactical timeout called for the Chiefs. Nate has a chance to talk with the rest of the squad about what the hell they can do to come back here. This is FearX's map pick. Chiefs chose to start on that defensive side. They need to push here and find a 3-3 half. They only found 1 round in the first half on Cafe. They've only found 1 so far here on Lair. And we need a hell of a lot more than that. We need to make a case. But Dark has always been 1 step ahead of Nate.
Yeah.
FearX has always been 2 steps ahead of the Chiefs.
Again, strategically, FearX is better right now, and they're winning so many rounds off of small things. I mean, that previous one, there is no Warden. What do they do? Let's play glass. There's no counterplay available to them. There's no bulletproof cameras. There's no Warden. The C4s, they all miss because, again, lack of information. And if it's not going to be the glass, it'll be a shield. If not a shield, it'll be some crazy rush.
And that's the thing. Chiefs' strengths are their fragging capability, their aggression, and their mental game. That's the thing that Sage talked a lot about.
Yeah.
But this team's only been together a month, so
That's
they
the
are
issue.
going to lag a little bit when it comes to the synergy.
And the strat pool is going to be quite thin as well. Like,
Exactly.
how many strats can you teach and make with Wettables in a month?
And let's be frank,
On
Chiefs
9
have
maps.
never been a team that we have praised their strategic depth. Back in the day, Bliss in OCE, even in APAC as a whole, they were a really good strategic team, but they did have Fisher Guy, who was a much more strategically minded player than a lot of these guys on the Chiefs. Now, we talked about this on the couch. I know Oda mentioned that Brendo has, had a bit of a noggin on him these days. He's had a lot to contribute. I've no doubt that Sage and Wettables, even Jigsaw and Quiz, have plenty to say. But this is not as much a strategic team as some others in the league. Certainly not as much as Dark is for FearX. He is praised for his knowledge, for what he brings to this Korean roster.
And honestly, if you're Chiefs right now, I feel like it's backs against the wall, nothing's working, strategically you're out.
Oh, they left Kid in spawn.
Gotta go pick it up. Just go for broke. I think, honestly, just really buy into your win condition playstyle of playing aggressive, but do it together. Don't have Jigsaw, Solo Roman get a 3-piece, and that's how you win a round. Have people play together with a duo system, and look for those aggressive roams, try and go for kills, isolate the blitz, take him down, something like that. Because mind you, if it gets to the bomb side, with the current orbital lineup, again, I see Fearx winning. Chiefs need to stop them early by getting kills.
Brendo wants to keep peeking, but he will lose that fight if he does.
That's it.
Rin gets deep in the side and he takes down Sage.
He's out.
An EMP enables him to bypass the Malusi's Banshee and Mephi for 2 on the blitz. Chiefs have nothing left in the tank. Quiz has not even found a kill so far on Lair. Coded has been in his head, and Coded, speak the man's name, 6-1. He has been running rings around Chiefs. He has been in peak form. And Fearx now just need to convert a 5v2 to get their 4th rounds on this attacking side.
They're still hunting. There's the Dogebi call, the Blitz, the Jackal as well. Last player Quiz on the bottom side, no help inside, 1v5. The floor above him falling apart, the head's still intact though. But it's just a matter of time before Fearx come running through those bomb side doors.
For the self-proclaimed best mental in the world, how on earth do you come back from a 1-4 scoreline? How does Quiz build some confidence when he can't even get off the donut? A flawless for Fearx. Paris is inching closer, they can taste it. The 6th Invitational is the trophy at the end of this match. But it looks far too far away for Chiefs to run it back. 4-1 in the lead for the Koreans. They have sapped all energy out of this Aussie roster.
Not sure what's left in the bin right now when it comes to bomb site rotation. They've tried the mirror without the traps, without the traps. Right now, it's just individual performances that are falling a bit short. I mean, Mephi on the blitz last round got 2 kills somehow, going for that roam clear. Here we see Rin just toying with them on the bomb side as well. The Valkyrie cameras, the C4 vertically ineffective.
Where are you guys, yeah? Fucking one more defense shot, we'll turn around and get an attack, yeah? Energy up.
Alright. There's
Well,
one more
that's the
defense.
mental that we've talked about.
Mental does sound good, I gotta say.
You can tell sometimes when a player is just saying something. You can tell when they actually believe it. And I know that Wedables believes it. He believes that all they need is one more round of defense and the Chiefs can make this comeback happen. Remember, they were down 7-1 on the first game of the tournament. Since they came to Sydney, I mean, it was such a rough way for things to kick off. You go up against arguably the best team in APAC and CAG, and you get absolutely shellacked in the first map. Nobody thought they would come back from it. I even called the 7-0, and they tooth and nail clawed their way back into relevancy. They did so again today after losing the first map to EP. They won the second in 8-7 overtime and then looked comfortable on the third map. That's the way forward here for Chiefs. Weather the storm of Cafe, fire up in the second half on Lair, and finish things on Bank.
Here's a 2v1 against the Monty, but it's Jigsaw and Quiz, so not the right operators to take down any sort of shield operator like Woogieman's Monty right now, but you're up buying and stalling for time. The thing about Fearx, they're always working elsewhere in the map, and as I said that, Mephi again working elsewhere. Bottom rocket stairs gets a kill. Rin on the rappel looking for another. And you see once that pressure gets applied, Chiefs, instead of staying and fighting till the end, they're falling back towards that bomb site. What's gonna happen? They're gonna do the hard destruction, they're gonna use the block below, and then the Monty and Glass together will completely tear apart this bomb site. And to very big surprise to me, still no Warden. It's the 3rd round in a row after being shown the Glass where they do not play the Warden at all. They are opting to have no counterplay. They're giving Rin so much space in the server by having these super effective smoke grenades with no counterplay. The only saving grace, the 2 C4s in Brendo and Quiz's pocket. Brendo, 1 kill to his name, Quiz, 0. These C4s have to hit.
And we need Quiz to get some confidence, get off that donut, start believing in himself.
Yeah.
Every time Chiefs, though, look for an aggressive play, Fearx are so ready for it. And that Monty's still a threat that Fearx have really made good on this whole game through. I mean, they played the Blitz, they played the Monty, they played the Blackbeard. Their depth of shield play is so challenging, and yet Chiefs haven't even banned any of them. They went for that Deimos as their third ban. The Ying and the Grim, I think, might have been a bit of an error, and now Good Boy has just slapped Quiz back again. The poor guy has died 5 times and is yet to find a kill on Lair. Now Jigsaw hunting. But upstairs, inside of Ops, it's Coded, and he has been nigh untouchable, now supported by Wookie Man. There's no way that he can fight the Monty here, and Coded is standing behind him. Surely he won't be able to escape with his life. Just on barely any HP, he falls back, but the smoke will only save his life for a brief moment. Brendo needs to clutch up. Mephi's on the floor, but Wookie Man is pushing him back, and Fearex will find him, claim his life, and a 5th round is taken by Fearex. It's another 5-1 half. Chiefs could not come back from it on Cafe. I see no reason to believe that Lair will be any different.
And you're seeing Fearex, barely any cause of celebration. It's just round by round, business as usual. And they're playing these rounds so calm, so precise. I mean, you had Cody just proning an ops room, waiting for Monty to get there first. No one's trolling. No one's taking those super risky overzealous plays. And I really want to say one thing here. Rain is a player that we often judge. Yeah, maybe they should bend the shields up. We often look at Rin as like a bit of a troll player. Often just bites off more than he can chew. He's been very disciplined for the majority of this game so far, and I think that's actually mattered, because if one person were to die early and give Chiefs a way back into these rounds, it often would be Rin in the past. He's playing Glass, he's playing Tashanga, like he's playing these much more conservative roles in nature, and he's playing the role properly. That's growth from him as an individual.
Yeah. He knows how to play a whole slew of operators and roles now, which is a far cry from what this guy used to be known for. I mean, a bit toxic, but I used to kind of be in the drop-in camp. You know,
a lot of people were.
I used to be in the, like, this guy will never be able to fill the role that a team needs. He's always going to be that 4+1 player, and I think Rin has really demonstrated that he can frag out while helping the team. These kills aren't because he's been baiting, because he's just been soloing. No, he's playing all kinds of really integral operators to the strategy. I think Dark's leadership really needs to be commended and highlighted here as well. I kind of hate it. It's my pet peeve when we see APAC teams do well and we praise all the imported players and coaches, but I cannot deny that Dark has really elevated this Korean roster to the next level.
There's no doubt about it. And I mean, it's not been an instant change for Fear. It's been a lot of grinding behind the scene. A lot of, you know, shortcomings, some failures, not qualifying and getting up early of tournaments, but with due time, they do get better and better. And I think today has been a great showcasing of that fact against Chiefs. It's not over just yet. Yes, you're down 1-5, but the comeback can start right here. Shotgun push out. Wookie Man, though, shuts down Brendo. That's Flores removed from action. Not the most important attack and operator, but again, Fearex with an early lead.
I've never seen Fearex more active in the chat. It's been Coded, and now Woogie Man joins him. The Chiefs try and make their way forward. Jigsaw opens an angle, but just misses the chance to catch a player on their retreat. Something that we didn't see from Chiefs is this shield in the hallway. Good Boy has the magnets from Wumai to support it. It means that they can play quite aggressively. They can contest this hallway.
There's a magnet, but nades are waiting for him, and EMP's in the pocket of Wettables as well, so this should be clearable if Chiefs want to go for it. Right now, it's Quiz downstairs that has the main focus point. Looking for a freebie, but again, Fearex very disciplined, just using the shield on the bomb side of Mephi to give full information. Then the shield in the hallway, deployable as well. Good Boy finds Jigsaw. They just find these kills out of nowhere. Toxic Babe to stall things out. Again, it's a very slow round loss here for Chiefs.
And that's the most devastating part of it. For a team that has really put themselves back on, given themselves a second wind and new life. Coded has said, that's it. You guys have had your run, you've had your time, and now it's done. A double kill with the shotgun. The question mark in the chat, are you guys bots? And now Sage will seemingly take an impromptu tactical timeout. He's all the way back in spawn. I don't know what he was doing all the way back here, but now he's just getting a chance to talk with his team. Nate will not be able to support. It's up to these 5 players in the server. to discuss what needs to be done for what could be the final rounds of this tournament for them.
Seconds left.
There's many ways to lose or win a game of Siege, but I think having that team talk at the end of a good journey is important to have. Whether it's guys, we got this, come on, let's make the comeback happen, or whether it's guys, let's just take a second and appreciate where we are, how far we've gotten, that we got a crowd in front of us, and just really enjoy every single last one, because this could be the end. It can be bittersweet, or it can be motivational.
6-1 down, and it's 6 invitational points for FearX. One more round, and they booked their tickets to the City of Love for Valentine's Day next year, a date with the World Championship. But Chiefs, the last remaining Australian team, surviving here in Sydney at the APL Finals. The hopes of the home crowd right on them. Will we really have a weekend of Siege with no Aussie teams?
Would be a shame.
That it would. But FearX are running rings around Chiefs.
Yeah, they are. They got their number.
They got their number. They're winning on the strategy. They're winning on the fights. They're in their heads. And Sage was sitting there leafing through his strap booklet as the timer hit 0 while he sat in spawn. That tells you that Chiefs do believe there is a way back into it. I mean, Sage is the epitome of professionalism. The Chiefs boys say that they're the best mental team in Siege. I mean, they better show it. Down from 6-1. And even if they are to win on Lair, it won't be done yet. They'll need to win Bank as well. If they lose here, it means the only path to the 6 Invitational will be through the last chance qualifier as well. If they do make it there, then they will likely have to have a rematch against a very red-hot and angry CAG.
The scoreboard tells the whole story. The biggest struggles right now here in Lair has been the kill department, just getting in the action successfully, getting assists, helping your teammates. Quiz gets his first kill, though, takes down a Woogie. That's a huge pick. Here comes the push to the bomb site.
And it will be a rush, but it falls flat. Jigsaw will trade into the 3v3. Jigsaw now kept at bay as he takes down the Bulletproof and the Dread Mine. But still will have to wait for the fire to subside. Sage, he snuck deep, but they know about it because this Bulletproof camera. He's struggling to take it down. He will pop it, as well as the Vulcan. Now he's on site, and everybody from FearX is upstairs. Sage might even be able to go for the plant. I don't think there's any verticality to watch for his position, but he doesn't have any teammates to support him, so he doesn't think it's safe yet.
Has to wait for that Goy fire to subside. There it goes. The fuser starts getting planted. 7-second it'll take.
They know.
Yeah, they know, but they're so far away. Should be good.
Info on his position, but into the post planned. But will Quiz be watching the right angle?
Yes.
He finds his second kill of the game. Not a moment too soon for Quiz. And now he and Sage need to clutch up. Methy and Coded making their way back to the bomb site together. And Quiz called upon to clutch. Methy now with the Fenrir hits the Dread Mine, and Quiz is caught in it. Methy needs to hold on. Halfway done. Will Quiz get there in time? Methy clutches up, and the home field advantage will not suffice. Korean Siege is back on the menu. And for FearX, Sydney was just a stopover on their way to Paris.
A strategical masterclass on Cafe, a full-on lockout here on Lair. FearX, a slow day yesterday, you can argue, but today they showed much more of that prime level that we know that they're capable of when they play at their very best.
And what was promised a year ago to be the Korean super team when the old D+ merged with FearX was met with the ultimate sacrifice in Stage 2. They didn't even make it to the major qualifier at PAX. They were pitiful in the APAC North playoffs, knocked out by Enterforce, and yet they came back. They got to this position here in Sydney thanks to a strong performance in the round-robin phase of APAC North. If playoffs had been factored into who makes it to regionals, they wouldn't be here. D+ would. And that tells you plenty when finally they get back to LAN here in APAC, and they take the opportunity with both hands, and they book themselves a spot at the World Championship. It's heartbreak for the local boys, but elation for FearX as they qualify for 6 Invitational, and we'll break it down with the boys on the couch, and a very heartbroken, I'm sure, Oda with them.
How are you feeling, Oda?
Disappointed. I feel like the boys there at the end just ran out of energy to keep going.
Sorry, I missed that. You cut out for me.
Oh,
No, just for me.
Oh, okay. You're good now, mate?
I'm all good now. Vinny, it is heartbreak, but I think that there's so many positives that come out of this, and I think obviously one of them is that B&K FearX, in the big game, they showed up. I think another one as well, like you can obviously look at it in two very different ways, but Chiefs were not expected to make it this deep after starting in the lower bracket against the APAC Giants in Cyclops. We did not expect them to even get past that hurdle, and they've done such a good job at regaining momentum after Oda stopping playing and Wedible's jumping back in. What are your takeaways from this game in particular? Because there are just so many storylines.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of them.
Yeah.
The shield ban that we talked about before the game seemed to be a pretty big factor across both these matches. But yeah, as you said, the Chiefs boys should be super proud of what they've been able to accomplish. Throughout the whole weekend, they've been fighting back from pretty big deficits and always had great mental about them, so great on for them. And then, yeah, for FearX, I mean, I was completely wrong. They are an absolute contender. They have their play style that they love to play, and they're so good at it. So, I mean, yeah, it's congratulations to them on qualifying for SI as we get the coach himself here.
Yeah. How lucky are we? We get Dark to join us. How are you, Dark?
Yeah, how good now, right? Now we can really briefly
relaxed.
Yeah. So, how does it feel? This was we expected this to be close. 7-2, 7-1 is anything but.
Yeah. Like we have a big feelings now for sure, because last day the match was insane, right? Double 7-7, and last map we didn't play, right? We really don't play. So for sure today we joined happy, to be honest, after the losing yesterday, because we improved a lot of things we play bad in the stage 2. So have a lot of good points for that. And for the match today, like we joined really confident. Because yesterday we really showed how to play Siege, and today was same.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it was something that we saw in the content is the players are also talking about the changes that were made from stage 2 to now. Can you actually just briefly touch on just even one of those changes? What was a major focus for you?
Major focus for sure was like the Apex screen is really bad level. We know that. Like we cannot screen with these teams here because we're gonna fight them, right?
Yeah.
So the best teams we cannot screen.
Yeah.
So the level is so low, and we have to find a ways to improve the things, not just in the lobby, right? So for me, the major change was what we do outside lobby. So we don't qualify for the major for sure. Like that's the worst thing we can do in the stage.
Yeah.
And we use that for watch the maximal majors VODs we can see together. You know. So I try to analyze a lot of VODs every day. Really was like a 2 or 3 every day with everyone. So like we watch like let's see how Enterprise we Furia and Bank.
Yeah.
So we see that together, and after that we see other Bank for Furia. So we see how Furia played it. Like it's thing I do individually for me, like to improve myself and for sure like take some ideas for changing strat. But players don't do that alone. So I think it's important for we do that everyone together. So that game was good level. So we can see situation for them. Oh wait, no one APAC to this strat here in the screen. So if someone do, how are we going to attack that? Yeah. Right? So we use that a lot, and we improve a lot the macro and micro because of that, analyzing games together.
Oda?
Yeah, my question to you is, obviously your yesterday game was, 8-7, 8-7 close, and then the last map was a bit of a stomp. Was there anything you said to the guys going into this game that changed, because yesterday you had Good Boy and Coda who really performed really well, but today you guys really played as a team. Was there anything you said to the boys?
I think maybe it was not just one thing. But we joined like a really confident, and one important thing, like for sure, before this game, if Enterprise win, we just qualify to SI, right?
Yep.
For everyone want that. But we don't want to qualify to just to SI and that feeling we don't did nothing, right? Yeah. So when we have a Chiefs to play against, we say, guys, that's the moment we want. We want to go to SI. We have deserved that, right? We have to win this.
Yep.
So I think we focus a lot on that, we have to show, and we show.
Yeah. We've mentioned a few times on the desk how great the shield play of Woogie Man is, and across the whole team. We saw Good Boy pick it up, sometimes even Mephi.
Yeah.
How important is it that you guys play and practice to the meta versus the identity of the team as a whole, or is it more about being adaptable on the fly?
Like a 50-50, I think it's a game by game. But for sure, like today was really easy because they been in green 2 maps. So man, they don't know who they are playing against. Triple shield open. It is real. So like a normal in screens, we have to don't play shields because everyone playing shields against us. So like we have to focus in no shields. So today I surprised like we have a triple shield open, guys. What do you want to do? So yeah, comfortable a lot for us, right?
Yeah.
One question that I've been dying to ask you on broadcast is around the communication between you and the team.
Yeah.
How does this work?
Man, I have 2 years I'm here now, right? So in game, communication game,
Yeah.
I really understand everything. And it's easy because it's very repetitive.
Yep.
And I have like a papers for me, like I memorize every call out in the map. So I know everything in Korean, you know, because of positions.
Wow.
So if you know the positions, you understand when they say, have someone there. No, this is clear. Someone was there and they go down. So you understand, you know, when they change strategy, 2 years, listen the same thing in my head. You know, like, and the Nova helped me a lot. So, and like, I want to learn the
Yeah.
Korean for the work. So I every time I ask, man, what is Oriz? What is that? What is that? What is that? So you're going to learn, right? So I don't have a problem with that. And now, sorry for everyone, but my English not so good too. And my players, when I joined, was worse because I don't speak English so well. They don't speak too. And now everyone speak like a little bit better.
Yeah.
So it's more easy. Like 1 year ago was really hard because I want to speak something, so I have to say. So Nova translates to Korean.
Yeah.
For everyone. So they say Korean for Nova, Nova translates for English for me. So it was like these communication points, and now it's more simple because I just say in English one time, everyone get, and it's so simple, right?
Your English is fluent, mate. I don't know what you're
Hey,
talking
it's going to
about.
be better.
ours, honestly.
It is. I don't know if you hear me introing this show. It doesn't go well. Boys, do you have any other questions? No.
One question I have is, I know in like the Australian siege, everyone's focused a bit on like mentality. Do you feel like Fearx have a good mentality? Do you guys put any work into it, like outside of scrims, anything like that?
Yeah, I feel we are improving this because it's really important. We already lose games like the final for stage 2. We don't go to the major.
Yep.
Was 100% mentality. Like we lose one game for we lose the last game in group stage for Kia, was a bank, and after that lose we don't back, you know. And in screens it was working, but when you go to the game, you lose the first round. It looks like we go to some deep hole and we don't back. So we understand that was really about mentality. So. I'm not going to say everything we did for improve that, but it was a thing we focus a lot, you know. And I think today was kind of more okay because when you have to play 2 matches in a row, like a Chiefs, it's really hard. So I understand maybe they can be tired, they can be like it started don't work and they can panic a little bit. So we have a disadvantage today to just play 1 match.
Do you feel like, God, we could just talk forever, but this will be my last question, I swear.
No problem.
You're talking about the fact that Chiefs have just played a best of 3 and, you know, they're going to be tired to an extent. Did that come into your game plan? Did you find like... Did you think that playing faster, playing more aggressive would potentially, you know, cause mistakes from the Chiefs?
Yeah, like not exactly like that, but the first 3 rounds in a match is really important. So the way we play the first 3 rounds is, I have a little bit about that.
Yeah, I like that. I won't pry anymore, but Dark, I will let you go and I'll let you celebrate with the team because obviously, first and foremost, congratulations on making SI. I know it was heartbreaking earlier this year when you missed out on the LCQs to a very close game this time.
Yeah.
It was never in doubt, 7-2, 7-1. That's the performance we want. Anything you'd like to say to the audience at home before we let you go?
Yeah, thanks everyone for supporting. We don't have haters. I think that's so good in this scene, you know. I don't have a message for haters, so we have a lot of fans and this helps a lot everyone. You know, we don't have a pressure, so that's really nice. So thanks everyone who support us. Thanks for all the Brazilian too. Valeu todo mundo, obrigado aí. Beijo pra minha família, pra namorada, todo mundo. And last thing, for sure, you're gonna see we playing too much more because I want that purple thing in the middle of the stage.
It looks great, doesn't it?
It's so beautiful. Right?
It looks so nice.
Yeah.
It's definitely it's a joy to have on the stage, and you've been a joy to have on the desk, mate. Thank you very much. Best of luck in your matches for the rest of the weekend, and we'll keep our eye closely on Fearx moving forward. You may leave the desk, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us. An absolute pleasure to talk to Dark. Every time we get to interact with him, we're shown just why he has been integrated so seamlessly into this team. He's so humble. He knows so much about the game, Vinny. I mean, he just speaks so well.
Such an impressive guy, isn't he? 2 years he's been here. He already understands all the call-outs in Korean. Obviously speaks Portuguese, and now his English is at a level that's perfect.
Ridiculous, man.
So, yeah, super impressive. And you can see how the team has probably built off his experience and that ability to be humble. We saw a lot of all chat at the end of that game and a few waves from the B&K boys, but I think it was all in good fun. Again, congratulations to them on qualifying for Invite. Commiserations to the Chiefs, but of course they still have another chance in the LCQs coming up soon.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they'll have to meet the likes of CAG there, and you know potentially Elevate if they should not be successful, too successful here. It's a scary prospect. There are so many outcomes that can still impact those LCQs, and it's just a place that you don't want to be. It's, I mean, Oda, you've been on that receiving side, earlier this year.
Yep.
You were up against the likes of BNK, FearX, CAG, Direwolves. It's never an easy run.
Oh, 100%. LCQ is so important end of the year. It's your last event of the year.
Yep.
Trying to qualify for SI. And when you're versing teams like FearX and Kagan, it's like it's the best teams in the region, really. So it's pretty disappointing to see Chiefs there, Kag there, but I'm so keen to see them battle it out.
Well, 2 games tomorrow and 1 on Sunday. That is all we have remaining here for the APL playoffs. It's kind of crazy to think that the regional finals have already halfway concluded, and these games that we have left, I mean, God, what absolute bangers. What a treat we have been given so far. And it's not even the weekend. We haven't even hit Saturday morning yet, Vinny. What are your thoughts on that first one? I mean, I've been back in Elevate since the beginning, but that is going to be a barn burner.
It's going to be a banger, isn't it? Weibo have looked so impressive already in their first series. We saw them up here today watching the games. They seem pretty chill, pretty relaxed. So I think they're pretty confident going into that series. But again, Elevate put on a really good showing yesterday against BNK, who just destroyed Chiefs. So if everything plays out the way it has for the first few series, that should be an absolute barn burner, you're right.
Waiting down in the lower bracket, BNK FearX, they deserve that spot to SI. I believe Elevate is the only team remaining here that needs to win this, no?
They're in.
Are they in?
Yeah.
Oh,
Psycho was right here yesterday.
Oh, they qualified yesterday. My apologies. I was thinking about D+. That goes to show how good my brain is. Well, there you go. I'm just going to shut up now. Oda, that game in the lower bracket specifically, after this conversation, prior to this conversation, prior to this game, I had a bit of a different approach to BNK FearX. Do you think BNK FearX could win this all? You can be honest. No. Okay, not you can be honest. Be honest.
I think it's very hard for a team like BNK to win this event, but honestly, the turnaround I've seen today, and kind of just listening to like the prep work that Dark has put into the team, I'm actually interested to sit down and watch this next game they have. Whether it's Weibo or Elevate, I really want to see just how they adapt to, let's say they versus Elevate again, how they adapt to that team, whether we get Coded or Good Boy top fragging, or if the whole team comes together, what's the result there?
Yeah, this is the last 3 teams that we have remaining here. Really exciting. Vinny, any final thoughts before we close up?
Ban Shields against BNK FearX, guys. Just do it. Wiggyman's too good on them. Mephi can play them. Good Boy can play them. They're all really good on shields. We heard Dark. He said, I can't believe we got all 3 up today. So he was super stoked. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Well, we'll keep it short and sweet. Everyone who can go through to SI is now officially through to SI. We have 3 teams remaining. BNK, FearX, Weibo, and Elevate are all that remains for the APAC region here for 2025. However, Saturday and Sunday are still to come. So we'll be back tomorrow with more APL action. It's time for us to get underway with the day 2, the APL regional finals.
He's saying to Bappin, come chase me, get out of position, and let me take the fight. He's getting double push. That's one onto Bappin, up close now. It's Fisher Guy. Quiz wins the battle, gets them both. Player thinking his way through this so nicely. The Flames will not connect, and Player though gets off. It's the shot. He is that player. Oh, yes, indeed. That's soul-crushing for Chiefs. Focus right now for EP's not towards the site, but it is towards Jigsaw. He's got another one. You taunted him at 1 and 5, but here he now stands at 6 and 6, determining this 9th round. Fisho Guy will fall. Jigsaw secures match series point. Get those signs up into the air as Player clutches for Enterprise, a round that they had no business winning. Oh, I don't think a whole lot. Chiefs have been so valiant in this series. They were 6-2 down on the opening map. But since that moment, they made this series their moment as they stand up and celebrate. Job 1 done.
You haven't muted the chat?
That's for damn right I do.
Now Good Boy is left all alone, and he is somewhat surrounded as well. How many bodies can he take with him? To kick things off, it's 2, and a 3rd one for Good Boy on the clash. Stage has gone deep, leaving Good Boy, the lone player, up for a flank from White. But Brendo cannot safely plan. They're gonna have to go for the kill, and they can't in time! He clutches the round for FearX. The Fenrir hits the Dreadmine, and Quiz is caught in it. Mephi needs to hold on. Halfway done. Will Quiz get there in time? Mephi clutches up, and the home field advantage
advantage will not suffice. Korean Siege is back on the menu. And for Fearex, Sydney was just a stopover on their way.